thunder as the city sings our name. We're turning happy moments into laughter with our friends. We all rise up and smile right when the shadows pull us down, laughing as the lights begin. We gather under streetlights as the city spins around. We're chasing after movies to see where they end, dreaming and hoping find a new light. We dance as the world spins along. Stay here now, feel the beat, ready to let it go. We'll dance through the night. Come on, let us keep the lights on. Yeah. Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now to prove our hearts can keep glowing, just like the brightest star. Once more, stay strong, push on, believe in us. 이제 내가 널 지켜줄게. 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 별빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라. 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar. 딱 보면 모두 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와. 시작이야 let's go. 아무도 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해. 내게 주어지는 꿈꿔왔던 너와 나 그래 그래서 네 운명에 The weight of it both the world is in our hands. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가슴을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명. 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명. Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. My fate is skipping way out of control. Lock in, lock in. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손이 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide. Right through the starlight. 차가운 공기속을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This I'm switching to flight mode. Fly, 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 burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This I'm switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even zero. Flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This I'm switching to flight mode. This I'm switching to flight mode.
Cryo sleep is over, and you have to be wondering, were you in your audible chair this whole time? I bet you were. You should have been. Did you really enjoy your day if you weren't in your audible chair? Well, I don't know. I sure enjoyed my day.
Stop it. Stop it.
You know, I gotta... What is in your background? Are you in a spaceship?
I am in a recording studio. That is a mixing desk.
No, you're in a spaceship.
That's it.
Oh,
yeah.
I know where you are. You are in the faculty office of the Rivals ENGAGE League spaceship. I've heard of that room. Speak of the devil. That's right. Yeah, it's streaming from outer space. We get that Neptune Wi-Fi, which doesn't drop too often anymore. My name is Kag, and I'm joined by Initialize here on the desk. We have ourselves a lot of amazing games today. Of course, we had bangers yesterday, my friend. If it's possible, I'd love to see the schedule from yesterday to see what the prelude into today is like, and I'm sure you've got a lot to yap about, my friend.
As always, I tend to be ready to yap at any
Top
given
tier
opportunity,
yapper.
so very excited to get into it. Because again, we are halfway through week 4 here, and already we've had ourselves some fairly important matchups, especially with things like playoffs looming, and those slots starting to get locked in. Sure, the likes of ENGAGE, the likes of Planet Saneage, looking pretty comfortable at the top of the table, but particularly that 4th place slot is very much in contention, and while it is currently being held by the likes of Menace, it's being held, shall we say, Keg, somewhat lightly.
Well, I just can't wait. I need to see the schedule for today. Planet Saneage versus Menace will be our first matchup of the day. I know Soren was excited for this one. Spartan Tano's excited for it. I think even my grandmother's excited for it. Her birthday was yesterday, 85 years old. Happy birthday, Grandma. She's the coach for Planet Saneage as well. Happy birthday to her. But yeah, tell me, Initialize.
So good. Why the duelist is just so crisp.
Exactly. Her aim is incredible, dude. So tell me about this first matchup, and do you think this is the matchup of the day?
It is, but the onus is on Menace for my money. I think Saneage in general are going to be coming in as favorites, as they will be into pretty much any matchup that's not against Team ENGAGE. They're very, very good, and the duelists, particularly for Planet Saneage, are just pretty monstrous. Please keep your eyes on the likes of Oleg and on the likes of Biomachina, who have been putting up some of the most monstrous numbers in the league. Yes, they're just raw stats. They're not entirely sort of interrogated, as we sometimes like to do with our stats to make sure they're not lying to us, as they sometimes can. But the numbers, in this case, very much don't. Those two duelists are just on another level. And honestly, considering Oleg has got his player profile picture with the cat on the shoulder, Dr. Evil themselves could not ask for better.
I'm pretty sure that's Phoenix, and I'm going to pretend I know the Marvel lore. I'm not a LARPer. That's the Phoenix Force?
That is what Jean has inside her, and then she sets up the Phoenix team to go like with the Phoenix Force.
Oh, I have a Phoenix Force inside me too. That's depending on what I eat. But I mean, overall, Oleg,
that sounds like you need some indigestion tablets, mate.
Oh, for sure, dude. My stomach is a war zone. It looks like hell's heaven down there. But
God.
Oleg overall has been fantastic. I broke him. We're 45 seconds into the broadcast, and I broke him. Welcome to the desk, buddy.
Glad to be here.
Oleg and Biomachina have been absolutely fantastic as the duelist front so far. They're always my favorite parts to watch. What really excites me about Planet Saneage overall, too, watching these matches, is that there's not one dominant duelist, I feel. I feel like most other teams, they have one, like, superstar player and then one, like, duelist that's there to just do his job. But really, Oleg and Biomachina separately always have superstar performances, and I think that helps Planet Saneage always stay on top.
Yeah, it does, because again, I think obviously this is a roster that I personally had quite a lot of hope for in general, especially considering some of the names on that roster, the likes of Oleg, the likes of Bio, very, very talented players individually, but it was a relatively new squad in terms of the combination of players. Compared to Team ENGAGE, where you have basically two halves of two teams coming together, there's less synergizing to do, because 3 of those players know each other, 3 of the other half know each other as well, and that made things quite difficult. But I think for Planet Saneage, the level has been very, very strong, and having that potent duelist back duo in particular is very, very scary. But of course, the other side of that that coin, though, is their opposition for the day in Menace, who I think, on the whole, while they're not necessarily as flexible or as consistently dangerous as the likes of ENGAGE or Saneage, have certainly shown some very, very highs.
Well, no, hold on now. Because you're saying they're not consistently as dangerous, do we think Menace is on the up and come up, though? Do we think maybe today could be the start of something where they could be more dangerous?
I think if it was going to start anywhere, this would be a huge scalp to get. And I agree. I think they have largely been stepping up, and that's really cool. So Saint in particular is someone I've been really impressed with. I think Sinful as well has had some really, really good moments too. So there's definitely been a lot of players stepping up. I think they have had some fairly high-profile fumbles into some of our better teams in the league, though. So today, up against Saneage, it's a big, big moment for them. Because, again, this week in general was a bit of a trial by fire. And if they got the wins they needed, it's going to really help them on that push to secure playoffs. Because behind them, the likes of your Triple Ts, the likes of your Leeds Nocturnals, or even, God forbid, a Malediction finding their way towards a few wins might start to catch up in points. You aren't out of reach yet, and getting any points here against Saneage is a big win to begin with, let alone a series win in its full.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. I don't think any team is safe outside of maybe Team ENGAGE.
Right.
Planet Saneage has a really good argument, but honestly, at any point the ball could start dropping and they could start descending down that leaderboard as well. But honestly, so far, Planet Saneage have been a really impressive team to watch. I want to see them face Team ENGAGE again, but something tells me we may have to wait till next week for that to happen.
Tell me.
Now, we did learn how to use orbital technology in the Rivals ENGAGE League spaceship. We did beam up a player inside of our mini land facility. We also just built out an interview room. So, from what I've heard, we have an interview set up. Yeah, you're right next to it, dude. So, enjoy all the kicking and screaming. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have our interview with Oleg from Planet Saneage. Hello, Oleg. How are you, man?
Hello guys, I'm doing wonderful. What about you?
I'm doing okay. So, actually, no, I'm not doing good, Oleg. I'm sad. I'm depressed. But the only thing that I think could make me feel better, I feel heavy. The only thing that could make me feel better, Oleg, is your picture on the interview thing, or the roster graphic has your cat.
Yeah.
Can we see the cat?
I mean, I could pick him up, but I think he's a little shy. So I'd rather not, because he's like scared when I pick him up.
Oh,
But
man.
I could send a picture, maybe. But
I mean, we can get
That
on
might be worth
socials.
it.
That is
Yeah,
a
I'd be down
worthy
for the
trade,
cat.
you know.
okay,
Thank
I'm
you for your
gonna.
sacrifice there.
What
So I'm
is
gonna
the
send it
cat's
to your
name?
DMs. It's Malibu.
Oh. Malibu?
Malibu, yeah.
Do they
That's
serve?
My
adorable.
favorite cat.
They're adorable. I'm crying. It's not allergies. I'm crying. So, okay, first real question. Oleg, you have been a superstar player alongside Bio for your team and so far in this league. It's been a weird battle for Planet Saneage because Team ENGAGE has been flawless so far. Planet Saneage is that second place team. They are not flawless. You guys have lost a single series. What do you think the steps need to be for you to take down a team like Team ENGAGE?
In my opinion, it's mainly consistency for us. Because like
Okay.
sometimes we're just struggling in certain scenarios. Like for example, it's most of the times it's just an individual player just how do I say it? Just missing out on stuff and just I'd say inting in some cases. But also
Yeah.
it's just our entire team sometimes just not playing coordinated.
Okay.
Yeah, and I
Mr. Elias,
guess
if you had any questions?
Yeah, follow up on that as well, because obviously you're looking at a team like ENGAGE, obviously kind of your direct rivals right now a little bit. They came in with two different rosters kind of combining into one, so they had a fair amount of synergy inbuilt, whereas you guys were picking up a lot of really good players, but not that many that have played together before as far as I know. So what is the process in Rivals, having kind of gone through it again with Planet Saneage and coming together? What is it like just synergizing with a whole new group of players and trying to get the ball rolling as fast as you can?
I think it's going pretty fine. Like we're scrimming almost like every day, double block at least. And we're also voting sometimes and also looking around for like different coaches and also voting with different coaches. So I think it's going pretty good. But it's just
Okay.
like we just have to play more together and just build the synergy. But I don't think that's gonna be a problem on long term.
I mean, that sounds good to me. The Rivals Engage League, of course, is like a brand new. It's experimental. We haven't really had a path to pro like this before for Marvel Rivals, and so that does put your team and everybody else in this league in this weird in between. You know, it's not MRC, it's not Ignite. How do you feel about this? And do you think you yourself and your team are Ignite caliber?
I mean, I think we are Ignite caliber, especially because we scrim sometimes Ignite teams and also do pretty good in these scrims and even sometimes win them. And I think we just have to prove ourselves. Like time is gonna show, and we will be in Ignite.
Now,
That's a big statement.
between you and me, I've muted production. No one else on the stream can hear us. Have any of those Ignite teams reached out to you?
Unfortunately, not yet.
Oh,
But
you have to lie, man.
Hopefully
This
for
is
the
the
next
time to
stage.
raise your stocks, dude.
That's what I'm trying to do. So
Okay,
I hope
Navi,
you're gonna see more
VP.
from me.
Okay. You know, they've all reached out to you. I believe it. Okay.
Yeah, maybe,
You know,
maybe. Who knows?
Gonna replace that unknown Terra guy. You know, no big deal.
No, yeah, never
I
had
get it. Yeah, no. Terra, old news. It's Oleg City now with the cat, with Malibu.
Maybe. With Malibu,
All right. Do you have any more questions, Initial?
Yeah, it was specifically to you, Oleg, because obviously you were chatting about like this feels like you guys can prove yourself Ignite caliber. How are you feeling about the meta for you in particular and your team in particular in terms of how you're fitting into? You feeling pretty confident then by the sounds of saying, yeah, we can prove ourselves in this meta. This feels pretty good.
I think we are mostly pretty good in the meta. I think we're just mainly kind of struggling on triple support for now. And also like on the Penny, Adam, Ultron comp, that's like, I think our weakness for now. But I think on the rest, for example, Diddy, Cat, because I feel like Cat is played a lot, and I feel like my Cat is pretty good for this stage right now. So I think we are
Inspiration
pretty
from
fine in the
Malibu.
meta. Yeah, Malibu teach me how to play Cat. So yeah.
Well, from here on out, Oleg, we are just about halfway done with the Rivals Engage League. We're almost done with August, too, which is a surprise to me. The platform is yours, man. This might be the biggest platform you've had to be able to speak so far. So if you have any friends, family, enemies out there that you want to say anything to, the platform's all yours, dude.
I just want to say to Team Engage, we gonna beat you and you're gonna see it.
Okay, Oleg. Well, hopefully this isn't the last time you're on the interview, Mike, man. You're awesome, and I really hope we get to see Malibu next time, dude. Oleg, thank you so much. Man.
I'll try. Thank you for having me. I'll send you that.
Yes, thank you, man. That will make my day. Honestly, the two things I want in my whole life is a picture of Malibu and my Audible chair. That's all I need. I'm a
pretty good
simple guy. That's all I need in my life.
I'm very jealous because, you know, I'm seeing this chair. I'm seeing the pictures of Malibu coming your way. Like, well, when Keg, do I get this level of like joy that you experience in your day to day?
Well, I can certainly tell you, though, you'll be getting a level of joy momentarily. We're just about ready for game number 1. I believe it is with you and Soren.
It is.
So, honestly, I think that's a pretty big level of joy in of itself. But our orbital technology is still in the works. We're hoping to get you a chair soon. I'm surprised you don't have yours already.
So the answer is, I got a wonderful message from my brother. He sent me a wonderful picture of all of my things in cardboard boxes with the Audible logos all over it, ready for me to build when I'm back down on Earth. The problem is, like, but again, they don't send them to space. That's it. But I've got proof that I have them. I'm just, you know, a space flight away.
Oh, so it's a ransom. He's going to send you
It
a
is.
piece of an Audible chair every day if you don't pay him up.
That's it. Like, no,
First it's a
not like
wheel.
this.
Then it's an arm chair. Oh, no. Okay, well.
It's all.
we'll have to-
Send funds. I need to rescue my chair.
We need to Ocean's 11 to help initialize him out. We got to do a rescue mission, but while we're sending our hit squad team out on this, I'm checking with production now to see if our first game is ready. Something tells me the answer is yes, and we could get Soren on the mic momentarily. Oh, yep, there we go. We got the
Fabulous.
word. Initialize and Soren on the mic.
Appreciate your Keg as ever, but I am going to have to trade you momentarily at the least for Soren. How are you doing, my friend? You excited? You ready to go?
I am super excited. This is going to be, in my opinion, the marquee matchup of the day. I know you guys already talked about it. I was super excited for it yesterday. I was super excited to find out I get the cast for it again. This one, Menace versus Sainage right now, I think might be one of the most interesting matchups that we have available. That is not Sainage versus Engage. So I am super excited, initially.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think this should be really, really good fun. Again, I'm still going to favor Planet Sainage, again, just because I think that duelist pairing of Bio and Oleg is so good. They're just such mechanically proficient players, and they're putting up such impressive numbers that it's hard not to think about how dangerous they can be, especially if Menace are tried and tested a little bit. And we've seen what happens if you can just get them off some of that comfort a little bit, some of that flexibility, not at the same level as, say, Engage, right, as we kind of using as our gold standard to measure the rest of our teams against right now. But if Menace were going to do it, what would you want to see from them to make it happen, Soren?
Honestly, I was actually really excited because I thought they were gonna have a kind of built-in small buff, because I know yesterday we saw Arts was not in the lineup for Sainage. They had Asto, which, to be very fair, didn't really seem like it was much of a change. But I was thinking, at least, like, no, maybe we're gonna have Asto again today. It's not gonna be their primary Vanguard line. You know, maybe that could be something they can exploit. But we saw in the lineups, Art is back, which is always terrifying, because I think they're the second best Vanguard line behind Engage. So Menace, if I'm expecting them to try to pull out a win here, which, mind you, in their first matchup between these two in the league, they did take one map off of Sainage. I am really looking at Sanamoto and Sinful. Those two did a lot of good work yesterday in that, hybrid composition as that diving tangent for their squad. I'm looking for them to create opportunities for the rest of the team to capitalize on and do that consistently. If they are dealing with Sadamoto, who's just being pinned down by the enemy Vanguard line, or even the enemy DPS line, like Oleg, just keeping them from really diving into that back line, they could really struggle. But if they are able to get Sadamoto and Sinful free and just causing havoc in the back, I could see them being able to sneak a win here.
Yeah, because Sanamoto and Sinful can pull off like that Black Cat rogue combo, Daredevil rogue combo they like to pull towards. That's going to be really fun, because I think then you match that against what we see actually from the likes of Oleg, who does love the Daredevil. Probably he's the best Daredevil in the league, frankly. He's just so proficient on it. Yeah. The Black Cat's also very strong. So, hell, he was just telling us how he was learning the secret ways of being a cat via Malibu. So, that's pretty good going. Get some additional insight courtesy, of course, of his own kitty cat. But in fact, just got word that production has indeed been sent the pictures of Malibu, which is excellent news for all of you back home. So hopefully that's up on social soon.
Adorable, by the way.
Adorable. I am looking at the picture right now on my second screen. It's fantastic. But it does mean that I think that this will be a really interesting duel, because I think if there were players that, look, if Sinful can just make that extra 10% happen today and really take it to Oleg, really take it to someone like Inke, who's going to be potentially joining them on that sort of flanking angle, then you can maybe find an in. It's still a big ask, and you're going to have to see these players really live up to the very top of their caliber to do so. But if that's the way they're going to do it, I'm right there with you. I think that's probably how it happens.
Yeah, and I also do think you bring up a good point there, specifically with one of the players you mentioned for Sainage, Inke. Inke has been doing absolute insane work on that second Vanguard, I'm completely blanking on the term for it, the pseudo Vanguard, where they're more playing in rather than the main tank. The off tank.
Off tank?
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I could not remember the term. As that off tank, we've been seeing him play the hood quite a bit. And one of the things that we've been seeing from NK, and I feel like every time they get into a big fight, I'm always looking at NK going, "You're going too far. You're going too far. You're going too far. You're going to get found." So I'm looking towards NK to be able to be consistent. But if Menace find him, that could be a pain point for them to punish.
Yeah, Sainage sometimes do like to push the boundary and test some limits, shall we say. But fortunately, we don't have to test our limits here of all your patience back home, because the game, I hear, is in fact ready.
Absolutely. Pick bans. I think this is going to be one of those matches where pick bans become incredibly important. Both these teams, at least as far as I remember, are actually pretty good at not just banning out the meta heroes and villains in the game, but do have a tendency to ban out for their opponents. So I'm expecting this to be an absolute an absolute brawl between these two, just trying to take out some of the biggest pieces on the board. I'm actually expecting a lot of dive because, again, Sinful as well as Saint are going to be very high prios for them to be targeting, as well as Oleg for the side of Menace. So I would not be surprised if we see maybe even a double DD or DD and a Black Cat ban.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea as well. If you are going to go for specificity over, like, the generic bans, that would make some sense. The Magneto protect on both sides. I mean, not surprised by that at all. INGAGE loves a Magneto. Legacy as well, if they get a hold of that. Quite happy to pick that one up as well. The Gambit bans, again, not exactly a surprise. We'll see whether Loki gets put in here as well. That sometimes gets put a little later. Sometimes it's allowed through as well. I'm also noting that Jubilee hover by Dwarfen. We did see yesterday a fair amount of the Hood plus Cloak plus Jubilee kind of triple team up combo.
Yeah, we did see quite
called?
a bit of it. Yeah, Black Cat is going to get banned away. The Loki, I'm actually kind of surprised. I don't think either of these teams particularly lean towards any heavy Loki compositions. Not a lot of Adam to be played. So I'm a little surprised to see that Loki come through. I'm more intrigued to see what's going to be this protect. Okay, it's going to be a Loki one side.
Okay.
I actually do like that because that does mean that Menace, if they elect to ban out any, if they elect to ban out any strategists to try to deny those ultimates, that does still mean that Planet Sage has the ability to copy them from their opponent. So any strategist bans kind of come null and void as long as they're on the field for Menace.
Okay, so there's a Protect of the Invisible Woman. I think that's not unwise. I think Menace sometimes look a little bit more lackluster without it. In fact, we saw that ban go into, I want to say, Dawncore as well, and really take them apart a week or two ago, where they kind of ended up losing a game without kind of that real anchor in the strategist line to keep the healing up and just be as well-rounded a character as Invisible Woman is. There's the ban on the Adam on the other side, so double bans on that. Slight differences here or there with the Loki versus the likes of that Black Cat, but otherwise relatively matched bans.
Yeah, nothing too crazy across the board, honestly. I was expecting a little bit more focus on that dive, especially coming from Planet Sainage onto Menace. But that does mean that if they want to go pretty heavy on the dive, they're going to have the option to do so. But right now, it looks like Sanamoto is actually going to be putting down more of the off-tank rolls and those diving tanks. And it looks like they might be going for the pretty traditional Magneto, and Sinful is going to be picking up the Bucky instead. So they're going to try to make the double hit scan meta work, which is the meta right now. I'm not saying that's a bad idea, but we have very, very frequently seen them go for the hybrid and forego that double hit scan. So I'm intrigued to see.
Yeah, no, there with you. I think that could be something we're going to have to keep a very close eye on, because, again, if it goes wrong, they might need to flex out of it. And I'm also seeing, from that tank line, at least as it stood, we've got Group 1 side there for the side of Sainage, and they were debating an EMEA into it, because obviously the walls stack that beam so very fast. But instead, they're going to go towards that Hood, which has very much been the combo. We're going to have to wait a second, Hicks, of course. We're expecting Albion to give the speed boost and then to switch.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be to the Rocket. Okay, we've been seeing a lot more teams pick up a Rocket recently, at least in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we are firmly at the point in the season where the meta has developed well and truly past what we see at the very beginning. And mind you, midseason finals was a big decider on what the meta was going to look like early. But now we are 3-4 weeks on. That meta has certainly shifted, especially with the lack of Ignite. These teams are pulling out what's comfortable and what they are finding success with in their scrims, and it's looking more and more like the double hit scan is going to work. So that's a double for Planet Sainage. What a start.
Oh, that's nasty work. Again, they have lost INGAGE on that Magneto briefly, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. They're very much on the point already, and Bio gets pulled back towards the team there by that Invisible Woman, but is able to dash away very swiftly there with that Helix advance. It starts getting down some more shots. Quick switch in to Arts on the Strange, looking to come and join in with a portal and just say, right, we want to have this right here, right now, and burn that early addition to join that play. Art's over here. It's starting to put up that shield and throw out a few shots where they can. Sinful on the side, looking to see whether he can find that bionic hook. Can't quite yet. And of course, Oleg, as ever, finds an angle for his Daredevil, which can be very dangerous on this point in particular.
Yeah, and Planet Sainage are putting their foot down. That was a portal used super early. Okay. That is going to be a pretty darn big investment to try to hold Menace for as long as possible into the back line. The Menace are going to be able to try to push back out here. They're trying to take this right side from their perspective, just finding this off angle, trying to find an entry into the point. The INGAGE and the rest of the squad are trying to deny that space wherever possible.
Amplifier comes out, and that's going to give Menace the opportunity to step onto the point, building towards a few other key ults. Keep your eyes on Tricky, keep your eyes on Sinful. Not there yet, but they will get the contest, but not the full cap. Still got someone just hanging around there being a bit of a menace, and that's a little ironic because that's the team who are trying to contest. Still unable to get the full cap. Planet Sage still ticking up, 58, make that 59%. Sinful getting some shots down, but no real threat as yet. Look at Sage's ult charge. Well, they got 4. Make that 5 ults to work with. Now the Kraken impact is up and available. Can be pretty dangerous into the likes of the Loki. There's the Demon at the end. The Magneto Meteor M brings down Tricky, who wasn't tricky enough. Of course, Planet Sage down a couple of their own members. No Oleg, no Hood. Invisible boundary burn to make sure they can stay on the point a little longer. The big great sword comes out. Sinful into the backline. Look at the Kraken impact into the backline. But the healing's pretty strong right now. Doesn't really get the reset he's looking for. Gets bubbled by the Magneto. Pulls away a Menace. Pull the trigger and kind of just hit nothing.
Yeah, this notably still hasn't swapped, so Planet Sage are more than happy to let this neutral game last for as long as possible. We're about to hit that 99%, which is going to mean that all this neutral game is finally going to no longer favor them, just because now it's all about closing it out. That's a great way to start, though. Sanamoto falls, the Legacy as well. Art's going crazy into the back line, starting to clear out everyone who's on point.
Wonderfully managed, and again, you've got your 2 duelist ults still up and rolling for point 2 as we'll head towards Super Soldier Factory. Planet Sage very aggressive on that early contest. Burn the early portal to get their Vanguard line right back where they started. We'll get a replay there of Arts with a very nice strike. He's playing bowling, not Marvel Rivals by the looks of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As
Actually,
we take a look here, statistics after that last round, and
yeah,
it's a pretty one-sided affair right now. It does not help going into this next round, of course, that they're still sitting on 2 ultimates. Planet Sage only having lost 4 members across that one round. Oleg and Bio both coming in with their ultimates. I'm almost positive we're going to see them pop super early, because Planet Sage so far has been on the gas pedal from the get-go every single time we've seen them on domination. Their modus operandi is very much run at your opponents, take the fight, try to get a pick early, and then once you have the numbers advantage, don't let them breathe. So I would not be surprised if this devil gets let out rather quickly.
Sinful's got himself a Christmas skin. I hate to tell you, mate, but it is in fact August. But, you know, that's kind of half the point. Trying to contest the likes of Oleg's Daredevil, but that is a hefty mantle to try and take away. Good shots here from Tricky up on towards that high ground. Gets some shots down, but again with the Loki shrines up, not that much work done. But I say that, and Bio's actually been picked off. Fairly significant death, but there, of course, is Oleg, who's letting the devil out. Got himself bubbled into the backline. So much damage. Goodbye. Picks up one. There is a little bit of a revive, and of course that BRB means they are right back in action. Oleg still in the backline, proving to be very annoying, but manages to get up to that high ground and escape through those stairs. Bio back in play, getting some good shots down back towards his own side as well through that doorway, looking to dash up, trying to get that shot. Does get it. Nice monster pierce around as he throws in that ruthless pursuit to reload the shotgun. Out goes Saint-Amoto, is back on that Venom, but unfortunately I fear Bio might just have the antidote. Finds absolutely everyone. The Apex Predator is out, and suddenly the duelists spring to life.
Wow, Bio going absolutely crazy. Genuinely name me a better duo than Bio on Hell's Heaven. It seems like every single time they make an appearance on this map, Bio is getting a clip from the highlight reel, and a triple off the Glartrox is definitely going to be adding to it. But notably, that was a very long neutral fight. Menace just barely getting forced off with that ultimate means that Planet Sage have not had a lot of time to build up that percentage.
No, they haven't. Dwarf's got his own ult. Teddy's burned his invisible boundary, but of course the God of Mischief means you can just bring out another. Also, that Demon of the End available for INGAGE on the other side. Razak will have the invisible boundary of their own. Going to use that to start contesting. Tricky, not quite there at the Apex Predator. And INGAGE turns around and says, right, let me get this Demon of the End down, start giving my team some bonus health and damage. Pretty significant. Is finally brought out of that, and the Demon of the End is, well, ended, I suppose. Bio starts hopping around, got some cellular corrosion on, but trapped briefly is that Venom. Again, not having that much fun into this L Elsa, who's been tracking him well. The anti-dive is strong on Elsa if you manage it well. Devil's let out by Sinful, but again, the Daredevil perhaps is not finding himself all that potent here right now. Feast of the Abyss comes on down from Satamoto's kind of trapped in this backside, trying to keep some of these clones at bay from Planet Sainage. Also got themselves Tricky, who's kind of caught in a corner and doesn't find that particularly fun place to be. Sainage 2-man advantage.
We were talking about how if we wanted to see a win come out from Menace, we would really need to see a lot from the tangent of Sinful and Satamoto. And unfortunately, I don't think this dive is working, at least not as we've seen it so far. Right now, Oleg is kind of running roughshod over everyone on Menace and is putting a little bit of gap between them and their opponents. As we see them, we try to see them jump in, find some pressure, and immediately the Loki runes come through, and all that damage is just denied. Everyone's turning to look for him. Sinful's down. It just seems like Planet Sainage has the read, and it's going to end up costing Menace the entire map, as that is going to be domination taken 2-0 in pretty dominant fashion, I might add.
Yeah, again, I think obviously we were doing a lot of praise there in that second point for the duelists, but point one, it was the Vanguards who just sat there and did really, really consistent damage at INGAGE on that hood, getting the MVP, and I think that's deserved. Playing at the off-tank, getting themselves some serious DPS numbers. It'll be Bio, of course, with this little play that was very deserving of a little MVP sequence. And when the duelists are kind of popping off on point two and the Vanguards are popping off on point one, you just can't ask for too much more from Sainage. They came in aggressive. They're always aggressive. Sometimes they're over-aggressive even. But you can see the mantra. You can see the game plan from this squad, and it is get in the enemy's faces, be aggressive all times.
Yeah, it very much is. And one thing I will say is I actually like the look of Planet Sainage a lot more today than I have in the past. And it's very specifically because of INGAGE. And I know I mentioned it very towards the end. We had to jump into the game, so I didn't really get to talk about it much. There have been so many games in recent weeks where I look at INGAGE on the hood and doing absolutely incredible. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, he didn't do good. He's getting MVP after MVP, it seems like, in every series. But there's been a lot of times where I'm looking at him going, you're too far forward. You're too far forward. You're going to get punished. And sure, you might not get punished like by Malediction or, Triple T, but when you're going up against INGAGE, which is that matchup we're waiting to see get played out, that is something that is going to get punished by a team like INGAGE. And I've been looking for them to maybe not reel back INGAGE, but give him a little bit more support so that if he does go forward, I don't have that moment where I'm like holding my desk going, he's going to be found out. He's going to be found out. He's going to be found out. And this match, I didn't really see that. He was playing aggressive, especially on that first point. Like you said, doing absolutely incredible work, denying as much space as possible, dropping that demon at the end in amazing positions. But there was never a point where I sat there and went, you're overextending right now. You're going to get punished. It was just, you are playing dominant and you are playing like you know you are going to win this fight. And it's because they were winning this fight. And I think that's a massive small improvement.
Yeah, exactly. And we said similar things about Oleg in week one, where he was getting loads of kills, loads of final hits, but was dying quite a lot doing it, which is sometimes a melee duelist preoccupation. You go in and it's often a one-way trip. You take two with you, but it's a one-way trip, and that's sometimes just fine. But actually, it's about the efficiency. It's about not giving up resources, not being too far forward. And some of that is synergy. Sometimes that's just knowing exactly how far you can go. Some of that is comms and knowing what your team can do for you when and where. And again, especially for a team that does want to play very aggressively, that's great. It's just knowing exactly how far you can push that line before it edges over into over-aggression. And that learning curve has been a little bit steep for Sainage. And again, they've been winning a lot, but it's not always been clean. And the fact that it is getting cleaner is great news for them. And probably just an eyebrow raise for INGAGE, saying, oh, maybe we do have a new rival approaching.
Yeah, absolutely. But with that being said, I believe game number 2 initialized is ready for us. I'm intrigued to see what Menace have to bring out, because I don't know. I wasn't the biggest fan of the pick and ban phase in game number 1. I don't think any of it was bad, but I definitely would have liked to see a little bit more focus coming out from
It wasn't
Menace,
that creative, I grant you.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more focus on getting rid of some of Planet Sainage's big pieces. Obviously, we're not going to see that in like the first 3. I doubt that's going to be the case. I would not be surprised if we see a Loki ban come through. in that third ban slot and a Gambit come out in the fourth for Menace. So like that small adaptation, get rid of the Loki. But besides that, I would like to see a little bit more focus, especially try to get Oleg off of one of their primary dives. I think that would be a big hit to them.
Welcome also to Thebes, by the way. This isn't Museum. Nice to see something a little different out there. This should be a fun one to track, I believe. Is this the newest map added? I'm trying to exactly remember when this one got added to the rotation. I'm
right
excited.
Before MSF.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
This will be my first time casting map. I still am getting my head around this map, so I'm still not entirely sure what I'm expected in terms of if there's any particular heroes that are specifically good or bad on this map.
This map is a little bit more open, in my opinion. I don't think it's quite as triple coded as like a Midtown or a Museum because the pathways are not as condensed. We are getting a Gambit one side. Okay. They
That's
go
bold.
for the Invisible Woman on the that third ban for Menace. So that is going to be a big adjustment. And then that's going to be an Elsa one side. Elsa is very good on this map. I know, a big shocker. Elsa good in Marvel Rivals. White toast take right there. But she is incredibly good on this map in particular. Hit scan. It's not a very narrow map, but it is a very wide map. There is a lot of long sight angles. So Elsa and Black Widow do kind of reign supreme to the point where I would not even be surprised. I know Oleg loves to play that dive. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw double hit scan here because I feel like this is probably one of the best double hit scan maps in the entire game.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Bio was debating going towards the Hela, which again, if you're looking for really long-range hit scan, Hela will do that for you. Kind of hilariously taking on the role that, and I say this lightly, and it's not a direct analog, it's not a direct copy, but obviously Black Widow pre-rework was very much you play mid-range or you play way back with the ADS. Hela at this point is probably the longest range hit scan in the game by a fairly significant margin. So if you're looking for someone to play effectively sniper / AWP, depending on your preference / your code of naming, then that's something you can do. And obviously with the Elsa one side, we might see that flex over. As it stands, that is triple Vanguard, triple support, the Adam and the Ultron being considered. Oleg was mentioning this as a potential combo they were still working on a little bit here for Sainage.
Yeah, I do like the response, though. We have Razak on this Jubilee for the side of Menace. And again, Jubilee, not seen as one of the best healers in the game, but definitely one of the better strategists, as she is insanely good at controlling space. Her bubbles, being able to completely zone off and double punish your opponents can be super valuable. And a map like this, where there's a lot of high ground for your opponents to back away from, that does in turn, I mean, look at this. Everyone is being forced back the moment the bubble gets taken away.
Yeah.
And notably, there's a lot of space for them to back away too, which means that it's not as big of a threat in terms of kills, but it does mean that it forces them into the side angles to allow that cart to go forward.
Yeah, I wonder whether Jubilee might have been a better pick on something like the Museum, where you've got really condensed corridors. There's very little room to get out of those bubbles.
Amazing.
But again, still finding some good value there. Unfortunately, Sinful there, a little too far forwards on the Wolverine. Just get taken down, and that might give Sainage a little bit of an option to get on top of the cart, and indeed it does. They've got a cap on the cart. Menace caught around this corner. Not the most fun to find their way through. Bio up on this high ground, throwing out that sword. Sinful onto the Storm briefly, giving everyone a bit of a speed up and a damage amp. Can be pretty dangerous. Keep your eyes on Oleg, though. The Wrath of Ultron up and available. Alvium onto the Jeff, by the way. Try and give a bit of healing from over there. Might switch back out onto something a little different when he's out of that spawn room. But for now, it's sticking on the little land shark that could. Here we go.
I think it's because Sinful is on the Storm, but they're definitely not going to get the value from it right now. We do get that Jubilee ultimate just in an attempt to live through the Rage of Ultron. The one member did fall, Sinful.
Oh,
but I think they're going to be able to at least exist. Never mind. INGAGE finds 2. Bio with 3, 4.
Oh.
That's a full clear as the Vanguards just rip Menace apart.
That is disgusting stuff. You burn the Jubilee ult, you try to get out there with a firework finale, and yeah, it's a finale for your own bloody funeral. They're taken out there in the extended play, and Planet Sainage now, they've basically, you're not getting round this corner. What have you got for us, Menace? Because it needs to be better than this. Saint Tomoto has switched back onto the Venom, as they are wont to do. Sinful still on the Storm. Alvium off the Jeff. onto the Adam, looking to provide a little bit of extra poke. And of course, that Karmic Revival at some point in the near future. 60% of the way towards that one got chunked out low, but not down. Legacy, also with a Meteor M yet to burn it. The problem is you look at Sadeage's ult pool. They are armed and dangerous with absolutely everyone but Oleg, who has just fallen. That could be problematic. Meteor M comes on down. The Kraken impacts there as well. And Sadeage get taken off the map. The problem is, of course, they've got a lot of ults to work with once they respawn. Retake on the cart, sure, but at what cost?
Okay, Kraken's impact is going to come to an end. Planet Sainage have practically the full volley of ultimates. Menace need to find a way to live through, or this could be devastating, as we are going to see a bit of a replay of this Kraken's impact. And yeah, it's just devastating. Rips them fully apart. It's a triple off the back, as now we see the pushback, and Hex immediately finding Arts. This is massive. This is exactly what they needed, especially as now they're going to drop the Omega Hurricane.
Beautiful outcomes, that Omega Hurricane, just to zone enough people up. But there's Teddy with that Karmic Revival. Does get people back, but loses his life for it. That's unfortunate. We'll have the Cocoon, but look who's ready and waiting. Gets a bit spicy. Menace have lost a couple of their own, but they've got a Karmic Revival to work with as well. Karma works in mysterious ways, and clearly she's interested in seeing this fight continue. Bio goes up into the sky. The Meteor M is rolling, charging, thrown. Little value to be found there with that one. Bubbles themselves, Storm from Sinful, docking down into that little crevasse. Doesn't necessarily find that, but he angles and dropped out of the sky. KO. Air support down. Menace down a member, but they've got themselves the amplifier from Razak on that rocket. Saint left low, iced up by Dwarf's Luna. Here comes the Rage of Ultron to continue the firepower. The robots in the sky looking to show that AI ain't just chat GPT. It comes with a few more teeth. The damage pretty good at this point. The fate of both worlds from Dwarf allows him to step forward. Cap on the point would be lovely. Overtime hit. Menace cannot afford to C9 here. Oleg, Bio, down for the count. We'll see the Twitch onto the Doctor Strange to try and get here anytime now, as Planet Sainage have got the cap. Can Oleg get the portal here in time? He's going to try for it. No interrupt to be found, and should just about make it. That's going to make things spicy. Here comes Hex with that Kraken impact. Gets taken down, though. The Kraken is quickly turned into sushi. Freeze on the Adam as well. A Menace just at the doorstep of the first checkpoint are being routed by Planet Sainage.
Here comes the full push out. It is just the Magneto existing on
This
point,
is so
trying to stay as long as possible. Hex on the Doctor Strange. The Wolverine comes through, just trying to pull members of Sainage off the cart, trying to push this cart over the line. Just mere
They've got a
meters
Karmic Revival.
from the end. They're finding picks. It's 1-for-1. They're trying to find something sinful. The Karmic comes out, and that's a refresh for everyone on Sainage.
Oh no! The Psionic Seduction is there as well. There's a clobbering time. All of the ults come up just when they need it. They've got an eternal bond, but I just don't think anyone is there to support the Cloak and Dagger. The respawns are here, and the overtime time's out. Menace come away with 0 points from their first shove.
Held at the one line. Almost could not have gone farther without getting a point, as that is going to be a massive hold for Planet Sainage, and now it is their turn on the attack and initialize. Remember when I said, man, Jubilee is really good on this and this map and just on convoys in general? Dwarf on Jubilee is the reason I believe that. Planet Sainage have been using Jubilee on Convoy the entirety of this league, and every single time I watch them play this composition, I become a believer just a little bit more and more and more. I joked about being a part of the Cult of Mantis during qualification week. I am slowly becoming a member of the Cult of Jubilee. I am really worried for Menace here. They have struggled now on the attack side. We need to see a clinical defensive hold. They're going to bring out the triple in order to do so. I do like, never mind. A last minute swap. They're going to try to ingest just a little bit more damage into the composition with Hex going on. No, never mind. I was going to say they're just going to have Hex as their lone duelist. No, they're going to put down the triple and pick up the 2-2-2. They're going to keep it traditional with Sinful on the Black Cat and Hex on the Black Widow.
That will be the plan for now at the very least. And again, looking on this side, Bio's onto the The Bucky, Oleg onto the Storm for the speed up. They have kept Dwarf here on the Jeff, looking for that potential Sharknado angle. Hex on this off angle. Good shot. That'll bring down the Storm. Gets taken out the sky really fast. That'll do as the flak batteries from on high. Sinful there on the Black Cat, though, returns the favor. Nice job there to bring down another member. And Planet Sainage on this initial shove find themselves swiftly down a couple key members.
That's quite literally perfect. I don't think Menace could have had a better start to the game, immediately finding two off the backs of Hex, of Sinful, playing their characters to perfection. Black Widow on the off angle, Sinful diving in. We got a replay. Yeah, just an execution there from Hex. It is so clean. But that is going to put Sainage on the back foot and give Menace a little bit more room to breathe, as there is a pick found of both teams traded 1-for-1 until Sinful is able to find Dwarf as well, who has swapped back to the Jubilee.
Sinful now stepping onto the Magneto, does get that kill, and again is a big enjoyer of this Black Cat. Oleg, of course, also switched onto that, looking to find something, looking to nab a little bit more fortune, and does so. Again, that Cat's Cradle, that ability to dodge in, dodge out, get those iframes, very difficult to manage. A little bit of a frustration point for players. There's that Helm of Hades, goes invisible and dives to the backside. Cradle in, pulls back out again, should be just about okay. Planet Sainage, though, down there. Luna, Dwarf, changed roles again off of that Jubilee. INGAGE still on that hood, looking to get the shove in, but a retake just about denied right now from the side of that. It's Oleg in that backside onto the Black Cat of their own, just find decent bit of damage, goes to that Tablet of Destiny to try and find a bit more fortune. Sinful doing the same there, climbs up the wall, gets the Helm of Hades and goes invisible again. Goes the bubble, but it's a bubble target. Helm of Hades again, that invis just to keep rolling in and out, drop out of vision and be as obnoxious as they can. Hex on this Black Widow dives in and out, getting some decent shots down, has got that ability to pull up the Red Room rifle at some point in the near future, but hasn't decided the Assassin's focus is required as yet. Sinful looking for a bit more. Hex is taken out, that's potentially significant, but of course Bio and Dwarf also out for the count. A few ults being built up here for Planet Saints, which I think might be required because Menace are doing a pretty good job of the hold. Oleg, though, being a bit of a menace here on their own right on this Black Cat.
Yes, we see this Black Cat play from both sides. Sinful and Oleg are just putting on a masterclass. It's making either team struggle heavily because both teams' main priorities are the divers in their back line. So this cart hasn't even moved forward all that often because both teams are having to constantly look behind them. But now Planet Sainage is finally looking for an opportunity, and they are gonna try to land some ultimates, and right now Menace are gonna come up on top, finding two before Teddy's able to find one in response, possibly just a consolation kill.
Just managed to come back out there, got a little bit spicy, but now drops to the backside on top of those traps, gets that KO, important one. They'll turn this around, and Sinful throws down the calling card. Razak there with the fate of both worlds. Got to try and get that recap, and it has been secured there for Planet Sainage. Raging Roll flush comes out from Teddy. Bio got that Kraken impact at some point soon as well, looking to power something up. Goes diving in with the Trooper's punch and finds it. Shooting up for a few more shots as the Venom is forced to back away. 80 meters until victory will be theirs. Portal plate required from Menace. They don't have a lot of ults to work with, and Bio and Dwarf have theirs.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of a missed jump there coming out from Sinful. Could have gotten a little bit sketchy as they are going to try to break their way through, but that is going to be a very hard force to try to push through, especially with this mini Invisible Woman ultimate being used. Planet Sainage trying to keep everyone alive and in this as Menace try to hold the line. They are pushing everyone off the cart, trying to do what they can. It's a 1-for-1, but NK continues to be dominant as Legacy's able to fight a second. This could be massive as overtime is ticking away. The cart's getting pushed back.
Sinful goes down to that realm and gets zoned off, and it is done. It's done. 0-0. Menace just about hold it. 104.07 meters, loses out to just over 106.
I passed it over to you guys. I thought that fight was gonna keep going. I was not expecting it to tick away like that. They just weren't on the point. Planet Sainage fall after holding Menace to less than a point. They can't even get to where they held Menace. And with that, we go to 3. I mean, we talk about Triple T being a team that goes to 3 all the time. Planet Sainage has played just as many maps as Triple T, and it's because of reasons like this. They have the habit of winning them, but man, that gives another point to Menace where even if they are do not end up winning this, they're going to be more than happy with where they're currently at in the standings to get that extra point. But now they've also given a massive piece of motivation over to Menace and shown them that they can be beaten.
Yeah, they can. And again, that is a pretty scary state of affairs to be at. Because again, we are looking at a position where actually that was pretty winnable there for Planet Senage. But again, they are a scrappy team. And I mean that largely in a positive way. They get stuck in, they find a lot of kills, they keep people guessing. That aggression gets them rolling forwards really, really well. But the other side of that is when they overstep and they do get punished, there are unforced errors that come in with the style of play. And moments like that is quite frustrating. Also, not to put too fine a point on it, it might just be Thebes as well. We don't know this map that well.
Yeah.
It might be another one of those museum-type maps, but it's just going to take a hot minute for people to figure out how to be consistent on offense, because if you get it wrong, you can end up stalled out very aggressive on that first point, and we could be in for a number of short matchups on Thebes if we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Thebes is one of those maps that we are still actively learning how the meta is developing on it. I mean, I even talked about how this is one of the best, double hit scan maps in the game, and then both teams elected not to run the double hit scan. It is still actively developing. Teams are still trying to figure it out. I do have a stinking suspicion you are 100% correct, though. There's a couple of people who are very strongly against Thebes right now, which, to be fair, is the exact same for Museum. But I feel like once teams really get a grasp on how this map is going to be played, what the go-to meta is, if it's going to be a triple strat, triple Vanguard line, what is going to be the combination of the strats and the Vanguards that are needed. And once we start seeing some of the top teams figure that out, I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to see a lot more of it. Like right now, obviously, a lot of things are up in the air, mainly because Ignite is not currently happening. I know a lot of teams get a lot of their information on how Ignite teams handle some of these maps. And the fact that we have a little bit of a break between stage 2 or before stage 2 means that a lot of these teams are developing them as they're playing them, but there's no pinnacle. There's not like a TLC running a specific comp where they just go, okay, that is going to be what the meta is, at least until someone is able to beat TLC, one of the best teams in the game, on that map. So until we see stage 2 roll around, I think we're going to see still a lot of chopping and changing on Thebes. But once we see that get nailed down, I think we're going to see a lot of it.
Yeah, and again, it's much like things like Museum. We do see pretty consistently teams now make it to point 3 in a way that it used to be. You got stuck at point 1. You got stuck at the end of point 2. Those kind of real choke point drills you just have to do. Those real kill zone drills you just have to do to figure out how do you play this section of the map out, with what composition, how do you flex back in, how do you grind your way through some really difficult choke points. It just takes a bit of time sometimes, guys. It takes a bit of coaching, and that can be something to keep our eyes on. But by the sounds of it from production there, we are ready for our third and deciding map.
Absolutely. And now, again, pick band number 2 definitely did a lot more for both these teams than the first map. So I'm excited to see what we see on number 3. Both teams really developing something strong here. Obviously, we saw that Gambit 1 side come out from Planet Saneage. It was traded for that Elsa on the side of Menace. I'm intrigued to see if we see something similar get played out. They want to bring that here, as we are going the symbiotic surface. Not a convergence map we typically see initialize.
No, it's not. I mean, I like Clintar in general, but this first point is really interesting. It used to be a little bit more common when things like the Hela, things like Gene were really popular, because you could really play with the range of your hit scan down some of those very long corridors, and it gets pretty potent there. And again, a lot of different terrains in this map. Obviously, the internal section, very corridor, very tight, not that much height to play with necessarily because of the walls and stuff in the way. But once you get outside into that third point, suddenly there's a lot more open space to work with. And so it's one of those maps, I think, where people sometimes have to flex their compositions as they do get to that third point in particular. See exactly what the setup is here. It's another one of those maps where you absolutely can bunker if you so choose. Lots of portal plays to work with as well.
Okay. Yeah, and it looks like we are going to get a similar pick ban to game number 2, as it is going to be that Invisible Woman as the third ban from Menace. That is going to be the Gambit 1 side available to Planet Saints if they want it. We're seeing a little bit of hesitation, but yeah, no, it's just going to end up being the Gambit in that protect slot. So one side for Sainage. I'd imagine it's going to be very similar. Yep, Elsa into an Elsa one side for Menace as well. No, never mind.
Okay.
They change it
I
up.
mean,
It's
it
a
is Clinton.
Venom.
Hometown buffs.
Yeah, hometown hero, you could even say, as that does make it possible for Sainage to get rid of the Elsa if they would like, though obviously Hex was playing a lot of the Black Widow and actually not really playing much of the Elsa in general. And yeah, they are going to say, yeah, sure, you can have the Elsa one side. You're not even playing it when you have it. We're going to get rid of Sinful's Black Cat. And I think that is a much better selection in terms of bans. Obviously, Sinful's going to have that Daredevil. But if I were to look at Sinful and Oleg, I would say Oleg is definitely the better Daredevil and Sinful is definitely the better Black Cat. So Planet Sainage is going to get the better of this duel, in my opinion.
I'm there with you. I think even if Oleg had said, like, I think they're probably like Oleg is by far the better Daredevil. I think the Black Cat is a much more contested point, but Sinful is so confident on the Black Cat, he pulls it out regardless. That sometimes it's also just a matter of saying, look, actually, Sinful, for what it's worth, if we take you off this, your next best hero isn't anywhere near as kind of like sparkling to watch. And I say that with Jubilee, that sometimes get pulled in the game. But that's kind of the point. And I think on a map like this as well, there's a lot of nooks and crannies. There's a lot of places you can go jumping around as a dive hero. It can get really annoying.
Absolutely. As we do see a look at what these teams are wanting to play, obviously doors have not opened up yet, so, or excuse me, or at least not for the attacking side, but defensively, doors have opened, so we are going to get a a 2-1-3. It took me a second there.
Okay.
With Bio being that lone duelist, picking up the Black Widow, obviously not having access to the Elsa is going to be their next best option. Meanwhile, Menace come out with their pretty traditional Hex still on the Black Widow, Sinful now on to the Daredevil. Besides that, it's a 2-2-2, exactly as you would expect for this composition in this team.
At least you have got Saint back on that Venom. They're so comfortable on, can dive in with Sinful as well and try and find some backline disruption and mess with people. Of course, the Venom and the Daredevil, not the most fun into flyers, it must be said, and Art has switched onto the Thing to try and deal with things like the Venom and the Daredevil a little bit more freely. Honestly, the Rocket as well. If you ever get caught by that ground slam, it's a really bad time.
Oh, absolutely. As Planet Sage doing a pretty darn good job holding the line here. They're playing in these back hallways, which typically does make for prime targets for players like Sinful on the Daredevil, but right now they're doing a pretty good job at living through. It's mainly because everyone's so close to each other that there is just so much healing to go around, but there are picks being found across the board from both sides, but Menace haven't been able to fully even start contesting on point yet.
That was a huge pick-off there. Sinful comes from around the corner and tames up with Hex's Black Widow to help bring down Oleg. And actually, there's a good shot then onto the Thing to bring them down as well from Hex. Makes things a very tricky scenario, as that should give Menace enough time to get onto this point and start capping it. Portal back.
Okay, they're gonna try, and it's at least being delayed a little bit, or was, as INGAGE was still
scouting. Yeah,
this is a lot of time wasted on the portal. It's gonna get them to 2 ticks entirely before they're finally able to roll out, and also directly up against this box. I mean, it's gonna give them a little bit of cover, but it's gonna make them very condensed when they get out. But they're able to find the first pick, which is massive.
Here we go. Hex into the backside, goes to pull out the Red Room rifle, gets shot down! That's unfortunate. Burn of the ult to get nothing for it, really. And Menace find themselves down. Multiple members. They have lost Wolf, have lost Teddy there. The strat's down from Sainage, so maybe enough damage done. Again, no portal back from their own. Hex has switched onto the Strange to come back of their own. Sinful stepping on in, gets himself a bubble from that Magneto, gets Earthbound briefly there by Arts on that Thing. Doesn't get a chance to use the clobbering time. Portal 2, Electric Boogaloo. And Menace find their way and recap that point and get that cart rolling.
Alrighty here. Point number 1 secured is massive for Menace. That is one of those infamous points that could be a death sentence, but Planet Sainage are going to be coming back with that ultimate advantage. They have 5, technically 4 now, with the Adam Warlock being removed and sent back to the spawn room, but very quick roll around, especially as they are going to pop that cocoon. That's a very early cocoon for Planet Sainage. I'm expecting they're just not planning on losing another fight in the next minute or so until that cocoon is back up and available to them. But
they've got
gonna have to wait and see. They're gonna be able to throw everything. Okay.
That's a kill on Dwarf and
Yeah,
Teddy
he's gonna
both
get
down.
the
The
one
strats are down again. And there's another pickup. They lose their thing. And honestly, Soren, I'm getting a little nervous. Planet Sainage's backline, particularly Dwarf and Teddy, are being taken out pretty easily here. Not sure what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, they were expecting to win that fight, and instead they get literally nothing for it. I think Teddy goes to pop the ultimate, but it gets interrupted, so now down to that 50% threshold. So that is going to be another ult that they have to wait on. Yeah, that's... Oh, excuse me. They had to swap the Gambit. That's why it's done. But Menace, despite having a disadvantage in terms of ults, live through, find value, and still have 2 ults to play for.
Here we go.
This Fate of Both Worlds, which is used as an intro.
It's going to use on both sides, and that's going to be Menace trying to get value from Sinful's, let the Devil out. The damage is pretty strong, but Dwarf, I think, has timed that well enough to survive through. That said, though, Arts has fallen. Teddy left low, trying to build back towards it. Bio throws down the ADS and dies immediately. The Assassin's focus is shattered. Dwarf down as well, and Planet Sainage are getting pushed around here. Oleg's got his own let the Devil out at some point soon, but Menace makes swift work of them, and this should be point 2.
Yeah, that is just going to be point number 2. I mean, Planet Sainage have been looking so strong. They are our number 2 seed, at least for the time being. We have talked about how really it feels like the only team that really should give them a real pause is ENGAGE. But right now, specifically on this map, the best words I could use to describe them right now is a little toothless. They are not winning these fights. They're not even putting up much of a fight in these fights. As we see them try to find angles to dive in, they need to find something. INGAGE is going to at least find the first.
That's a fairly decent pickup there from Oleg to get at least 1, and that'll find 2, in fact, as Oleg gets rolling forwards for a triple. Good use of the ult there and forces Menace off. Oleg should be able to help his squad now re-secure that point. Menace, just as we were praising them there, end up in a tricky spot. We'll get that replay as it is just into that backline. The Devils let out so well. One strike into another and pairing that up well with INGAGE diving in, and it's got a bit difficult there for Menace to hold the line.
Yeah, very, very much amplified by the fact that they also had the bubble as INGAGE played up super aggressively with them. The let the Devil out with that amount of protection makes it very difficult to be dealt with, as the Red Room Rifle is going to be invested. Is Hex going to be able to find the value? Arts finds one, and no, Hex will not. And now suddenly it's going to be Menace on the back foot, as Planet Sainage might have struggled through point number 2, but they clearly have found their footing once more.
Yeah, they have. Teddy's now got the Rage and Roll flush up and available as well. Teddy dies, though. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure who got that one. Looks like it was Hex with some really good shots on that Black Widow. Of course, Bio got themselves their own Assassin's focus to work with at some point. Both uses of the ult now from both sides have been a little mediocre over the last couple of minutes. Some immediate deaths from Bio into hitting no real shots from Hex that last time is a bit problematic. And down this angle, we'll back away as Saint goes in, just gets that shot. Albion throws down the Amplify, but it might be a little too late. Legacy with a Meteor M does bring down his opposite number. Magneto, ironically, brought down by the giant ball of iron. Arts also falling on the thing. No front line to work with. That means Dwarf falls, and that means Menace in general could convert that into a take on the cart. The cascading effects feel pretty good for Menace there in terms of the outcome.
They're able to push this cart just a little bit more. Planet Sainage is once again going to have the ult advantage, and Hex trying to fight this off angle is actually going to spot out their counter. Black Widow and Senamoto is able to find the first. Gambit's going to drop the ultimate, trying to push their team forward. It's going to do a lot, but Menace surviving through for the time being.
There's the turn on as Bio pulls out the Assassin's focus, the Red Room Rifle up and available. Some shots come on down. Simple is dead. Razak is dead. Menace playing with that man disadvantage, rather. Make that an additional couple falling. That's problematic. They're a long way from spawn at this point as well. 40 seconds on the clock. They need to get over here, and you can see exactly why Planet Sainage are taking the opportunity to press and press hard. Keep them caught in that hallway. Make them work for the ground they have to recover. 30 seconds on the clock.
Menace having to find a means to get back to this point. No ultimates on hand. Hex, the only one who's particularly close as well. Just about to have the Red Room Rifle, but with just 15 seconds, the Devil being let out onto the back line is going to be a very big problem. Rocket having to look away, not being able to heal their front line means that 2 fall. The Rocket PRV is going to bring back Razak, but at the end of the day, the entirety of Menace was dealt with a really good combination is finally going to put an end to that push from Menace. They get 2.5 of 0.3. Planet Sainage, they're going to be feeling good that they held them at 3, but, I mean, initialize. Menace have done a very good job getting all the way to that 3rd point.
Yeah, they have. And again, this will be a big test for them coming into this next map as well, or this next half of the map, rather. Because again, poor hold on point 2 in particular, a little bit messy on point 1. Point 3, again, it's a very different map there. You see exactly what happened, and they kind of did manage to recover well. But again, no room for messing up, particularly on this first point. We know how these particular maps can play, where you got to get that initial cap, and it can be really, really hard work. We see the flex up from Menace trying to get a few different bits in, but as it stands, I think they might be sticking with the same comp, so I think I might have just lied to you. I looked down expecting some changes, and I've not really seen them.
No, it looks like everyone's pretty much remaining the same. I do think, yeah, Dwarf is going to make that swap over to Jubilee, so a little bit more of an attacking side. Never mind, I made a liar.
Some fun
no, there's
that's
no
what
way
it
we
is
get
for now.
both. Are we going
I mean, are we going to throw
Are we
Wolverine
going to get Pain
early?
Brothers plus the Wolverine?
No, really?
Okay.
This is wild. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, like we
Fastball
know
special.
definitely Wolverine. Yeah,
I
I'm
switched off.
intrigued to
Okay,
see, yeah,
boo.
NK is just gonna use it to get the Wolverine forward, which I think is a smart move. I don't think the Hulk is the player right now.
Saints off on this flank angle here, looking to potentially dive on in as Oleg. Here at this backline does find their way towards the backside. Is on a really weird. He's going to turn to Peter Pan is what he's going to do there. He can fly. He can fly. He can fly.
This has to be a visual bug.
Well, surely.
Okay, it's finally. He's got his legs out from under him now. He's good. He's good. He's good.
One of Wolverine's lesser-known superpowers: the power of limited flight.
Oh Lord. Okay, we
It's
did
the new
see
Storm
Oleg
team
get
up.
spotted there. Oh, that would be so.
Do you not know, guys? Yeah.
Oh God. But no, that is going to be Oleg spotted out, so they at least know that the Wolverine's in play. That's going to take a lot of the teeth out of the Wolverine as well, because notably, the only real target is the Venom if you want to steal away a Vanguard, because Magneto's a fine target, but the bubbles make him a little bit difficult to get proper timing for. As both teams are just brawling in the side rooms, it's going to be 1-for-1 right now, though the BRB is going to be successful in bringing Sinful back.
There's a nice attempt there onto the Magneto. Gets stunned up briefly, bubbles himself to get some value with Sinful, also proving to be a little annoying here on the Daredevil. And Oleg's down, as is Teddy. Got that rage and roll flush to work with, but I think in general Teddy struggled to get a lot of value on this Gambit, one-sided though it might be. I've not seen a lot of high-power ults at all. Sinful gets a step on forwards, finds another couple, and now I think we're going to go right back to the drawing board and saying it. Only a couple minutes left on the clock, half the time are already gone.
Yeah, I mean, Menace doing a really good job at just wasting away time, finding value. At least if they lose a member, they find a trade to make it a 5v5 or a 4v4. And right now, it really does feel like the modus operandi to win this game is just waste the time of Planet Sainage. Force them to take these long, drawn-out fights. Force them to look back at the Venom. Force them to try to push through the Magneto. Take away their means of entry in these side angles. And just waste as much time as possible.
Rage and roll flush alongside that Red Room rifle getting pulled out of the arsenal from the Black Widow. The assassin's focus looking to get some damage, forces the retreat. Repelled by Hex, who looks for a shot, does get a couple good shots. Razak gets one, Hex gets another. Some strategists down on Planet Sainage pull the Rage and roll flush, and Menace just pull back. They are down a strategist of their own. Hang on, lost Sinful as well, as Hex manages to find their way out, but has to run away as Oleg is chasing down that Black Widow. Get back over here. I know exactly where you are. You can only dive so far. And a Billy Club to the back of the head shows exactly who's more dangerous with those clubs. Portal in. Here we go.
Okay, Portal. It's notably from Planet Sainage, who already are getting control of Boy, but that is a huge slam coming out from NK. Razak having to be brought back with the BRB. Let the devil out is going to be successful as the trio of ultimates dropped by Menace are going to be used to force Planet Sainage off the point back to their spawn. Portal already having been used. There's still 40 seconds left to work with, though.
They've been so aggressive with these portals. It worked on the domination point at Hell's Heaven. It's been less successful here on the convoy and convergence. Bio now looking to get some shots down this long alleyway. The corridor pretty strong. Look out for Saint Amoto off on that flank again to the right. But Bio stepping up here through these side rooms. Again, not quite those back rooms, perhaps. There's still some good damage in there. Is Sinful proving to be annoying. But Oleg in the backside with the Let the Devil out. Gets himself an important pickup. Does find some value as Legacy down for the count. Both Magnetos down. Oleg still dancing around, looking to threaten some backline there. Climbs up, gets on top of both strategists, but they start patty caking there and making a playground affair. Overtime triggered, but Sainage on the point, getting the caps, all the while Oleg continuing to keep those strategists accountable. Gets the KOs, important ones at that. That means that Menace will gotta have the cadets and cadets fast. They don't have a port of their own, I don't think, at this point, but still, they're touching it. That is the point secured, and Sainage will live to push another day.
Well, overtime ticks means that we have just 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Legacy gonna get heavily staggered out there. That is going to be a bit of a hit to Menace. Planet Sainage really being tested here as they have to use up every ounce of their 4 minutes in point number 1 just to secure a chance at point number 2. And now Menace are going to roll back out. Notably, no ultimates for them to work with. Planet Sainage having 3 means that they should have the advantage in these early fights. And that's seemingly how it's being played out. As right now, Menace is playing very carefully, trying to draw out an ultimate without falling to it.
Yeah, that fills the way. There's the Raging Royal flush, and that makes things a bit spicier again as Sainage try to step their way forward. A lot of ults to work with. There comes the ADS, though, from Hex. Ooh. Assassin's Focus gets the double, and it's being used so well to punish the aggressive Gambit ults. Every time we hear the Raging Royal flush, Hex goes, right, my time to ult, as everyone comes sprinting down the corridors into the waiting sights of Hex. Still, the fight continues all the while.
Notably, there was no one sitting on the point there. So even though they get that big win, Planet Sainage is able to sit on the cart and get it moving even farther. Huge. They're finally going to be deterred away, but notably, they get it to like 3/4 of the way through point number 2.
Menace gonna let the devil out at the very least. Teddy Tedster in a spot of bother, but doesn't fall down. Menace, in fact, lose their strategist. That's a problematic moment. It's Sinful. Tried to make the aggressive move, and he dies as well. 3 down for the count. Sainage continuing to shove. 40 seconds to work with, and they've got a lot of men advantage. Tedster there with some cards flying around in Bio, trying to bring down a flying Venom, and does so successfully. Vanguard's dead. It will be the portal play back in. Menace looking for the quick reset, the quick play. To the top of the crate they go, Soren.
They have to go through in 3 meters.
Ooh,
they hold the line with a recontest. Everything and the kitchen sink being tossed. And that's going to be Legacy with the Meteor M. The Arts finds a pick. The BRB is going to bring Oleg back, but is it going to be too late? As the fate of both worlds turns the battlefield into a dance floor. But it's not going to matter as Bio finds a triple. And that is going to be a wipe of Menace. The dance floor is covered in blood. Planet Sainage take point number 2.
Oh, someone find Menace a watch. You know what time it is. It's clobbering time. They came through the portal into the waiting arms of Arts clobbering time, and everyone else has their ults ready to roll. It's great shots from Bio from on high as well to finish up what the rest of the team started. And Menace, they go for the late contest and don't find what they're looking for. Oleg up on this high ground, looking to potentially drop down from the tree, sees where the rocket is, brings down that BRB. That's a huge kill. No revive available there. Backs away, having got what he came for. Bio on this off angle, trying to get a few more shots down. Again, building towards some more of these ups. Dwarf got that amplifier to work with. Not there quite yet. Legacy down. Desert Luna down as well. That's problematic. As is the backside soon at Sinful. Grounded by the thing. Gets taken down at 80 on HP and he's dead as well. Sinful finds out the wages of sin, I suppose. And Menace finds himself in a tricky spot. Bio gets some more shots in. 4 dead. The respawn's coming on through, but Sainage don't have very far to go at all. And these ults are beginning to get built up.
Yes, they are, and now it becomes a game for Menace. Can they push through? Can they find the opening? The BRB was noted, but Oleg says, I don't need to get the BRB if I just deal with the entire back line as everyone from Menace falls away.
3 minutes to go.
I don't think there's going to be time. That is going to be the series 2-1 for Planet Sainage.
Oh, a valiant hold on that first point in particular, but once Sainage got rolling, it just proved to be too difficult. It's things like we saw Menace not get the touch on the point while that big fight was happening in point 2. Bio's going to get the MVP for just the raw DPS check there on the Black Widow, and I think that's a valid choice, because sometimes I'm going to put it out there, the strats were struggling from Sainage across those last 2 maps. They're getting picked off really freely. They didn't look that comfortable on things like the Adam, on things like the Gambit, despite the one-sided protect, and actually just came down to Oleg and to Bio just clicking on some skulls.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we talked about how important the dive was going to be for Menace if they wanted a chance to win this, and I think that did come true. I mean, Sinful and Sanamoto putting pressure on the backline, making those strategists suffer over and over and over again there on Clintar, I think was the big difference maker and why that map was so much closer than what we've seen from them in the past. They put absolute damage onto the poor backline of Sainage to the point where that's really the first time we see them struggle. That is a really, really good backline. I mean, Dwarf and Teddy have been doing absolutely incredible work week after week, game after game, and this is the first time where we look at them and go, that was a very mortal performance. You did not have control of that game. It took, like you said, Bio and Oleg just starting to click heads, really starting to target Prio. Typically, we're able to see them kind of just have a lot of presence over different points of the map. With Bio is dealing with the front line, Oleg diving into the back line. We were seeing them almost jump in unison, Bio on the off angles, but still focusing the back line with Oleg to confirm kills rather than just having them do their own things. They really need to focus in to get that win.
I mean, if you look at the stat lines on both teams, like, yep, that's 16 deaths on poor Razak, who's getting jumped on by the likes of Oleg the entire game. You're looking at Teddy and Dwarf, like, yeah, 10, 11 deaths there as well, leading the way for your team despite winning. You're like, ugh, that's not a great sign in general, just the fact that they were being attacked so aggressively, and both teams were very willing to pull out a fair amount of that dive, something that has been discussed. Like, dive is available in the meta, but often as an answer to double gun rather than necessarily as the premier strategy in and of itself. But you have got players like Sinful who had a great showing and I think can very much hold their head up high. I think on the whole, that Black Cat in particular was lethal on Thebes. But still, I think it was one of those ones where I think it's going to be a little bit going back to the drawing board and going, you know what? Some of these strats felt a little bit less comfortable than what we used to. Some of these ults were a little bit desperate, didn't get the much value as we're hoping for, and they'll have to find some more value from it. Soren, though, I'm afraid, it looks like we're going to a break. I know, guys. I know you have to do without us for 5-10 minutes, but when we come back, we'll be breaking down this very interesting game. And we've still got 3 more series to go, so don't go anywhere.
Banger time for a banger series. We just had an amazing show through, and honestly speaking, boys, I didn't think it'd go to 3 maps, yet here we are.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible. I was hoping it was going to go 3. This is, like I said, I think this is one of the marquee matchups that we look for. That is not with Sainage and Engage on opposing sides. So I was expecting and hoping this was going to go game 3. I don't think it was going to be as close. I really thought the games which Sainage were going to win were going to be a lot more dominant. Obviously, they had a pretty good run on domination, but man, I don't think anyone could have expected how that convoy was going to play out. Neither team being able to get a point is kind of crazy.
I think part of that, again, is still teams figuring out Thebes, exactly what your timing windows are like, especially when you are coming down to clutch overtime moments. Things like, how long is it going to take me to get from spawn to here, is just something that, yes, you can have a number in your head. Yes, you can run those kind of sprints in your practice and stuff, but you don't really get it until you just play it 100, 200 times. You got to feel it in your bones. You got to feel it in your keyboard. As I take my microphone out, that was slightly embarrassing. And play from there.
Well, take the microphone out. Let's see it.
It's very nice. I just punched it unintentionally. There you go. It's
what is
one.
that?
It is a very nice AKG C414 for the music
I've
heads
heard
out
of those.
there. Use
okay,
them
okay. Those are nice microphones.
They are.
Nice.
Use it for recording my vocals too. Exactly.
Oh, nice. I have a TLM 103 over here.
Very nice. There you go.
Oh, hello. Ooh. Oh, you can kind of see it.
There you go.
Hello.
Look at that.
We're just stalling for time.
I know we're taking ourselves well off point, but that's kind of
we're audiophiles, but here's the thing. Okay. Back on track. I'm the derailer. Back on track. So let me ask you, Soren, specifically, right? You didn't think this matchup would be as close as it was. Is that a positive thing for Menace, or is that a negative for Planet Sainage?
That's definitely a positive thing for. I almost think it's a little bit of both. I think there's a lot of people who were going to expect this. I know a fence sitter answer, but I'll explain. I think there's a lot of people who expected Sainage to make this a 2-0. I was hoping it was going to be a 2-1. Menace was able to take a map away from them in the first series that they ever played. Both of these teams, the first matchup they ever played in the actual group stage was this exact matchup, and it was the exact same scoreline. I think there's a lot of people, especially Menace, who were probably hoping to have made strides since then. We talked about how they were going to build into this league, and they have gotten better and better throughout the week. I think they were definitely expecting and hoping to have a much stronger outcome. I think that makes it a little bit of a damper, but the fact that they were still able to win it is going to be a massive boon for them, and they're going to be a big momentum piece. Menace, though, the fact that very clearly Sainage have gotten better, but Menace have been able to keep that trajectory as well and gotten better over time, that they're able to keep what is seen as the gap between the two teams close enough where not only are they going to be able to take a map, but they made it extremely close in that game 3. I mean, there's a world where one more fight, one more pick goes their way, and we don't see Sainage get past point number 1 there on the second round, and that goes 2-1 to Menace. So the fact that not only have they kept the gap where it was, where they keep it 2-1, but they almost take the series, I think Menace are going to be super happy, and Sainage is going to be a little bit disappointed, but not drastically, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I think with that in mind as well, I want to bring our eyes over to the table specifically with this in mind as well, because frankly, this is a big one for Menace in the sense that a single point there is a huge deal because it puts pressure onto Dawn Core, who they were like just a point behind of, which is a really big deal to just keep that pressure on, say, hey, it's not just fourth that's uncertain, Dawn Core. Keep your eyes on your heels because we're right behind you. And also that means for teams like Malediction, teams like Triple T, teams like Leeds Nocturnal, all the rest of those teams. Well, Malediction, I think, probably going to struggle a lot. They're only on the 2 points it stands. But the rest of the teams are at that kind of 9 points right now. Those teams who were still eyeing up playoffs as a possibility, any extra point that adds any extra daylight between them and their pursuers is a big deal.
Okay. So I guess the big question is, does this mean that the gap is closing a lot more? Well, you have Team Engage at the very top, we have Malediction at the bottom, but that meaty center of all the other teams of the leaderboard in between, is the gap closing more and more as the series goes by, as the weeks go by?
I think, yeah. I think it does. Okay. Obviously, one of the big benefits of this, we talk about how this is a very experimental league. This is moving towards a path to pro, and this gives an opportunity for a lot of teams to play in outside of a scrim environment, because obviously a lot of these teams would probably be scrimming anyways, but there's a big difference between scrims and actual tournament play. I
you get a
think
chance to be
the
paid.
fact that, yes, absolutely, with the $5,000 prize pool,
Too true, too true.
$2,000 to the winner.
2,000, yeah.
The being able to have this consistent play against some of the best tier 2 teams, some that are I mean, we talked to oh god, I'm blanking on the player who you guys got to speak to before game number 1, but the fact that they're scrimming
Oleg and
Oleg,
Malibu.
thank you, the Oleg and Malibu. They talked about how they were already scrimming against Ignite teams. So the fact that we have teams that are able, like Menace, who are now scrimming and playing against some of the best MRC teams, and even teams that are currently scrimming Ignite caliber teams, means that overall every team in this league is naturally going to get better just by the nature of every single team is getting better, which means every single team is having to play better teams, which is going to make them better. So it's a very gradual, but it's everyone is slowly shifting up.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to throw... Oh, go on, please.
I was just going to answer the question as well. There is one additional complexity, and that is obviously we had the late editions of Leeds Nocturnal and Infernal, who I'm expecting will eventually be solid teams, but again, they are just that couple of weeks behind the rest of the team in terms of that grind and where they're going to be fitting into tier 2. So that just adds a little bit of a complexity, and that's partly why I've kind of like got my eye on them. But I think for Menace and Dawncore, they're kind of breathing a little sigh of relief that these two new teams have kind of got to get their bearings at a critical point in the season.
Yeah, it's fair.
I'm gonna stir the pot, boys. We still have a few more minutes before our interview.
Oh, go on then.
I'm gonna stir the pot massively. Do you think any of the Ignite teams in EMEA are gonna fall down to the Tier 2 Rivals Engage League?
Oh man, let me think about that. I think,
Please, by all means, we're stalling.
that's fine. I think if there was a team that was going to do it, I think Engage, in terms of the fundamentals and how they are playing the game right now, have the most chance of it. Well, maybe there's two different ways of doing this, because I think, for me,
No. I'm not saying which team would go to Ignite. I'm saying which Ignite teams would
fall
go down.
Oh, I'm with you, because again, it's okay, we're looking at teams that would fall potentially to Ignite's kind of really good fundamentals and efficiency, very good Vanguard line, or just get hand-stiffed by Bio and Oleg from Saints, that kind of vibe. And
Okay.
I'm looking at, like, Alter Esports didn't have a great time. The Lions weren't fantastic either. Maybe that's just because they were in a group with, Na'Vi and Virtus Pro and Rad, right? Like, that's a tough group. But even so,
Yeah.
I think Alter Esports might have a tough time looking maybe at someone like a Crownfall or something as well. Difficult to say, but I think there definitely is a few of those teams who've got to be wary and not overconfident. It happens across esports. It could certainly happen in Rivals.
Okay. Soren, how are we feeling?
I believe there's always the chance. Obviously, I mean, the big thing for me is obviously that most of the teams that would be falling into our league would be the teams that do not or are not able to re-qualify in. And obviously, there was actually quite a few teams that had to go through qualifiers. I mean, I'm looking at Crownfall, Fire Strays, Lions, Alter Esports, Reason. Obviously, Reason was one of them. We already had one team pretty much. They're now known as Engage.
That's a good point.
It really does kind of come down to how this next split falls, because I feel like there was a lot of teams that were not ready for the last last real meta that we had. I think it's a real possibility. I know Fire Strays, a lot of people were looking at them and saying they're really not looking good right now. Like, they're getting wins, but they're having to fight for wins. Yeah, they're not winning like they're supposed to be against tier 2 teams as the Ignite team. So if any team, I think, and it hurts me because I'm a big fan of Fire Strays, but I think Fire Strays, they're definitely the ones that everyone's looking at that it could be a possibility.
All right. Well, I think this is a very spicy question that we need to ask for our interview that is now ready. We have the coach of Menace, who just played their matchup a little bit ago against Planet Sanage. We got Cuffy on the mic. What's up, Cuffy? Hello. Hey, I can hear you, man. How are you?
And
Very good.
So nice, nice. So first of all, amazing match that you and your players just played out. It was a very close affair. We were asking some hard-hitting questions on the desk just before we brought you in. And to start off, where do you feel Menace exists in the ecosystem of the Rivals Engage League?
Yeah, definitely amongst the teams. We think that we are up there, to be honest. I know it's kind of hard to tell because we have very, very inconsistent results, but I think focusing on the good moments against the good teams, I think we are very comparable. It's just about getting that consistency, I think.
I'm really happy that we have you on here as a coach because your main focus is consistency, strategy building, and figuring out how to fix that stuff. And so, from a coach's perspective, what is inconsistency, and how do players get over that hurdle to become more consistent?
Yeah, I think, especially in practice time, it's about actually working on the stuff that you need to work on. So in scrims, it's very easy to get caught up on winning, but if you're winning your scrims, you're likely not improving, if that makes sense.
Mm.
So it is really nice trying to balance the improvement of scrims, but then actually being able to practice winning for officials as well, if that makes sense.
Okay, okay. No, that makes a lot of sense. Soren?
Yeah, just to kind of touch on the actual game that we just watched, of course, I do have one question. And mainly, it's the fact that we saw a little bit of variation in the pick and bans. And we are seeing a lot of teams right now kind of going for the very bog standard. That we even have a joke on desk where the first 3, sometimes even 4 bans are kind of just always the exact same. You ban out the Mantis, you ban out the Gambit, you ban out the Loki if you want to, and you protect the Mag. But we saw, especially in games number 2 and 3, we actually saw you let that Gambit go through. What was kind of the thinking and the mindset of that? Obviously, you don't have to just spoil all your game plans, but
I think
what's
you
the
should spoil
mindset
it.
of letting that through?
Yeah, it is the age-old debate of whether we stick to the meta or stick to what we're strong at. My roster has a lot of players that have competed at a high level in completely different metas. So I think towards the end of the series, we realized like if we lean into our strengths as players, there actually becomes like a lot bigger of a disparity between us and the teams. Of course, like we knew playing Oleg would be quite hard, to match the dive, but then we sort of sat there and thought to ourselves like, we're good at dive too. How do we know we're not better than them at the dive? So we just forced it. Like we were back against the wall. We didn't cap first point. We were like, let's just full send it.
Yeah, and I mean,
That's amazing.
to be fair, you immediately found a lot of success. I mean, you obviously won in game number 2, and I truly think 1 or 2 picks go your way in point number 1 on the second round of your defense on Clintar, and that is a 2-1 win for you, which I think is a big sentiment to you guys kind of closing the gap on Sainage was seen as like that right below Engage. But of course, I do believe that rounds out your matches against Engage for the league, or excuse me, Sainage for the league, but you do still have at least one more matchup against Engage, who's kind of seen as the top dog right now. We're seeing you improve against the best teams like Sainage. How do you think your team today, if they had to play today, how do you think your team would do up against Engage right now?
I think Engage are pretty tough. The reason why I say that is because a lot of the boys I was actually coaching for the last Ignite season, I was actually like the reason head coach, which has a lot of the Engage roster. In a weird way, I think that could be in our favor because I know the players very, very well. I understand their strengths. Obviously, last time we played against them, we couldn't really exploit it. But I think one thing that this official taught us today is definitely the direction that we should go. I'm pretty sure we know how we want to go from here. So now I'm feeling better about it.
Okay, hold on now a second. That just opened up a whole can of worms. I promise I won't ask too many more questions, but I do have one very pivotal one, Cuffy. You coached Engage back when they were Ignite. You know how they operate. Without giving... you can give up as much away as you want, man. The more content, the better. What is Engage's biggest weakness?
What is Engage's biggest weakness? I don't know.
I think
if
you
I
do.
can say that. I don't know if I can say that. Obviously, they've made some really, really good pickups since last season. Um, but I do think that the tanks that they have rosters are completely different in terms of personality type. If I can see who they're loading up into the game with, I pretty much understand what comp they're going for, if that makes sense. Considering the
Okay.
map structure, considering the players that they have in, it should be pretty easy for us to at least tell.
Ah.
But yeah.
That's why they call you Counterplay Cuffy, huh? Cuffy, thank you so much for joining us, man. You know, the platform is yours, dude. If there's anything you want to say to your friends, family, enemies, maybe even Team Engage, your former team, now's the time.
Yeah. Maybe, no, I think I'll keep it PR today. I'll keep it PR today.
Oh, come on, man.
No, we're just gonna focus on our own game. I think we have a lot to prove. A lot of people are wondering, like, why Menace out of all the teams that I was kind of linked to? I really, really believe in these guys. I think that they have potential to go as far as humanly possible. So we're just gonna focus on our own game, I think.
Well, you know what? I believe you and Menace can go as far as humanly possible as well. Cuffy, I'm sure this won't be the last time we have you on the mic here, man. You have been fantastic. Your team is fantastic, and I love your coaching, and I can't wait to talk to you again, man.
Thank you, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cuffy. Well, we are back on the 2-cam, but here's the thing, though. I don't think it's us on the mic next. No. In fact, I think it might be me and Initialize.
I think we're going over the game first. I think we have to break down the games.
Oh,
Never mind.
hello! What is happening? You
okay.
teleported!
It's
We're
me
back to
now.
the spaceship!
Look,
Oh,
I have replaced Soren, who is no longer welcome on this broadcast. He has been beamed up into space jail.
So Initialize.
So
Ooh,
that's-
wait, that
that's it.
kind of goes hard.
I get that.
So
for it. I
initialize.
don't think I'd look as good with a shaved head as Soren does.
We'll have to wait and see.
I'm hoping to hold on to this for a little longer yet. Right? And I quite like my hair. It's
It's
but
okay.
like,
I'll go bald if you
Soren's
go bald.
tempting me. Don't tempt me. This would be
Okay,
a bad
okay.
idea. But like for the appropriate and
Content.
worthy goal, there's content in this. Chat, you're gonna have to come up with an idea to convince me, because it'll have to be a good one, but it could be done.
All right. Let's talk about the first matchup here. Neither one of these players is going to be going bald. We have a banger on our hands.
We do.
Who are the next two teams that we're going to be seeing on the docket?
That is a good question, isn't it? Because again, I think it's going to be a big one regardless, because again, we are looking at a very different part in the season where, yes, we saw this first matchup. It was always going to be the big one in that case. Planet Zaynage, Menace, big deal. But production, if you've got our rosters up, be good to see them. Anyway.
Wait. I know it. Dawn Core Infernal.
Great.
Is it? I can't see.
It is! See, you knew it.
Wow, it's like I had it right in front of me. Who would have thunk it, huh? So Infernal's in a really weird spot right now, my friend, because first of all, I look at this logo. I think they're going to do well. They haven't found the impact that I've personally wanted them to find, but I like the players, and I think individually they all pop off. They just haven't been able to get it together. And I hate to say it, I'm the one that stirs the pot, man. I think King Bob is really taking his team kicking and screaming to closer to the finish line than they normally would be.
Yeah, he's been, especially because it's a Magneto meta, and Bob has been so good on the Magneto. Of course, Aviators as well. I've appreciated the willingness to flex onto that pocket pick of the Angela and just really mess with people on things like the Daredevil, things like the Black Cat, who do not enjoy a Vanguard that can join them up the walls. It's very annoying up there. Even Venom, actually, for all he can climb up walls and stuff, doesn't really have a lot he can do once he's up there. He needs to go diving down onto
hide.
the ground. Exactly, you can hide up there, but your ability to duel with people up high, somewhat limited, it must be said. Not true at all of the Angela, which has been really fun to watch in general. And again, the big thing here is, for Dawn Core, you really don't want to be giving up maps, because right behind you is Menace. And if you start dropping maps, then suddenly you're in the 4th place spot, and teams like Infernal, teams like Triple T can start to smell a little bit of blood in the water and maybe make that push over the next few weeks to catch up in points. You want the clean 2-0. You want to get that point discrepancy between you and the teams just behind you. Yes, there's a 4-5 point lead right now, but a bad week, God forbid a bad 2 weeks, and that difference is gone.
No, I completely agree with you, my friend. And now that we're just over halfway through the league, we're starting to see teams moneyball a lot of their victories. Where, again, even if
Great way of phrasing
Infernal
it.
does take away a map, thank you. Dawn Core, they have to be a lot more in trouble than just this series, right? You have to look at the bigger picture and think, okay, yeah, if we lose this map, we can still win the series, but we can be knocked down a place to a team like, Menace or Planet Sanage. We might lose our chance to snipe that second place spot from them.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be getting as many points as you can. And again, there is this kind of top of the pack, which is very much engaged. Sanage just behind, a few points off that. And then 4 or 5 points behind them are the likes of Menace, are the likes of Dawncore, kind of running that upper middle of the pack, the two other playoffs teams as it stands. Dawncore, I think, as we were chatting to, what was it, Rad's coach we were chatting to a couple of weeks ago, from memory serves?
Dennis?
That's
Yes.
the one, exactly, who was having a really good and very insightful look at, say, hey, this is a good meta for Dawncore right now. The fact that it is the Magneto meta, the fact it is double gun, feels really good for them, and I think for the likes of Froston in particular, Bucky being in meta, Adam being in meta has been so good. He pulled off that disgusting Hexa to turn around a series the other week as well that was really, really important. And again, yes, the meta's good for them, but also some of their key characters, some of their key players like Froston are having very high highs. The other side of that, though, is if Froston ever has a bad game or is just a bit quieter, they sometimes look a little bit out of options. They're not as flexible as some of our other teams.
I do agree in practice. We have seen some weak games from Froston. I will say, though, that was more towards the start of the league, and I feel like over the last, even maybe 2.5 weeks, right, I think Froston's had nothing but consistent performances. If I'm looking at consistency, I won't say it's necessarily all because of him, but Sapatic sometimes does get hard countered by the enemy teams, and he has a much larger hero pool. I think it's just a matter of choosing the right piece for the puzzle.
Yeah, exactly. That will be something to keep our eyes on as well, see what they can do. I think Matty in particular, because they have been willing to do things like the Rocket Punisher team-ups, particularly when you hit towards things like Midtown. Really cool to see, and I think they have been a little bit creative there. I think especially because Matty's pool is very much on their healing-heavy strategists in particular. That can be quite a big deal, but it does mean I sometimes wonder whether you can start doing things like, hey, Matty, get rid of the Invis, got rid of the Rocket, where are you going now?
God, I hope it's Jubilee, dude. She's so fun to play.
So fun, I know.
I love my girl Jube, dude, man. She does so much damage. She's like a faster, more mobile version of Invisible Woman, in my opinion. But again, she doesn't have,
obviously the ult's not quite. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Slightly less healing, dude. Still, she can, if you have a good Jubilee and it's a long match, you can have healing on par with Cloak and Dagger, man.
I think what it is that Jubilee's healing is a lot more conditional. You have to have the right scenarios and kind of environmental settings for her to really pop off, because it's so tied to that blooming burst. Is the enemy team stuck within it? Is your team stuck within it? Life is good, but your healing is so tied to that, and obviously if you've got the Hood team up as well to get the hit scan rolling as well, ooh, boy, are you going to pump up the numbers. But
the Hood is really good for her.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of those Hood combos, but again, I think a lot of it then times to, I think we're going to start seeing more Jubilee as teams get more used to playing with her. Say, okay, we're at this choke point, we're throwing the bubble here, we're playing around it here. Because again, the difference between Jubilee fighting with the bubble with everyone inside it and fighting with teams kind of spread out away from it is a very different beast.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if we have a Hood being brought out by either team in this matchup. I believe Game 1 is just about ready. If we do see a Hood and we see the typical strategist bands, I do want to see Jubilee brought out. A lot of times people will rock the Invisible Woman. Nothing wrong with that. She's got that flame shield. It's a great move. Here it is, game number 1. The Rocket is also great for his extended healing and the BRB beacon, plus he gets damage amp off of his ultimate. So, I get why we don't see Jubilee. It's not necessarily her weakness. It's just that, again, puzzle pieces, right? Maddie on the Rocket just fits a lot better right now for how the game is played.
Indeed. And we are back to Hell's Heaven once more. We had a lot of Krakoa last week, or yesterday rather, which was good fun to see. Getting my days and weeks mixed up. But again, back to Old Faithful here of the Hell's Heaven domination setup. And again,
days and weeks are just a concept.
Still remembering, but arguably the greatest highlight of the league so far was Froston popping off with a Hexa on this map to turn around point 2 when it was looking really difficult for them. Again, some fun bans as ever. It's pretty standard. Magneto protected, Mantis removed, Gambit removed. I'm assuming that'll get matched by either a Gambit or a Loki, as is the way of these first 3-4 bans.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been starting to see more teams let Gambit go through.
Ooh.
I don't think that'll... Oh, hold on. Perhaps I spoke too soon. Oh, hold on. We're getting closer. That's a redhead.
Okay.
Okay, we're one half of the way there. We just need to be the other redhead, and that'll be Gambit banned out.
Actually really
Really?
like this. I really like this because, again, I think that if you're looking at this map in particular, this is a real Black Widow map. There's so many great corridors.
It is.
For particularly that Assassin's focus, they get crazy value. You're seeing a Black Widow ban on the other side to not give that up. And I think that's also just Dawncore, who have, I think, been one of our front runners in terms of deciding how the pick and ban meta is going to roll. They were the first team to be regularly looking to protect the Magneto. That was for CrossFit, who was playing at that point. It's not going to be the case today. We've got Paracel and MLK playing today. But still, I think that is quite telling on that front as to what they kind of want to do. And just saying, actually, Infernal, what happened to we get rid of your duelist comfort picks? We know what the Black Cat can do on this map. We know what the Black Widow can do on this map. Have some fun. They are also going to get rid of that Gambit as well. Daredevil is protected, though, because they were in danger of having both the Black Cat and the Daredevil down, and that would have made things a bit harder, I think, for Infernal.
No, I completely agree, and I think part of the strategy here for Dawncore is recognizing that the mid line, those duelists are incredibly strong for Infernal's line. Have to make sure that they can't dive necessarily as comfortable as you would want to, especially if we go to Eldritch Monument first. The Daredevil is a scary threat, but there is more counters to him than I would say the invisibility of the Black Cat.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Frostin, looking at potentially the Cyclops could have been very interesting. That pokes out the strategist backline a lot easier than the Winter Soldier could do. However, it looks like we're going to be opting for triple here first.
Frostin has often gone towards the Adam and played it, as you sometimes do, as more of that duelist side of the strategist lineup. Does have quite a lot of damage with that charge shot in particular, and Frostin has often been known to be just told, look, put the Bucky in the bag, put the Adam in the bag. Kind of has to suffer through the fact he's just very good on those heroes, even if the pool is wider than that. And very much is, for the record, but just so successful on when the team knows how to play around them so well. Can be pretty interesting. Again, we've still got to wait a little bit. We're still in spawn rooms. Teams do like to mess around with what the lineups will be. Frostin currently on the Bucky, Sapatic currently on the Adam.
Triple strat comp, I think this will be the reality. You do have some flight for some Paddock, and I think that'll be some good backline pressure that's absolutely necessary here. You do have the damage amp still from Maddie's ultimate when it comes by. I like the Vanguard lineup from Dawncore side as well. You have a thing that could just absorb that triple strat healing and all the damage that can be brought out from Bat and possibly Aviator. One criticism I've had from Aviator a lot in these recent matches is the fact that he's been unwilling to swap his early Vanguard matchup. Infernal comes into this first fight with a plan in mind. If it doesn't work out, they don't opt the swap. Aviator starting on the Hood and not the Angela is a very positive sign to me.
Yeah, and again, he has been willing to do those kind of mid-round slots on Hell's Heaven specifically, onto things like the Angela, the Convoy, the Convergence. Less willing, I think, but we'll see how this works here. And again, it's a good map for the Angela, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out at some point. That said, you've got the Loki down here as well to try and deal with some of those things like the Thing. But again, you can throw up that regeneration domain, throw up those rune stones, but you're not dealing with dies, but maybe just shooting the head off Frostin will do just fine. Thank you very much. Exalted with a good opening to the accounts.
Yeah, great extension to King Bob, giving the bubble out before his own demise. That allows Exalted to get a few extra shots before backing away. Have to be careful, though. One of two only Vanguards is down. Aviator does not have a shield, but does have the bulkiness of his HP to help on out. This buys enough time for King Bob to come on through. Early portal from Frostin. Okay, man. Really trying to get this early cap. Infernal is a team that has struggled to recapture points. I can see why this portal's brought out early.
I completely agree. And we saw Sainage doing this earlier today as well. They were so willing to look for that double bolt. Frostin's actually switching off the Strange, having got that cap early now for Dawncore. Infernal are going to have to go for that recap. Aviators has switched. There's that change in playstyle you were asking for. Onto the group, looking to play the front to back.
Here it is, though. Glartrox potentially available now from Bat EXE. Can the executable be launched on through? Let's find out. Does that make Glartrox a big old virus? Let's find out. Still holding the line. Everybody's lined up. There it is!
Oh.
It's like bowling! But does anybody get taken down? The
No.
answer is no! Instead, it's the Invisible Woman, all brought up by the Loki. Itadori brings out the Invisible
Cracking it
Boundary.
back.
Still, Dawncore gets the cap!
They do. They get the cap. They're still holding on to it. They try to look for Exalted with the Kraken Impact. He just doesn't find anything. Invisible Boundary traded with that Amplifier. Eyes on MLK, who can come in with that clobber in time. And it looks like the pain trades arrived exactly on schedule. They say the UK, the trades are on time. And it certainly looks to be pretty dangerous. A Karmic Revival will undo some of the deaths that Dawncore suffered. Keep your eyes on Frosted. Got himself that Kraken Impact available as well at some time in the near future. Indeed, decides now is the time to unleash the Kraken. Davy Jones has said a few of you are coming down to the drink with him. Yet to fall as Infernal pull out the Meteor M. This fight just doesn't end. No cap still for Infernal, and it keeps ticking away. 70% of the score right now to Dawncore, and there's just no ults to work with for anyone. They finally get a kill onto that Magneto, but I'm not sure it's enough, Keg.
No, it's certainly not. Aviator does swap
That's
off
pretty
to
good.
Groot. That's the only swap we've seen thus far. Not a lot of pushing power, though, for Infernal to take things back, but I stand corrected. Just as soon as they get back on point, they do capture and get their first percentages on the
Huge.
board. Bob is good for once. The Paddock does get the self-revive. No Karmic Revival available, though. Paracel's now on the Venom. This will be good for the pressure up against the Winter Soldier. Exultant has been playing
Impact.
out of his mind. Unleash the tentacles against the
Surely,
tentacle monster
surely.
himself.
Here we
There's something
go.
huge. Red backline is gone. No. Michaela survives. Frosted soon to go down.
Paracel's
That's
low.
Michaela destroyed.
Ooh.
And there it is. CYA in the midst.
Oh, they choose your own amplifier, and apparently the adventure that comes with it is Dawncore recapping. 29%, and that was it. Portal, again, we go to try and find our way back in. Desperate to get in, Aviators with the switch, gets on top of the point, trying to make this the recap. Not looking that great so far, though, as they're still down there, Bucky. This Portal better hold up. Clutch Rock summoned, the Apex Predator brings a few more in, but Elsa is down. Blood on the stones, and it's hers. Force tries to throw out the Invisible Boundary and buys some time to work with, but it's traded by Mikola. Invisible Boundary for Invisible Boundary. Dawncore staying in this neutral game. It has been a grind of a bloodbath. The trenches have been dug in deep. Stolen ult again as the God of Mischief is used to bring back Invisible Boundary number 3 of the fight. Dawncore finally down a member, but it's traded already as the Bucky from Infernal also goes down. Meteor M up in the sky. I've said it before, I'll say it again. That K2 asteroid looking to bring down a dinosaur or two, but it looks like this time it's not the end of days. Still Infernal, unable to get the full cap. Kraken Impact comes down again, but Panic with the Karmic Revival. We keep going. The fight that never ends. The point that's never won for Infernal. They need a cap. They need overtime, but it's just timed out. Dawncore, implacable, unmovable.
You know, all things considered, I think this was a very good first point for Infernal. It's just unlucky, again, they didn't win that first initial point. The fact that they couldn't find a key to success to make a comeback until almost the very end of the point as well. Gotta give massive props to Dawncore there. Triple Strategist backline was only getting pressured out by Exalted's ultimate. Otherwise, always iMilk and Paracel were there on the prowl, ensuring that nobody could come even close to pressuring them out.
I mean, we're going to get a replay, and it's from Aviators. And again, we saw one good cap there. He gets interrupted mid-ult. Oh, man, how things could maybe have been different if you got that eye off. But one of the big things we saw there is Infernal were on the point, were contesting, but were unable to get the full caps because Dawncore just couldn't be fully shifted off the point. That triple strat you were calling out was such a problem because they literally dug themselves in, and all the ults in the world, it felt like, were just not enough for anyone to get kills.
So we've identified the problem, but what is the solution? No changes at all for Infernal's roster heading into point number 2. Dawncore, they were bouncing between Maddie, having that Rocket Raccoon, and Jeff the Landshark, of course, for the speed boost there. Bat early on goes up ahead of the Vanguards to find those early procs out. Damage has been found. A quick little sideline from the hands of Dawncore has been good early on. They get these off angles, splitting these
solid.
Vanguards apart. What do you focus on? It's certainly not that. Tree uproots all of his livingness up above, but unfortunately, Aviator falls, and this is not what you want to see if you're Team Infernal.
I am not Groot, apparently. That was rough to see Infernal forced off the point
You're
early,
not?
and I think they might be a little shy on some of their ults here as well. Look at the ult scaling right now for Infernal. Aviators nearly at that Strangling Prison. Exalted about there. Flowers about there. Dawncore have to be very careful, but they've got both strat ults to work with, and they are strong ones in these confined corridors that they are trying to keep Infernal trapped inside.
If I'm Exalted, I don't want to use Kraken Impact, but I can hit the ceiling within 2 seconds. Invisible Boundary's out now. Glardrock's available back. EXE needs to find a way to get that extension in. And what goes best with a big old monster? Could be a prison. A strangling in prison. There it is, though. The tentacles are out, made of tree bark.
3 down.
But it's not enough. So many ultimates are brought out, and for what?
They
No
lose 3.
impact whatsoever.
They lose 3, burn 3 ults, and lose 3. Infernal, that is not good enough. You've got to call it out there. Matty still has the ult. Michaela finally had to burn the invisible boundary, but unfortunately, this ain't Elden Ring. You don't have a Radagon behind you, and that'll be Michaela just getting away with doing it themselves.
Yeah, but there's plenty of raid bosses in the line for Dawncore side, the team that feels seemingly invincible. The problem now is that if you do get a pick off of off of Dawncore, Sympatic has Karmic Revival. He can instantaneously revive himself, just does.
Speaking
CYA available on top of Itadori, bringing out that Invisible Woman ultimate once again. The Invisible Boundary is out for the extension. Meteor M, can you find the KO?
No.
It honestly might not matter.
No,
But he
again,
still
they've got
does.
Storm Bats down there. Flowers goes down, and that's unfortunate. A double already over to Paracel. No, you're right. Sorry, I apologize. I thought that was coming in from Infernal with their Meteor M, and indeed, I think it was probably relatively traded. Frosted up into the sky. The double already there for the Kraken Impact. Looking to bounce around a little bit more. Can look to reset off some of those Loki clones at least. It's always a potent point of playing into the Loki as a Bucky. The portal is here. Infernal, one final roll of the dice. Is this the timeline? Has Strange got it right? I don't know. I think they've just portaled into hell, and they find themselves feet first in the middle of Infernal and Dawncore members. Sympatic is dead. That means no Karmic Revival available, but the big old clobbering time is there. Exalted with his own Kraken Impact, but he's dead. The impact again is non-existent. Wiped from the field of battle, and in hell's heaven, it's heaven for Dawncore and hell on earth for Infernal.
What do you do here, though? Infernal, they had a chance. They bring it back. Sympatic still has Karmic Revival available. That's going to be the contingency plan. But the only pressure that we saw from the hands of Infernal has been squandered away. Bat's good for 2.
That's
A
huge.
double cleanse is out. Exalted for the Star-Lord. This could be good. Can he get that backline pressure? He breaks the rocket. Oh, that's a good start. But there's still plenty of
Dead.
more equations to figure out. Maybe, just maybe
the
there's a
switch.
chance. But again, I see that small beam fall, and that is the end. Dawncore, a solid 2-0 for map 1.
Look, they ran out of portal, so they had to move to high mobility characters. It was Star-Lord, it was the Angela, to try and just get over there, get a touch, get anything, and the answer was nothing. They got shut out on that second point. At least on point 1, they were able to get bodies on the point, even if the cap was really not being found anywhere. Instead, MLK here on this thing is going to get the MVP, died only the once. And that, unfortunately, is quite telling. You have got 2 of the highest damage carries in the game. Certainly 2 of the highest damage duelists in terms of being able to secure the kills in the Elsa and the Bucky. You should be able to break through the triple strategist lineup, and they just weren't able to do so.
Dude, I can't even blame Infernal. Facing Thing in any scenario is just so annoying. He
quite tough right
does
now.
not die. It doesn't matter if you have 1 strategist, God forbid, or even 3. It's just like he's invincible, man. You could throw
Team ups are quite
everything
good on
at
him
him.
right now. He does get a lot of
And
bonus
team
health.
ups, he's made of rocks. You can't shoot a rock.
I mean, maybe if you had like a giant predator from another dimension, like a Glartrox, you might be able
Well,
to.
apparently not.
Yeah, I know.
We saw 2 of them, and frankly, they did nothing.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I think that
Yeah.
that's the other side of this coin, not to move away from the meme a little bit, because we'll be going back to doing that. Worry not, folks. But on a slightly
just
more...
unhinged.
to be fair, us 2 together on a cast is generally a dangerous position for everyone else. But what was not a dangerous position, bluntly, was the ult uses. Yes, we said, look, guys, you've got the comp here to break through the Vanguard line, but there was that one fight, particularly on that second point there, where we both put our hands up and went, what on earth are you doing? 3 ults burned for just Michaela's invisible boundary, which wasn't even that needed, to lose 3 of your own members. That is incredibly poor. And again, we said the retakes haven't been good, and moments like that are a significant portion of why.
Yeah, I usually think the big criticism I had from Infernal was both the macro and micro play. And by micro play, I mean just like the individual performances of the players. Yeah. I've been maybe a little too hard on Aviator in the past. Honestly, I thought that was a fine map for him.
Yeah.
I think he did pretty well, all things considered. The big issue is, again, just individual performances. And with our interview with Cuffy, he talks about a lot that, what makes a Rivals Engage League team compared to Ignite team is really just individual consistency. And I think if a team like Infernal, maybe it's a cop-out answer. Maybe it's not the best analysis to just say they got to scrim more. I think they just need more time, man.
Yeah, I agree. And again, for teams like Leeds Nocturnal, for teams like Infernal, you were dropped in the deep end. And there are a few sharks in here with you. Let's put it that way. Because again, you were asked to come in last minute, be replacement teams. Congrats to the players that got pulled up to Ignite squads and all that kind of thing. That's what the league is for. But it means for the team stepping into the spots left behind, it ain't a particularly easy thing to do. You're already starting at base camp while everyone else is halfway up that ascent. It is difficult to get the ball rolling when the rest of the teams have been working on the meta, working against these teams, scrimming, grinding. We were chatting to Oleg earlier as well. He said, look, we're doing 2 blocks a day. That is some significant just graft being put in by these players. And a lot of these other squads haven't had that opportunity to get the ball and the car in gear as yet, and that's difficult. But enough of us nattering. Did just get word from production that it sounds like we're ready for our next game.
That's right. Game number 2 on its way. I'm curious to see what map it will be. We're going to Hall of the Jollia, and I gotta say, this is a really interesting change. Not often do we see a team lose out on domination, opt to go for convergence, where the very first objective is to play domination.
Yeah, I know. I will say, at least on this map, we've seen a fair amount of people look to go towards even things like the Hella, because you've got such long corridors you can go shooting down. And I wonder whether that is just a thing from Infernal saying, look, we have got a lot of prep on this setup, on the first point in particular, allows us to try to flex our hero pool a little bit and look for something a little bit different. Bans as they stand, pretty standard here. Mantis, Gambit, and of course the Magneto.
They're both green.
Look, also, there's been a little bit of community shipping as well. People have been on the Mantis Loki hype train.
Oh, like as a couple?
Yeah, genuinely.
Oh, no, it's me and Mantis, man. Come on.
Sorry, look, that's between you and Mantis. I'm not here to.
I know it
guys,
is.
I'm just putting this out there. Look, it's Keg and Mantis got a thing going on. They've been on a few dates. It's been really nice.
Yeah.
I've been told I'm the best man for the wedding. That
we
right,
went
Keg?
to Baskin Robbins. Yeah, you could say, give a speech, my eulogy, whatever you want to do.
This could be great.
The big thing I'm looking at right now, besides the future wedding, is that Gathawas is on Hood for the hover. I don't know if he's going to stick to that. Normally, he's a strategist. If we see triple Vanguard early for this defense, I wouldn't be terribly surprised. But who would that second support be? Would that be Aviators?
I mean, maybe. I'd imagine you'd have Aviators, Bob, and Fawaz then as your Vanguard line. They might do a 3-2-1 kind of thing where Itadori and Exalted then become your strats. We see what the call is, because often if we have seen the Hood, it's often been when they've gone for things like the Cloak and Dagger and the Jubilee pairing to get that kind of triple team-up synergy going on, because obviously they all get anchored by the Hood, which feels really good. We'll see what the decision is here. Protect there from Dawncore on Matty's Rocket.
Yeah, Matty's Rocket has been virtually indestructible. We've seen a lot of players use him, obviously, for the backline, but he'll utilize his float to make himself an incredibly tough target into the backline for even a lot of hit scan players to consistently hit. And that does drive your crosshair away from maybe more important targets like other strategists or even the frontline vanguards that you may need to focus on. So Matty, sticking on that Rocket, completely fine with that, dude, if you want to rock the triple strats yet again. Fawaz goes back to the Gambit, so we're not seeing any sort of role swaps.
It's a one-sided Gambit,
I
too.
gotta
Look, they've got to protect on that, and it's not being allowed on the other side. Again, Dawncore have been more willing to do this than most, to say, we are very happy with what we want. We're willing to give up things like the Gambit and try and play from there. It's a risk, especially because obviously the other side of that coin is you give the team up to Magneto empowered. And Magneto is the best tank in the game.
So let me ask you this. Is Fawa's on the Gambit enough to be a winning factor for Game 2 for Infernal?
Rage and Royal Flush is one of the best bunker breaker strat ults out there. It's really, really good for that. That said,
okay.
I think we'll see what the setup is here for Dawncore, but I suspect they might be doing, they're thinking about going for Sapatic on the Hela here. And it is very, very nasty on this map because you just get to really abuse the range that no one else currently in Rivals can do with the Hela, and there's some very long corridors. Aviators on the Angela as well could be quite good fun, but I think they've got a plan here with an early portal to the high ground and playing from there.
I like what this plan is from Dawncore's side. Both these teams have very aggressive compositions, even down to the back line. Great information found early on. Exalted immediately gets stoned. That is so unlucky. That is getting off the ships of Normandy, Type P. I'm so sorry, my friend. That's awful. But he has enough time to respawn and go through the portal.
That is quite funny. They do manage to get on through there. That's a really nice aggressive portal. And poor Exalted sat on that off angle. Had an interesting time getting on through there, and Dawncore make this assault look good. They get the early ticks on that cap, not quite at the first point, as Froston jumps up to the high ground and manages to start threatening from up there, throwing out some more damage, stepping forwards. Aviator's back though on the Angela. It's always annoying. Right up through the portal. He's well away from the point now. That's what we like to see from our Angela mains. Aviator's
Dude, this is chaos.
It's absolute madness. Throws up the shield, and unfortunately, of course, Bowers just got dragged to the very much the wrong end of the earth.
That's crazy, dude. I can't believe Aviator got away with that. That's unbelievable. And that's going to be 3 procs out from Dawncore. They're going to get the convoy. I don't know if Inferno was making this composition designed to hold the defensive domination point, considering they got, what, a total of 20% back on domination game 1. I imagine this has to be a convoy hold.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Again, you can play for the Hela and the Elsa in that initial corridor, but I think the portal play knocking out Exalted straight away really, really ruined that plan, 'cause that was next to
Thank you, production.
removal.
That is so sad. I would have maybe made a little yelp there if I was him. Great shot coming up from Sapatic's side. Fantastic rotations, too, utilizing the environment to stay hidden and play for off angles. Something, again, this is something that separates a lot of, MRC teams from, say,
Sapatic's
an
down.
Ignite level team. Not playing front to back like that, playing off angles. Even if it's a one and done, you do lose your life. You took a very valuable pick off of you.
Exactly, and it forces people to just look to different angles. They can't hold their standard team fight shape. You can't just fold a front to back and pray that's going to work. You do actually have to respond to that, because if you ignore Sapatic on that off angle, that's going to cause more problems in the long run. And I think a worthy trade of that there. The shove continues, trying to get that touch, and they do get that recap. Nice work there from Dawncore's Infernal's hold not that strong, as instead we go into the backline with that crack and impact. Good damage, a choke slam there as the Carbon Crush is in, but Aviators on this Emma trying to get some values. King Bob with the Rage and Royal Flush gets the KO. That's not bad. Good shot to the backline. And now Aviators decides to make everyone kneel. The peasants fall to the aristocracy there, but instead, maybe it's a revolution. Someone found the guillotines, and Emma Frost finds her head removed.
You gotta say, I'm a little surprised about that interaction. Dawncore had Michaela with an uncounterable invisible boundary that could have been used to keep people's lives alive. King Bob had used his Meteor M, the only thing that could have broken it. Instead, Dawncore opted for a reset.
That's got to be a misplay. He's out. Why are we ulting all the way back there? Has got the cap at least, so maybe it's just to load people coming over. Yeah, I guess so. And maybe trying to stop potential portal angles or anything like that. That's a really good Glass Rocks, though. And maybe I spoke a little too soon, because that's nice from Exalted. Gets so much vengeance for the early portal snipe onto him.
Yeah, Exalted swapping over to the Elsa and Bat on the Hela has been a night and day difference from Infernal's side. Their convoy hold has been amazing. Michaela still has the invisible boundary. Itadori does as well. It's going to be a battle to see who wants to use theirs first. Parasail now with the Meteor M available. We'll have to wait and see maybe if Itadori has to wait out that Magneto ult before we get to see their invisible boundary brought out. It's going to be a battle of the turrets. Fantastic shot again from the hands of Exalted. Really happy he's on a true hit scan now.
Yeah, getting a lot of value there in general. as Exalted just here on this high ground again. This corridor hold on the convoy, feeling pretty good here, actually. This is much more like what we were hoping for. Bat and Exalted finding some good angles, but now Sapatic off on that off angle again. Looking at the backside, 2-tap. That's an important one. Gets bubbled as well, so the work is done. Sapatic on that off angle has been lethal. A little bit too far forwards, though, there from MLK on that Vanpool, who finds himself dead rather than in a pool, and certainly not on holiday. Needs to back away, does Sapatic there a little bit. Got tagged by some damage back from, I want to say, Bat, and now Froston on this off angle themselves. The Goddess of Death comes on up. Invisible boundary to trade, trying to trade out as best they can, but is immediately forced out of that additional form. Gets bubbled by the Magneto, looking to get some shots in as Aviators tries to get a kidnap, and will get the revive instead, as that's an important pickup. Sapatic is still back in the fray immediately. On point 2, shots might be secured. Meteor M indeed goes out. Does come down, and that should get them over the line, but only a minute and a meter and a half to go, Keg.
Oh, let's see, though. Can they bring it home? The answer should be an astounding yes. It's just a matter of finding those extensions. Froston good for one. Brings the Kraken impact down. Can he find a second? Oh, yes, he can. Make that a third, baby.
Lovely.
That's what I want to see. King Bob, the chain is broken. That's truly unlucky. Cracking so hard his internet cut out.
Yeah, I know. Exactly that. Huge stuff. And again, that's a little unfortunate. See whether Infernal are going to be able to play with that member down. It's not looking great for them here in general. That's not the disadvantage you want to see. And again, MLK stepping up forwards, and Dawncore looking to push the advantage while they have it.
Well, this will be a lot more tough for Infernal. They're down a Vanguard. They're down their shield Vanguard, too. So there's not really a whole lot to use to absorb all this damage being brought out from Frost inside. Sapatic on the other side as well has been able to bring out a lot of lethality. It's up the Aviators now to be the sole damage absorber and keeping these strategists alive. Glartrox is out from Exalted. Does manage to almost find one. Not quite the case. MLK on the other side, though, is just going in guns blazing. There's really nothing to stop this convoy.
Yeah, there's really not at this point. Dawncore will be able to make this a bit of a victory lap. Infernal, it feels like, just out of options, out of choices. Out of members as it stands. The amplifier behind a celebratory Raging Royal Rush. And they'll make that the 3-0 on the offense. Infernal got a lot of work cut out against them.
Yeah, I mean, for starters, you need to reset a router, man.
Yep. Yeah, that's really
okay, looks like
unfortunate
King Bob
timing.
is back.
That's a good sign. Unfortunate for them to have that player drop at a critical moment there, but that's the way of it. As I understand it, both pauses used as well, so kind of out of options to wait on them as well.
But now on the attacking side, for Infernal, I truly think as a team has struggled the most is taking more of a dominant hand in these matchups and really controlling the tempo. If there's any way they could dominate the battlefield, it needs to be now. Aviators on the Strange, I imagine, for an early portal play, just as Dawncore had done. But all in all, it's really the same case in point that we saw back in game number 1. Dawncore, backline, not really facing a lot of struggles. Itadori and Fawas have taken a lot of different KOs against them, but Maddie and Michaela, 2 and 3 deaths respectively. Really not that bad.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, one of the things is like getting onto the Rockets really tough. And I think Sapatic in particular, just getting a few of those flat off-angle flanks to bring down some of those supports, some of those strategists has been really clutch. And again, Exalted has actually played a pretty mean Elsa game. And it's not really on them, I think, to do too much more. But it does feel like the coordination is just on a level above for Dawncore at this point, who again have come into Infernal and said, yeah, we read you. We think we can get away with this pick ban strategy and real prove it. It's going to be an aggressive portal again. And Infernal, they're going to need to try and make this one count the way it did for Dawncore.
Exalted is still on that Elsa. I was so impressed by his hit scan ability and the way he would pressure out the backliners. It was really the only time we had seen it thus far in this series. Paracel's hiding, though. He's looking for the perfect time to snipe.
Here we go.
Completely unaware. Fawas on the other side, captured, but no! The spear, the environment has betrayed Paracel! Hit with the trap, forced to back away. This has been good. Frosted all alone, takes down, assassinates King Bob. It's Patricide!
Man, oh man, he brings down the father, and it looks like that's an unfortunate moment as it's big damage everywhere you care to see. Infernal. Blink and you miss it. Frosted comes around the angle as Paracel sends them scrambling. It wasn't the Angela. She was a distraction. And you missed out the Winter Soldier coming to finish up the job. Great work from Frosted, who, as ever, is just lethal on this Winter Soldier.
I really hate to say it, but you can tell Dawncore's having fun right now. It must be all hunky-dory in the comms.
They are feeling pretty confident, it must be said. The 3-0, they got a minute and a half on the clock there as well. So Infernal yet to even really get a touch on this initial point. They went for the portal play, looked to pull a Dawncore and failed to get really all that much from it. Exalted now on this high ground looking to trade, but again, they've got the high ground and there's the higher ground on that far building. Trading out in a bit of a sniper rally, looking to get some shots down. That's pretty good. The Monster Pierce rounds are there. Dashes on in with the healing advance, but get trapped in the building and can't push themselves out. It's too far. Exalted tries to make the play. Well, you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, I'm afraid. That ain't a hero play.
So what's the solution now from Infernal? They're almost cycled in through their ultimates. Things are racked up quite a bit more. Frostin with the Kraken impact available. He'll be leading the charge for the next ult fight. Maddie's close by with the CYA, and so is Michaela too. A lot of backline ultimates for Dawncore to hold the line here. Infernal, Raging Royal Flush is set up and ready to go. You can see why the Gambit wasn't banned out, because honestly speaking, for how often we've seen these ults, it hasn't been that big of a threat against Dawncore.
No, I agree. Sapatic now in a dangerous spot themselves will get themselves healed back up and failing relatively happy. There's a Rage and Royal Flush is burned by Infernal, but not really any great avail. It's a Rage and Royal dud, I'm afraid. Someone's been cheating and the hand looks a little bit mediocre. Pair of sevens or something. It's not quite the same as a dead man's hand, and someone will have to queue up the ace of spades for another game, I'm afraid. That said, Infernal down Fowers. That Gambit is dead. On the other side, though, Dawncore down, Matty down, Frosted. Hang on. That makes things a bit interesting. Sabatic has to go up into the sky as the Goddess of Death, but has already got Angela in front of them, making this a bit tricky. Gets the KO regardless, despite the Angela in their face. Makes it a double. And Dawncore, despite the man disadvantage, just say, don't worry, I got this.
What is Infernal's plan now? Aviator's forced to reset along with the rest of the team. 3 ults available now. I keep mentioning these ultimates. They're very important for Infernal to take space. They don't have a single ping on Hall of the Dahlia yet. 45 seconds left on the clock, and it's a now or never moment. They're going to have to start thinking about using a portal soon. They have 1 shot at that. Maybe 2 fights left if they're not careful. 3 ults now built up for Dawncore side. What's up?
Is it going to be off cooldown? They used it to start the round, remember? I don't think it's going to be off cooldown in time.
Maybe? I don't know. I'm not a numbersologist, but hopefully Infernal, someone's keeping track. That's all the ult wielders gone. Exalted. The Glar trucks using the save today. Yes, it's a barrier, but unfortunately, before it's even brought out, it's assassinated, euthanized. One last chance.
They put down. Dawncore have made it look simple. They're now pushing back to the spawn room. Here is that portal, just about off cooldown. So they will have 1 roll of the dice, but it's weighted against them. Aviators is here, is slanging that whip, but there's meteors everywhere. And I don't think this cosmic, cataclysmic end of the fight's going to get all that much done. Bat pulled out of the Goddess of Death immediately. Itadori gets the invisible boundary down, and Dawncore holding well. Frosted with the Kraken impact can look to end this game as all of the ults are burned.
1 ping.
Portal number 2 of the play. Frosted, Kraken impacting. Mikola's going to come back on in and look to prove that maybe Millennia was the right side of this, and will look to blade everyone down. Damage is good. Dawncore down a couple key members, but so are Infernal. 4v4 on the point, and they've finally gotten a couple pings, Infernal, but it's just not enough. Exalted, Monster Pierce around. Maybe in the death of the game they can still hold on. Venom from Parasail to get back to the point, shooting as best they can. The Apex Predator's not even summoned. They can't finish the job.
Oh, it hurts to be a fan of Infernal, man. They have all the right pieces, and it's really one of those games you have to go back and watch block by block to see what's going on, man. How are they not able to clutch out these rounds that seem very winnable in moments, you know, at the end of things? The portal play that we saw, the litany of ults, we saw the domination come on by, but, you know, as Cuffy had mentioned in the interview earlier, a lot of things just come down to consistency and just individual player thinking, and, you know, whether it be positioning, how they aim, the fights that are being taken, it's not working in Infernal's favor, man.
No, it's not. And again, I've not been that happy with their aggressive moves onto Dom in particular, and that again wasn't particularly clean. We saw a few attempts. It was a decent last run at it, but again, the fact that it came down to the dying seconds of the map to even have a decent touch of that point is pretty problematic, to say the least of it. You compare that to Dawncore's opening moves, where that portal used to scout out all the defensive positions, jump straight onto Exalted, dome them in the head, and then play from there. It's just a complete night and day difference in terms of the ruthlessness on the execution in the early opening plays of the map.
Yeah, it's truly unlucky, and I'm curious to see what the leaderboards are going to be at the end of this day.
Yeah.
Inferno is the team that I think has some of the most potential, but I guess we'll have to save our thoughts for that for after the break. We'll see you all in a few minutes.
There's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable? Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Flashing on my window frame, audible to my flame, blinding shining lights. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah, we won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 묶어버려, turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐, 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive, 겁없이 기어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade away, moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 realize 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 묶어버려, turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, feel it. This time we're switching to flight mode. Burn up, 올라가. This time we're switching to flight mode. 올라가, 계속 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마, 괜찮아, 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even zero. Flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 묶어버려, turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's time we switch to flight mode.
matchup, but unfortunately, Infernal, as I personally think they have gotten better over the last few weeks, still have yet to hit the mark, and Dawncore take it 2-0.
They do.
Yeah, I mean, Dawncore look
Yes,
incredibly
fight for
good
it.
there. Fight for it. Fight.
Right, let's
No,
go.
Dawncore look incredibly good. They get their first week of 2 wins in a row for the first time in I think 3 weeks now. They haven't had that since week number 1. Obviously, they had to go up against Engage and Sainage in the back weeks for the past 2. So they're going to be feeling really good. Obviously, this is also a great time to kind of re-solidify themselves in that top 3 slot, which this win absolutely does. It does also put a little bit of a damper on Infernal. I mean, we were talking about last week about how important it was for Infernal or many of those teams that are towards that 6, 7, and 8 spot to get as many points as possible. So not only Dawncore getting the 3 points, but not having dropped 1 to Infernal is definitely a little bit of a surprise presence to all those teams down in the 6, 7, and 5th slots.
You keep doing that on purpose, don't you?
I'm trying not to say. I'm saying 6th and 7th in particular. I'm trying not to say it.
Done it again. Like every time, Soren. You got to like.
I'm adding the
chat. Get
the
it.
TH is important there.
Duly noted. So Initialize, break it down for me, because you and I, we covered that matchup. It looked like for a while that the strategist backline for Dawncore was just invincible, dude.
Yes, is the answer. Yes, it felt very, very, very difficult to get through to them. And again, part of that was Infernal. I think it wasn't a comp issue on Dom. Like, again, you've got Bucky and Elsa. The damage is there. You can break through this, but then you actually have got to focus fire. Target selection matters. Ult discipline matters. If you're going to burn 3 ults, then by God, you better be capturing the points. To burn 3 ults in trade for just 1 and lose 3 members, like, I know it's just 1 moment across 2 different games, 2 different maps, etc., 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 but it did feel like a very quintessential kind of distillation of what's been going on from Infernal. And again, there's some good players here, but I think the synergy's not quite there, and I think they are a team that when things get tough, just sort of say, screw it, we'll press Q. And you can't be doing that at this level. Dawncore will tear you apart from it because they were so ready every time. And again, the other side of that coin is I think Dawncore had just downloaded Infernal. They knew exactly what they wanted out of that ban phase. They knew exactly what they were willing to give up. And instead banning away from things like the Black Widow, banning away things like the Black Cat, instead of saying, you know what? Yeah, you can have some of these strats. We don't think you're going to get that much out of them.
I think the most telling spot about the download that you mentioned, Initialize, was that we saw the Gambit purposely gotten away with in the ban picks. And honestly speaking, I really don't think we saw much impact with his ultimate, like, at all, right? What was once the most overpowered ult in the game, his damage amplification, absolutely nuts, that would have helped out the Elsa and the Winter Soldier that we saw so much, really didn't have any utilization.
Yeah, I mean, there's still believers. There's absolutely still believers. I know Dennis over on Rad, obviously, also has done analyst work with us here. When I got to speak to him at midseason finals, and even when we got to speak to him on the desk, there are still believers. He's one of them. That Gambit is still one of the most broken characters in the game. However, it is very dependent on being able to hard ban out the other options in strategists, where you have to really find a way of punishing your opponent's strategist line. And I know a lot of teams, some are doing it, but some are not doing it correctly.
Yeah.
But most are still pretty heavily targeting characters like DPS. If you were going to go for that Gambit one side and you know your opponents are going to let it through, you have to completely spend your entire pick ban around knowing you're going to have that Gambit, which can then be punished if your opponents switch up and get rid of that Gambit at the final opportunity. So
And
that's something you have to
Dawncore did
plan
do
for
that.
and work around.
Yeah, I mean, they did, because again, they just said, like, yeah, you got the Gambit, but you don't have a Black Widow, which would have been great here with the damage amp. Again, Assassin's Focus with that would have been really dangerous. Same deal actually with the Black Cat. Calling card plus Gambit ult is horrifying. Really, really disgusting. But again,
Yeah.
I think as Soren's saying, you can go for Gambit and not touch the strategist. But if you're going to do that, then I want to see Venom. I want to see Thing on a lesser extent. I want to see a Black Cat or a Daredevil, something that is going to say, when this ult is pulled, I'm going to have some way to make sure your strategists have got other things to worry about than just the Gambit ult running at them.
I think that brings up a really good point too, because you want to focus on the back line, whether that banning them out or even just targeting them if the Gambit does get let through. There were 3 strategists the entire time for Dawncore, and they had the least amount of deaths out of everybody in the entire lobby 2 games in a row. They were not in the fight at all in the best way possible.
Yeah, they were doing a very good job. I mean, statistically, they were kind of demons. Notably, on top of that, the one I'm really looking at, and I'm seeing it here, the Subpatic on the Atom is where I'm definitely looking at. Okay, that is interesting, because obviously having them play Atom on the Domination, that is nothing new. But that's been Froston's role going into qualifications. This is the composition. They actually ran pretty much this exact same composition without the thing. Almost every single domination that they played, but notably it was Froston on the Atom, and it was Sapatic typically on the, actually at that point it was the Black Widow, because everyone was using Black Widow during qualification week. So the fact that we're seeing Sapatic, we still do, but seeing Sapatic pick up the Atom, I think is actually a really good sign for Dawncore, because that tells me either they really want to just keep Bucky or Froston on the Bucky, or they're going to start expanding the pool a little bit, which I know we've been talking about. That is one of the big threats for Dawncore, is the fact that they're I don't know if their pool in terms of what characters they can play isn't deep, or whether or not they're just not comfortable running it in a team scenario, pulling anything else out. But if they start pulling out some picks like that, I think Dawncore can really start building into being a team that can challenge like Engage and Sainage.
They can expand their roster all they want. There's only one hero on one player that I want to see as a consistent factor, and that was Maddie on the Rocket Raccoon. The invincible animal. You could never put this guy in a shelter because he would always escape. Speak of which, we have Maddie on the line. Hey, Maddie, how are you? Oh, you're eating a burger!
I love that.
That is adorable. So, Maddie, talk to us about the journey that you've been on with your team. Dawncore has a very interesting backline that we don't normally get to see in a lot of other teams. Mainly you, on, frankly, a very unique hero that isn't as consistently played. How do you feel that you exist in this rival Engage lead bracket compared to other teams? Okay.
Absolutely.
Soren?
I honestly want to just comment because, like I mentioned kind of a few moments ago, I don't know if you were there to hear, but Dawncore getting a little bit more back on track. Obviously, you guys had 2 very difficult matches in your last 2 weeks against Engage and Sainage, but this week you're back on the 2-0 for your week counter. We're officially over halfway through week 4. How are you guys feeling? Going through a set of very difficult matches in the middle of the half. Now as we're approaching the back half, how are you guys feeling, especially as you are going to end up having to go up against the likes of Sainage and Engage again?
Oh, gotcha. We are having some technical difficulties with Maddie's mic right now. We can hear it, but apparently the stream can't. So I'll be the translator.
Okay.
We
I
have
think it's
what
back
you've
on
been
now.
saying, Maddie. Oh, hello. We'll get confirmation, but what Maddie was pretty much saying, okay, you are all good, but pretty much what you were saying is that you weren't scrimming as much as some of the other teams have been, but you've been starting to kind of pick that up more, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We have time to test like more comps because we've been playing what we've been more comfortable with, and quite like similar comps all throughout the tournament. But now we can actually get to trying different things, and yeah, I think we're confident going forward.
So, talk to me about the journey of Dawncore, because we saw your team, really one of the teams that played in the grassroots for ENGAGE the longest before the partnership with NetEase to bring this league to life. You won you almost won the qualification for the league. You only just lost out to G5, who is no longer with this league. Talk to me about that journey and where you think your team like exists in this atmosphere, and do you think there's a chance that Dawncore can get their rightful spot back at the very top?
I definitely think that between the top teams, there's not much separating them, or at least not as much as people think. I think it's
Okay.
pretty much anyone's game, and even Menace, I think, have shown like a lot of improvement. So I think it's gonna be pretty close games for the most part, and I'm excited to see. But yeah, I'm happy that we get to participate in more tournaments and that we are improving. So.
And I do have one question, final question for me at least. And I know you already kind of mentioned it. You guys are you mentioned that you've been kind of relying on some of your more comfort compositions because you guys have not had as much time to scrim as some other teams. Now that you guys are getting a few more scrims in, are we expecting to see maybe a little bit of, I know we keep joking that like on the page with the information, the tab for Frostin says that his team yells at him to play Bucky and Adam only, even though he claims he can play more. Are we expecting in the last half of this league to maybe start seeing your DPS line maybe chop and change, maybe go something other than the double hit scan, or are you guys going to try to find compositions that fit around those comfort picks?
We will see. There's no promises, but he is cooking some stuff up, especially the Black Cat that he's been practicing quite a bit. So
Okay.
we might have some more options going forward, and even the Zappatic Adam that we saw today, so we can put cross into
It was
something
fun to
else.
watch.
It was very fun.
Well, Maddie, we don't want to keep you off of your newfound scrim time here. Congratulations on your win. The platform is yours, dude. If you want to say anything to your friends, family, grandma's watching, maybe your enemies out there, the platform's yours, man.
I appreciate the tournament giving us this opportunity, and for me to be able to play Rocket in it. You know, I love my little Rocket character.
Oh, yeah.
But that would be it. I hope you do well in the future.
Oh, you will do well. I'm sure this won't be the last time we have you on here. Maddie, thank you so much, dude. Thank you for joining us on the mic.
Yep, thank you.
Absolutely, Maddie. Thank you. Well, with that being said, we are almost done with the day. Where does the time go?
I don't know, man. It's not even just the fact that we're almost done the day. This is technically the first day of the second half because it's a 7-week event. It means today was officially the first half, which is why we're starting to see rematches, which means we're officially through almost the first day of the second half of the league. Time really has been flying by. I know you made a joke of it on the first desk, but going into today, I looked at the schedule and went, it's the 20th of August? Where did the month go? It seems like we blinked and suddenly the qualifiers were back in July, and it feels like it's only been like 3 weeks.
This is how you know we're getting old.
Yeah.
You know, we're gonna blink and we'll be 85 years old, and then we'll blink again, and time goes twice as fast. I'm not ready. I'm really not. I'm already turning into a silver fox. You can't tell, but there's a few gray hairs in there. Oh, I guess that's what happens when you're 85 years old like me. But luckily for us, though, we do have a new matchup. We don't have to worry about being 85 for too much longer. I'll turn into bones and dust by the time this day is over. All right, production, what do we have up next?
Believe as production is going to give us that graphic. I believe we have the wonderful matchup, and
Oh.
I am super excited for this, of course, Keg.
Oh, boy.
It's Triple T versus
All
Team
right.
Engage. I am so excited. I am so hyped for this matchup, especially because if you remember and you were watching yesterday when we had Helis, the coach for Team Engage, on the mic, and we were asking them, I specifically asked, who is an underdog, a team that you think is not getting enough credit, you think could be challenging some of the big names that we know, like the top 4 that we expect, and the name that immediately came to mind was one Triple T, a team that is now 2 games up in the last 2 games on a winning streak and a half. They are climbing the table. They've actually pretty significantly closed the gap and have put themselves, I believe, I think they're 6th or 5th, but they're very close to hitting that 5th place, which of course would get them out of that first round. I didn't say the number. I didn't say the funny number.
You avoided it.
It does get them past the that first round of the King of Hill playoff bracket. So Triple T on an upswing, but they're going to be going into the wall that is Team Engage.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm happy that Triple T is on a winning streak right now, but they are facing up against a Hydra, the team that has yet to lose a single series in the entirety of this league since it started. That is a big battle for Triple T to face up against. And, for all the momentum it took them a while to get, Triple T, it could fizzle out here, but Triple T does have an uncanny ability, win or lose for the series, to bring their matches to a 3rd map. And the thing about Team Engage is that they've only lost 1 map in the entirety of this group stage. They haven't lost a series. They've only lost a single map. So, do we think, Soren, maybe it's off the table for them to win this series? Maybe. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer completely. I did.
When you asked yesterday, I made you an initialized cackle because I finally got off my fence and just immediately said no. I don't think so. This
2-0?
is an incredible team. I think it is going to be a 2-0. Unfortunately, it's going to be for Engage, but I don't think it's going to be easy. I mean, this is a roster that is absolutely insane. You can obviously see Team Engage here: Pazzi, Forever, Helis, Shaya, Selbst, and Simba. Notably, they are going to have Helis, their coach, come in as a sub in that strategist role for Larry W, who is out right now. But I don't think that particularly makes a difference. This team is absolutely incredible and has been sweeping aside pretty much everyone they can.
No, hold on a second. Because Helis was saying that Triple T is a team that you do need to look out for. Helis knows something we potentially don't. There is a threat factor here for Triple T that they could take a map.
Oh yeah, I'm saying no. It's not a definite no, but I don't see I think the percentage is low. I think though, this is not going to be a series that feels like a 2-0, if that makes sense. This is going to be one of those games in this series where you look at the 2-0 and people go, it's not. That doesn't tell the story. That doesn't tell the story. If you were there watching the battle unfold, it's going to be one of those games where domination feels like an entire series of itself. And then Convoy, I could see Convoy even going to overtime. I know that's crazy, seeing as how strong we've seen Triple T on that domination, but struggle in mobile objectives up until yesterday, notably. But they've very clearly been making strides. I could see Convoy being that weakness for Engage if there was going to be one. I could see it going to overtime. I could see it being an absolute brawl. But in the end, I also seeing it be a 2-0. But it's going to be a darn entertaining game nonetheless between these two.
We are just about ready to throw over to the casters for our matchup, but I do have a question for you, Soren, if you can answer in one sentence, and I'm going to ask this question for the casters too. We put on our coaching hats. Chat, you can answer this as well. We'll put on our coaching hats. What is the solution for Triple T to beat Team Engage here today?
Punish the front line.
Punish the front line.
Everything we talk about Engage's front line being the best. If you could find a way to punish them, suddenly they're missing one of their key pieces to a victory.
Well, there you have it. Initialize Spartantano in chat. Let us know what you think.
Thank you very much to my caster duos from earlier in the day. Managed to cast with Soren into Keg. But now to move on to my third caster duo of the day. Spartantano joining me for my third and final cast. Fortunately, I have more people taking on from here, but it's kind of fun to get to rotate through the whole of my colleagues here. Sadly, don't have flannels, and I could have made it a full I was going to say trifecta. Quadfecta? Is that a thing? Is that the way this works now? I don't know. How you doing, Tano? Save me from myself.
You're just collecting us like the Infinity Stones, mate. That's all it is.
Like,
just for
you
today.
got one on this finger, one on this finger.
You had the fan on some casting, mate.
Production can go on the thumb. It's all working out well. And snap at the broadcast ends. That's how it works.
But with what Soren just said, what Keg actually asked us before we came into this is, what is the way that Triple T can beat Engage here? Now, one, I don't think they can, but I strongly believe do something different. I said it on the end of the cast yesterday, Sam. Genuinely, I need to see them do something different. Ban out the likes of Magneto, for example. Forever is insane on Magneto. The only way that you are going to do something different here is you try and target those kind of bans. Every other team has been running the same thing against Engage, and it simply ain't working.
And again, not to look too far into the future, but again, you have got a little notebook with some notes on Triple T that have been remarkably similar. They've often said, not great defense. And what happens is on Convoy, on Convergence, after that initial hold goes wrong, the next step, the next plan doesn't feel great. And the end stage of the maps have just not been very clutch. It's improved. They've actually managed to pick up a few critical map wins, a few critical series wins over the last couple of weeks, and that's great news. But it's a different thing doing this against, say, Malediction than it is Engage. And for all we've seen improvement, I just don't know whether it's going to be enough, mate.
I agree. Defense is the biggest problem that we had with Triple T. It's our biggest concern. They finally got a set win under their belts. We cheered into the night, and really, it still wasn't the best defense for them to be able to find that win. They definitely had some issues where they were using a lot of ults unnecessarily. There was those kind of issues with their resources. So it was still a problem, and it's the consistency that we're concerned about. Now, it is up against the #1 team here in the league, but we'll see whether they're at least able to stretch them. And I think, I do kind of agree with what we're hearing on these interviews from the coaches, from the players, that it probably is a closer league than we believe, Sam. But from what we see, it definitely feels like Engage is running away with us.
So, two things to this. One, we've talked about consistency being key.
Yeah.
If there is a team that has been consistent, it is Engage. They are just so consistent. They do the right things in the right way all the time. Part of that is their Vanguard line is just rock solid, but behind that is probably the best strategist line in the league as well. And they are very, very good. And you can contest that, but Selbst in particular, I've just gone, this guy's got it. I've been really excited seeing them roll with the rest of the Vanguard lineup from from Engage. You look then at someone like Sainage, right, who just that little bit more inconsistent, maybe a bit more flair, bit higher highs, but they overextend to get those cool moments, and it costs you a map like Thebes. The other side then is like, look, for Triple T, the consistency isn't there across the entirety of a map. And yes, sure, we can make the jokes, look at their inconsistent, their bad defense, how they're consistent in like this first hold being good. Yes, but then it's the rest of the map that isn't that consistent. And that is a problem. You've got to be consistent for 3 points in a row. But by the sounds of it from production, they've just given us word that we are ready for our domination map. It's me and you, mate. Is it going to be Hell's Heaven? It feels like it normally is.
Well, we might as well predict it, mate. Krakoa's been the other one that we've been getting a little bit of action
it's
on.
Krakoa.
And
What do
there
you
it
know?
is. Hey, we like it. It's pretty. It's colourful. Let's see what these picks and bans are going to be. I seriously want to see Triple T perfectly try to ban something on the side of Engage, rather than just sticking with the same old bans that we see from everybody here.
I got so excited, my voice cracked there. There we go. Regress back to teenager, apparently. Get that hype out for life.
I'm
A little bit of
jealous.
zest for life. And unstable vocal cords where we're at. It's been a long day of casting, guys. As it stands, Mantis going to get banned out as ever. We just don't see that given up anymore. We saw a few teams attempted earlier on, and largely it was, as we say, a bad idea.
It is, and they've banned out Tim's Loki straight out of the gates here on the side of Engage. That means they have done lots of research, buddy. They know exactly who they're coming up against, and obviously Loki already provides such a decent amount with the way that ultimate works, and the Ruins being so incredibly good against any Vanguard push or dive for that matter. Going to do the same on the side of Triple T here, taking that Loki away, so we're going to make sure there's no copies in this game. It is the Gambit now that we're a little bit questioning. They're wondering whether they want to ban that out.
Yeah, and again, do Engage really care that much about it? Then again, one of the things we've been talking about, and Soren was just chatting with me about this, was like, look, Gambit ult is still really, really strong, but it's now a yes and statement, not just a yes.
Yeah.
You need to have something that's going with it. Do you have someone distracting the strategist? Do you have someone whose ult's going to be really dangerous with this as you go in? Black Cat, for example, calling card plus Gambit ult is pretty silly, it turns out. The executes get pretty lethal. Black Widow, for crying out loud. Very dangerous once she pulls out that assassin's focus. That's a little easier said than done, though, and it's not going to be the case here. It's going to get banned out regardless, and the decision is, look, we just don't want to take that risk. Invisible Woman protect by Engage here, though. Feels like it's a map where the Invis gets quite a lot of value on these Dom points.
Yeah, I am surprised they felt the need to protect it, though, because typically it's a hero that both teams are happy to run on this map, and unless you're going to target ban someone with it to make sure that you can have it one-sided, I'm not sure it's worth the protect here, to be honest, but we'll see what Triple T want to do, because I like the ban out on that Black Cat, as you've already called, but it's already a bit of an issue in those backlines, and typically you don't want to see the Loki with it either. Luna protect here as well.
That's a little bit more unusual, but again, one of the things we know about Triple T is they've got a lot of very good players on specific heroes. Captain Soto, again, we bring up this fact every time they're on screen, but they're a Venom main who's got more hours on Venom than the rest of the roster combined. And that's been one of the things that we need to see from Triple T. Alex was one of those kind of players to begin with as well. It's like, look, they're a Jeff main. We need to see them branch out beyond that and find some value. Engage here, looking at some fun copies. That's a Cyclops for now. We'll see whether they stick with that or not. And on the other side, it might be what Triple T have been doing a lot of, which has been Hood plus Jubilee and or a Cloak and Dagger. Might be debating a Luna here, though. And again, they did look for that Protect. But that was, of course, from just to try and find something here. It might be Alex saying, look, I want this Luna.
Yeah, listen, I mean, strategists are so incredibly strong in this game. Luna is pretty much a DPS alongside that as well. Freeze is so important, especially on the likes of Domination, so I think you've got to go with that Luna. Why would you not? It is Domination, and you're going to be so up close and personal with everybody on here as we witness the beauty that is Krakoa. We'll see if they change things up as they come out of the gates, but it did look like we're running a sort of triple strat, triple Vanguard comp for a little bit there. I hope that isn't the case. I want to see some duelists in this.
Yeah, we have started to see a little bit more triple and triple, but we'll see whether that is the decision here. You can do it on Dom, especially if you get on the point and hold it. We saw Dawncore kind of go for something similar, but they went for the triple strat rather than triple van with it. But if you can get there and hold it, it can be pretty good. And then you look at the fact that you've got the Hood, and you've got actually a bit of a switch on over. It'll be sheer onto the Black Widow. On the other side, yeah, no, we have gotten some flex into some duelists there, but it is looking like it'll be triple strat. Oh, no, I'm going to take that back. Healist onto the Daredevil as well. It's 2-2-2s. I started saying two sentences and went, no, I was wrong both times. Let's course correct there.
I do like PC Sacred on this Adam, though. We've been seeing PC Sacred do a lot of this. Typically plays the die for Triple T, but when you want to run a decent amount of damage with that triple strat, it works incredibly well, especially the likes of Elsa there as well, as it looks like Triple T are going to position themselves on the backside of this objective, looking to see if they can find Forever, whose bar just keeps dropping and dropping right back up to full health. But Tim and the likes of Magneto are going to find the KOs. Forever gone.
Really good start.
Nearly found here, will be cut down by Legion again, and yeah, that is a brilliant start for Triple T.
Oh, Legion Star gets so much value there. Engage even lose the Luna at the back end of that. Look, they've got Eli as their sole duelist, and of course, PC Safe can get a lot of work done on that Adam. But when you've got the Hood, you've got the Jubilee behind, so you're not shy on damage here, especially with that Luna adding some stuff in as well. Those are some pretty high damage Vanguards and tanks, and strats as well. And Tim on this Jubilee, there's some really nasty corridors, especially if you get the initial take on this point. It's the first time in a long time I've seen Engage fail to be the first team to secure a point. I think Triple T in a really good position here. They've already got the firework finale, and they'll start pushing Engage back again. They're down the Luna, they're down 4 members. Engage are being walked here.
I'm sorry, what has Triple T taken for their breakfast, bro? They have had their Weetabix and they are ready to cook. Engage are on the back foot, and we have not witnessed this since Planet Stage were able to do so to them in that first week, mate. This is really good effort from Triple T, and now it's about holding these corners. Not too far off the ultimates. Shia has got theirs on the side of Engage now. They need something to answer. Meteor M nearly ready if they can keep the John up, and they do. Apex Predator is ready here as well, and look at where they're all set up. Might be a good opportunity for Eli here if they can, but they're just trying to stop this half-demon form. Invisible Boundary is going to come through. There's the Apex Predator, and that's the Assassin's focus as well. Looking to pair that up and find a KO. Meteor M for forever as they try and find one impact, and boy, do they. Tim gone as they try and capitalize on the position they've bought themselves here. Triple T desperately trying to defend, but it ain't going to be enough. Healers with the rotate onto Storm has been so impactful here, Sam. And they did have to use that Fate of Both Worlds, but they cap it themselves.
One of my favorite things about watching Engage is their flexibility. They see it's not working, they have other options, and it is some good flexes. The Storm comes on in, gets above the heads of everyone in Triple T and makes things get real spicy. And Triple T had a lot of ults to work with and don't manage to hold. Alex in particular threw down that Fate of Both Worlds to no avail, and now you've got that Omega Hurricane, you've got that Demon of the End to work with, and frankly, Forever having burned the ult in that last match, already up to 41%. The stacking's already pretty good here as well, Triple T. You've managed to get a fair amount of this, but here's that Omega Hurricane as Triple T looking for the contest. This needs to be a potential Karmic Revival angle. Got that Firework Finale to work with as well, and Healess starts melting down a few of those Triple T members, but there is that Karmic Revival we talked about. Looks like a pretty good angle, and they'll get to go all over again. Tano, they'll roll the dice one more time.
Yeah, I do like that play from PC Sacred. Was hoping they could find a little bit more, and to be fair, Healers wasn't able to connect quite enough on that Omega Hurricane, but they do find the KOs nevertheless on that point. And now this is a good approach from Triple T. They get the cap back their way, forcing
That's
them
looking
out.
good.
And now they're going to look to trump them down, buddy. Lejeune here trying to see if they can make the difference on this Magneto.
This is going to be a portal play.
I think they do, mate. They're going to have to go back, look for that portal, because 96% now. Can they even desperately get there? Looks like we're trying to push through. There's the portal on the board, but that's an Apex Predator, and that is going to rip them down off the point. Eli with the defense that's needed here. It's all down to what Forever can do. Invisible Boundary comes through from Simba, but they're annihilated instantly. Spawn room for Storm once again, and Forever! It froze into the dragon, and they can't do enough. That's an ace. Triple T, take it, Sam.
Frankly, Triple T looked like the better team there. They have really taken to these hood comps with aplomb. They love running the hood with the Jubilee behind, and it felt like every time they ended up in a corridor, Engage were getting melted one by one by one. And honestly, it wasn't that great from the Vanguards the first time in a while. Forever and Passivo weren't really able to take up that much space. Credit to Triple T. They've always had a good dom. They always have. It's the convoys and the convergences which have come back to bite them. But this is another level to do this to Engage. Really strong stuff.
It was so impressive, mate, and yeah, it does feel like Forever. I can't remember the last time I saw him miss a Meteor M, mate. That is how strong of a player they are on Magneto.
He's still the ace.
They're literally fighting for ace on their own side with Magneto right now. I don't think I've ever seen the same hero as an ace on both sides in a game, mate. This is just brilliant efforts on the side of Magnetos.
Selb's got that Fate of Both Worlds to work with, the only ult currently up and available. I will note, though, that Captain Soto, Alex, and... well, actually, it is just those two. I was going to say Legion Scientist. Misread the 4 is what that was. There's still 2 ults, basically. They're going to be relatively close to matching, and some significant ones at that. Alex now likely to have that Fate of Both Worlds up and rolling. Indeed it is. Eli on the high ground, looking to join up with PC Sacred on the Adam and play with the hit scan options and really use this range and those kind of point-and-click options to smack some heads. And maybe click on them too. There's Captain Soto with a Demon at the end, and Engage lose 2. And again, the early points of this point go very awry. They've got an Emma in play, but it's not looking that great. It's a half demon form, but they're so bonded by the Adam to just unleash the Uzis are in, and Engage lose 3.
Okay, I mean, listen, this is looking like yesterday when we saw Donkor get absolutely dominated on the side of domination and then come back to bounce back big time, mate. I think right now, Engage, they've got to sit there for a second and think, how do we get this win? They're obviously quite cold coming into this. Triple T, they've come out extremely warm and feeling comfortable. I think I like this approach from Engage. Going to push this right-hand side up on top. They were spotted by Triple T, though, so they are aware of that. But get this healing onto the side of Forever. Capitalize on it. Heal is here. He's got a lot of pressure coming in from Lejeune, and that means they find the KO, though. Completely flips it onto their side here, Sam. And then we're going to get Healers looking to see if they can lock down. Eli is gone. Shia finds it, and Passio, here we go. They flipped it. Now they need to hold it.
All right, now Triple T, you got to go for a retake. You got a few ults to work with. Legion will nearly be there with the 99% or so on that Meteor M. We're not miles off on things like the Apex Predator or the Firework Finale. The problem is you look at Engage, and it is 3 ults up already. Pasivo close, Simba close, Forever just behind as well. I think this is going to be a very difficult retake.
It is, and this is typically where we see Engage where they're most comfortable, being able to defend these objectives. This game has been such a outlier for them so far, but we've got ultimates ready to go. Omega Hurricane going to really push onto this strategist line. Love this play coming out from Heelys, though. Can they find the pick? As they do, at least manage to back off the Elsa. Eli gone, Tim down. PC Sacred with a brilliant revival, though, will make the difference here as the entire team is back on the field, and it is that war of attrition once again as Heelys is now on the retreat, but the heals coming in from the straps is absolutely insane. Storm refuses to be defeated in the air. Simba will throw out the invisible boundary here, and Triple D have to go on the retreat. It's time for Magneto. Both sides throwing the Meteor M, and they find the pick on Shia. Tim gone once again. Healer's down. That does give advantage to Engage at the moment, but they're lacking that damage. Psionic Seduction is going to be used to make that gap less. And right now, we've got the backland of Lejeune looking for the picks, and Demon of the End is going to pull out that Fate of Both Worlds instantly here, and that's going to hold Engage on this point at the very least, as Captain Soto isn't going to be able to find anything. There's going to be the Carbon Crush coming on out to push them off the point. It does feel like Engage have been able to really hold that, Sam.
They have. Triple T gonna keep going, though this fight just doesn't seemingly want to end. The Firework Finale comes out from Tim, giving them some ability to step forward, but Simba has switched on to the Invisible Woman, realizing they just need a little bit more healing. Sat on this back corner, getting as much healing done as they can. Triple T down 2, make that potentially 3, but no, the retreat is good enough for Shears trying to catch people, but they've got the portal to retreat. Triple T will have to look to do it again, but the problem is they spent so long fighting, it just ticks over. No recap, and Engage just sit there brawling with the point in their hands.
It begs the question, though. They caught Engage surprised in that first submap. Carousel, it was all Triple T all the way, mate. They weren't able to quite get things going. But now, they have found something there. I really do enjoy this rotate onto the Storm from Healers. I think it is just so inspired for this domination matchup. Really good with the Omega Hurricanes, but also quite difficult to hit with the way that Storm moves in the air. Provides so much to the team, and as we've just witnessed, Selves with that flake onto the Storm as well just provides so much healing that Eli just couldn't find the KO.
Yeah, and again, like, the credit here, I think, also just has to go to Forever for some very clutch bubbles, timing out on some of those heals as well, and the fact that you did get that, themselves with the flake on top of the head of Healers as well, because frankly you were into an Elsa, you were into a Magneto who's not bad at sniping people out of the sky. I'm missing who the other duelist was. I think they've just switched off actually because PC Sacred's gone towards the Black. It was on the Adam, right? Adam again, great with those charge shots taking out flies. Hell, even people like the Hood who could just gun you down was a ranged Vanguard. That is not a fun time or an easy time to pilot the Storm and not get taken out of the air on repeat. Credit to the Vanguards, credit to the Strats for keeping them alive. Healers now onto the Wolverine, interestingly, looking for some potential damage. Tries to kidnap the Magneto, doesn't quite do it, but gets onto the point. Unlocks now. Gonna start to get the early KO as Eli with that KO, courtesy of the Apex Predator. Glartrox unleashed to the Magneto, down for the count. Forever is gonna switch on to the Strange. We've seen a lot of early portals today to get onto points early and get the first cap. With how long these fights have been going and how indecisive they are, the first cap matters, because even if you're fighting on the point, you're still getting tick percentage towards it as long as you're the one who's in control. Portal through, Venom here from Pasivo, and that means Triple T are going to burn the fate of both worlds and look to contest in truth. There's, of course, the Wolverine trying to slice and dice onto that Magneto. Doesn't quite get the full kill as he bubbles himself briefly. Fate of both worlds buys him time. Into the sky with the Kraken impact, though. Bringing down a few more members, looking for the reset, but he's dead. This is Engage who are losing 3 members. Triple T have held the line. The Firework Finale's there. They've got themselves the Black Cat, but the Cellular Corrosion won't matter. Instead, it's a double kill for the Black Cat, who's got 9 lives and perhaps 9 kills. Sacred on the cat, and Triple T will get the recapture.
Bro, coming into this, you and me thought this was going to be a simple 2-0. So did Keg and Sorin. But right now, we are running out of air in our lungs with how much they are constantly brawling on these points. These fights have been brilliant. And right now, Triple T, they have been so impressive. I'm really enjoying the play that we're witnessing. Eli, by the way, one of the most mechanically gifted on the side of Elsa that we've seen in this league so far. And they have not been missing their combos at all, mate. PC Sacred looking for their victims here as they dive on into that backline. Damage. Soto will find Simba, but Shia with a good peel is going to take down PC Sacred here. Eli again finding the answer on Forever. We know once that Vanguard line is down, Engage do struggle a bit.
And we've been chatting about how good Forever's been, arguably the MVP of the league right now, even. Him dying there is a big deal. Good pickup from Eli. Engage are trying to get this retake, but over comes Eli indeed, and just starts shotgunning them down. The Monster Pierce around. Deadly as you like. Triple T, 4 ults rolling. Neither of the strategists also could potentially be a little problematic, but some very aggressive options to their name. Forever, nearly at the Meteor M. Selps, with the fate of both worlds, can maybe look to make the aggressive shove, especially once Pasivo gets a hold of that Psionic Seduction to try and shut down somebody else on the side. Captain Soto with that Feast of the Abyss, and his healers on the flank here. The Daredevil into the backline with a Sonic Pursuit. Does get immobilized though as he ends up caught up briefly by, I want to say, an Elsa trap, and doesn't find everything they're looking for. Selps though with the fate of both worlds into the Meteor M combo to find some forward-facing motion there. Triple T lose one. Calling card from Triple T, and they lose it anyway. Out the Black Cat's dead before she can even draw a card from the deck. It's 52 card pickup, Tano.
That it is, and Forever's trying to pick up this Daredevil, and boy, do they rather Lejeune. Sorry, I saw a Magneto and instantly assumed, but here we go. Captain Soto looking for Forever nevertheless. Tim finds Selbs. Okay, Triple T have just taken a game off Engage. The only other team to do so has been Planet Saneage taking a map. Look, what is going on?
Look, Engage were winning that last fight, but again, we have seen this across today's games in general. As long as the point isn't recaptured, because the fights are going so damn long, you just sit there grinding through ultimates, then the neutral game that follows, then a portal plays that happens after, and it's 2 minutes of solid fighting with no clear winner, and grinding up maybe a kill or two here. All the while in the background, the point is ticking away for whichever team got the early capture. I think it is why we are seeing teams be so aggressive with those early portal plays, because whoever catches the point first tends to stick with it. The irony, of course, of this point was I believe it was Engage that got the initial cap, and Triple T were the ones who recapped.
I really enjoyed the flexibility that we were seeing in there from both teams, to be honest. But that is the most impressive we've seen Triple T play. And I tell you what, coming from last week where they finally got their first set win, Sam, has it just taken them 4 weeks to get themselves in a comfortable position to build that synergy and be that impactful? Because that was the most insane I've seen Triple T play.
Yeah, I think the other side is I think the strats are really coming alive. I think this Jubilee for Tim is looking increasingly good, especially if you're pairing that up with the Hood. That has been the core of the team for Triple T as they have found these successes, and it is really, really working for them. I still think their convoys and convergences are weaker. The DOMs have always been the strength. Unfortunately for them, they only get one of those in a rotation. Sure, you get the kind of convergence first point being what it is. I think that's the way around it is. But the other side of that coin then is the fact that for Engage, look, drop a map. That's unfortunate. But you are now going to be able to reset and say, look, it's a bad one. Even we are still fallible.
Yeah.
I actually want to then talk about what this means for the standings. Because Triple T want to push on Menace. They want to push on Dawncore. Getting a win against a team like Engage gives you points that most other teams just aren't going to get.
That is so true. Like, in fact, it gives you a point that no other team has got yet. So that would be insane for those standings. Let's get this match ready to go. Convergence or Convoy. And this is the biggest concern. Triple T really struggle on that defensive side of things, chat, when it comes down to Convergence and Convoy. It's going to be Yggdrasil path, and it is Convoy. Are you good, buddy?
I am. I actually muted that for stream, so only you heard it. But of course, I can't mute my mic singularly.
Oh,
so you still got the little background
So I
there.
just called you out.
Yeah,
sorry,
you did.
man.
I was trying to get away with it super secretly, but no. Chat, I coughed is what happened. I cleared my throat. Tano Shadow got it full on. The rest of you didn't. But there we go. So be it. We need to see actually whether Engage want to flex around these bans a little bit, because normally they've been a team that have been really, really good at rotating through like team compositions to find something that works. I thought they felt a little bit locked in their picks in that last map, and I wasn't that happy with it.
Yeah, I do think like we saw so much rotating coming through from healers. They were the ones that were constantly rotating to see what worked for them. And whilst I did enjoy it, it felt a little bit like they just couldn't quite find the answer they were looking for. The Storm was really good. I think that made such a big impact. But as soon as we saw Triple T find answers to it, getting onto that map where there's just so much open space and not a lot to hide behind. So Helis rotates then onto the likes of the Daredevil. We saw the Wolverine coming out that didn't quite work after that last stand. So it did feel a little bit more desperate than we've ever seen Engage play.
Yeah, and again, it is worth noting that, again, I'm just double-checking this before I completely offer some lies on the internet. Never would do that, but Helis obviously is a sub coming in, is obviously a very strong player, obviously Wolverine player by trade, but even so, normally we'd be expecting some of our other players in there, but then, again, we'll see how that works out in the grand scheme of things. Hell, Forever is supposed to be a sub, right? But again, has been playing on the main roster for a little bit here and very successfully. We've been really impressed with them. But still, I wonder whether that is just affecting things a little bit here, not quite as comfortable with the roster as we've been used to seeing. I want to say it's Larry normally who's in there as well, because normally Simba and Shia who are playing the out-and-out duelist, but Simba's kind of flexed onto that additional strat when required. Shia a little bit as well. And that flexibility's good, but, you know.
I do really enjoy Legion Star going for the 1v1 with Forever here on Magneto, mate. I think, obviously, Forever has been a highlight of this league on Magneto. Legion Star has been so fun in that game on that Magneto. I love the fact that they're just going to go at each other to see who can be the best. I mean, we got that screen up, and they were both ace in that game on Magneto, mate. That's how well they are playing. But I think for me as well, Triple T, Tim is genuinely a joy to watch. I think as far as strategists go in this league, Tim is so incredibly good, so flexible on whichever strategist they want to run. I mean, the Loki has to be banned out as a strong pick anyway. Tim on Loki is even more broken. So that's the player for me that I'm constantly looking at here, Sam.
Yeah, I was just going to go double check this up, and I am right. Tim is leading the league in total amount of healing done, and it's not close. He is the only player to break 50k, over 50k healing. He's 52.7. And yeah, exactly. Let's have a look. He is... No, I'm underestimating. 527,000 healing. Everyone else is for 490. He's like genuinely 30,000 healing ahead of the next closest.
Wow, that's a full game.
Who's been a rocket, mate. Like, I don't know what you want from him. And then Alex is on third. That says a lot. These strategists have been spending a lot of time absolutely pumping out healing numbers. Now, there's a question about whether they should have to be pumping out that amount of healing numbers, and then questions about Triple T on their defenses, etc., because their strats are working overtime and it's still not working. That's a whole break point. But the point is, the strats have still been putting up very good numbers. It would be nice, I think, and we are starting to see this from Triple T, that they won't need to put out that many numbers to get a win.
Yeah, true. I mean, what is interesting here, though, is that one-sided Gambit, mate. Right now, Selves is going to pull out that Gambit. Triple T not able to do so, and we do mention, of course, one of the best ultimates in the game, especially when you pair it with, definitely a little bit weaker, but the likes of that with a Kraken impact, mate, not a position I want to be with if I'm Triple T.
No, I think that sounds pretty miserable. Meteor M plus a Kraken Impact, either or of those feels pretty miserable to deal with. Triple T, though, pulled out the Punisher here to try and get the initial clear round on this corner. We do sometimes see the Punishers into heavy bunker options, and indeed it is going to be a triple Vanguard, triple strategist setup for Engage, and therefore the Punisher makes some sense as one of the best ways of burning down those tanks in short order.
That it does. Simba here looking for that great sword damage, throwing plenty of it into Triple T as they are just going to try and hold this corner, are Engaged. They're going to push up a little bit here as they do have Forever on the thing. So get down that extra bit of damage. She is going to continue to look for a pick here. Not able to find it there, but will continue to do so. PC Sacred on the Storm, though, going to continue to provide that damage boost to their team. And this is just who gets ultimates first. Alex is going to pull out the invisible boundary here. That means that Engage do have to retreat as they have found the pick on the invis. Pasiwo getting pretty weak there. There's the Raging Royal Flush, and now we're on, baby. We've got the Kraken Impact ready to go. Firework Finale has to be used at a claw break time. Perfect there from Forever. capitalize on it. Tim yet again with a brilliant response. Soto's going to get the KO as Pasiwo falls. And it does look like Triple T are cleaning up this bunker.
They are forever switched over to the Strange. Will be a portal playback, and we are down ults. This will be a neutral fight in general. Captain Soto has got the clobbering time. This portal can end up being a bit of a grounded no-fly zone. In we go nonetheless. Everyone here touching the point, preventing the easy cap. The stun comes on down, but they're still going to be able to potentially turn that one around as Engage, though, lose their hood, lose their Magneto. The invisible boundary device, but it's dead already! Dead already! They lose 4, and Triple T will surely secure the point here. Eli on the Punisher just lets it rip.
May just pulled out his tent, set it up, got himself an armchair, got the sausages on the barbie, ready to go with the shotgun, mate. Eli was extremely comfortable, sat right next to that portal, waiting for Engage to walk on through. And this is very impressive from Triple T. That could be a really difficult corner to hold as Engage are not able to find that defense. That's typically where we see them excel as well. But Triple T have always been known to have a really good offense. We've seen how dominant they can be on domination. Let's see if Simba can find a good pick here. We're going to get a mega hurricane from PC Sacred here, looking to make the difference on the strategist, and we've got a long shot for the Meteor M, completely blocked though by Pasiwo, and that will stop that damage coming through as Shia will find PC Sacred. But again, Engage are having to retreat.
They are. Triple T are in a really good spot here. Alex has got the invisible boundary. Eli still yet to pull out that final judgment. Can definitely look to play judge, jury, and execution. I think the executioner part is feeling remarkably accurate at this point. Simba getting that blazing Guardian shield there onto the Elsa here to try and get some value. Gonna look for the Apex Predator angle potentially. They've got a Gambit ult to work with at some point, but they've yet to fully pull the cards out of the deck, leaving it hidden around. And Triple T are gonna be forced off the point. Engage get the recap. 3 minutes on the clock. Triple T got some time to play with here, and a fair number of ults too.
I would wait for the final judgment to be popped before we see that Gambit ult paired with the likes of an Apex Predator. That's what Eli's going to do here. Shia looking for that background with the Kraken impact as well. They could really make a difference here if they can find the pick. Forever has to bubble on up and retreat though, because Eli is looking for the KOs. PC Sacred is down. Alex is going to pull out the invisible boundary as well. This is actually advantage Engage here, as there's the Royal Blood. Can they find Eli? They need to. Finally they do. It's a good hit coming out from whatever, but the Bucky always works when they need it. Shia is going to find one, looking for more as well. The payload has been holding just at the final moments here as they take down the thing. Triple T just fall at the final hurdle there.
Oh, it was looking so good. Elsa got shot up mid-ult. Release the what? I didn't hear you. Really good start, but then at the end of it all, Sheer with the hero play. The Winter Soldier comes in the middle of summer to annihilate Triple T's hopes of an easy shove. They've still got 2 minutes to play. They aren't out of times yet. They don't have to resort to a strange portal or anything quite yet. But they're going to be held very deep here as Engage shove their way forwards here on this Bucky at the off angle, just peeking out from behind this corner. Check on that high ground as well as Pasivo on the hood, looking to get in range. Again, the closer you are as the hood, the better your damage is. Guys get caught up briefly just forever by one of those Elsa traps that isn't really threatened by Pasivo. Gonna get to the Demon of the End transformation on high. Not really the best angle, but will give a lot of shields to his teammates to hold here in general. Waiting to see whether people start mashing through that choke point in Do. There is the Jubilee trying to bring up that Blooming Burst. A little bit got that potential ability to bring up the Firework Finale at some point soon. In fact, Triple T are stacking up a lot of these ults in general. PC Sacred, Tim, the invisible boundary comes down, and we are going to see the full arsenal unleashed. Kraken Slayer yet to go on down. A double without even needing it. And Engage are going to need to make this one stick well, because I think this is a very dangerous set of ults to work with. Out comes Forever with a big Meteor M. Man advantage. But again, the ults are starting to get coming on through here. Engage need to get back and get here now, Tanner.
That they do. Meteor M going to come out from Legion here as they're trying to find the pick. Can't get it down the corridor just yet. PC Sacred, though, will find the KO on Forever, and losing that Vanguard line is going to be very difficult for Engage. Going to pop out that Apex Predator here.
Here we go.
Shia looking to make the difference once again, but can they find Eli? We got a 1v1 for the ages here. Magneto, though, doesn't want to respect that. Turns around to cut down Engage, and they finally find the cap. 30 seconds left, though. They're going to get a minute and a half on the clock. So 2 minutes to push what is considered the hardest part of this map. A lot of time was burned by Engage there, Sam.
Yeah, that last choke point is always a difficult one there. Either or, because of those little doorways, you have to force your way through. But it is done. Triple T, though, stalled a significant amount of time. And you're right, Tano, this additional checkpoint, these corners are such kill zones to force your way through. So many off angles, so many hard points. Very easy to set up and make things very difficult to break through. Gonna have Forever stepping on forwards. They've lost their Elsa, though. That's a big moment, as they're going to have to try and step in with that man disadvantage. Triple T using that moment to keep the pressure rolling. Good pick there with the trap. That means they get the EMEA as well. Engage down 3 members. And despite only a minute on the clock, they're going to make this a deep run indeed. 70 meters and counting.
Trap set here as Eli is getting prepared for them to come rushing on out. Simba now on the Wolverine, knowing how difficult
this is looking real good.
Legion has been to take down, mate. Look at the dive here, looking to see if they can find Hood as well. A lot of damage is going to be landed, but Soto isn't going to go down just yet. She is there with that Raging Royal Flush, trying to see if they can combat what Elix has put down with the invisible boundary here. Not connecting just yet, though. Plenty more ultimates coming up for Engage, though. Silent Seduction nearly here. Simba
here we go.
Just trying to get prepared on that last stand, but it is going to be cracking. Impact galore as PC Sacred is going to land that as well. Firework Finale is going to be the difference maker here for Triple T as they try and output the damage coming in from the Psionic Seduction. Simba falls and now it's just healing. They've done it. That's all 3 points, Sam. 21 seconds left on the clock. They have a set win condition against Engage.
Where were you when Triple T pushed Engage to the ropes? It better be a rope-a-dope angle from Engage, but I'm not convinced right now. They are getting mullered by Triple T, who have seriously come together over these last couple weeks. Really, really impressive stuff. The Jubilee, the Hood, really good, but the other side of that coin then has to go to Eli, who has been allowed the Elsa, and it is proving dangerous. We have seen the Elsa bans drop away, thinking people can manage it, because frankly, if you're not getting the Elsa, you're getting the Black Widow. It feels like Eli, though, has been so damn dangerous on the Monster Hunter, and I think Engage need to make this work and get themselves to overtime, because I think they're reeling.
Honestly, the way Eli is able to land every single combo so smoothly on Elsa, when you have a player that is so mechanically gifted on a duelist that is considered the best in the game, and I've really enjoyed what they've paired it up with as well, especially the Bucky. It's working really well for Triple T. But this is the stance where they have the most difficulty in sets. Defense is not Triple T's game. They get slightly better at it, but they still stumble, and it's the resource management that they struggle with the most. Let's see if they can do it, because I never thought I would say so, but Engage are at risk of losing their first set here.
They really are, and again, the healing numbers alone, it's not looking great from Engage there. And again, very rare that we see the Vanguards with a negative damage or negative KDA. There's a look at that ult there from Captain Soto, just shooting from the off angle. Really nasty stuff. And again, it body blocks one side, it gives the shield over the team. Just superb stuff. Again, Engage now on the assault, though. Triple T, we know that their weakness is the defense side of these convoys, of these convergences.
Already, we see Engage trying to get really aggressive with it. She is going to look for the off angle here, spotted instantly by Tim, knowing that somebody's going to be taking this top side,
Good
though,
shots,
but
though.
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Alex is sent back in as she is going to find that one. Jump on down and look for more here on the off angle, as it does feel like Engage have got a great amount of momentum. And look at this, it's what I talk about, Sam. Triple T have just abandoned this so quickly.
They have, the defense ain't great. They're going to try and come in, though, with the portal and look to make the play that we saw from Engage. I'm not sure whether they get there in time, though. They're going to try and portal. It's too late. That's 3 minutes. They got to touch. They got to touch. They've got the firework finale rolling. They just about going to be here in time. Over comes Alex. They've made the play happen and just about get the stall. Tim does have that ult finally time out. They've lost Eli. Engage playing with a man advantage. The shield comes up and the card is being delayed, at least for now. But out comes the assassin's focus from Engage. It's from Shea, looking for some shots, and Jubilee will fight that it's not just stakes that can kill a vampire. A good enough gunshot will do just fine. Triple T fumble the portal play and Engage make it look relatively swift.
Yeah, and now they've got nearly 5 minutes on the clock, buddy. They've got more time than they could start with, and they've taken an entire section of this out. And look how aggressive they're now going to play as Simba takes down our leagues. And that is a bit of a stall here as well. Triple T going to have to look to regroup with the likes of Invis, and that's going to take them a little bit longer as they try and run up here Engage now in the good position of having so much time to push this down. It's down to Triple T to see if they can find something. Apex Predator used already, though, by the side of Simba. Not able to find a pick of it just yet, though. That's really impactful, and that's actually advantage Triple T.
It is, but it does burn a fair amount of their time, and a few of those cooldowns got 3 members tied up for a little while. Up into the sky it goes.
Ooh.
Forever does find some damage, but Triple T lose their own mag. Goodbye, Lejean. That's unfortunate. Eli waiting for their own angle. PC Sacred not quite at the crack and impact. Down a half. Does get himself a shutdown, though. Big KO there onto a couple members. Just, yeah, this gets a bit messy. His shirt goes diving in. Melee range Black Widow. We don't see that so much anymore. Just starts autoing them down into this little choke point corridor, and Triple T well zoned off.
I don't understand what happens to Triple T on defense, mate. It's like they're a completely different team. Let's see if they can hold this out, though, as that's going to be an Apex Predator from Eli. It's going to get 3 of them in it, though. Can't find a pick. Simba selves are going to clean on up. Xia again. Goodbye, Eli. Triple T have fallen apart on the defensive side of things. They've got nearly 5 minutes on the clock to engage for the final section. Yes,
Oh, no.
What is happening, mate?
This could be one of those ones where we go to overtime as ever with Triple T, just to watch them capitulate at that point. They've done so well, so well. The win on Dom, the impressive shove on the offense, and now they're staring down. A bit of a mental collapse. They just can't hold space on defense. They cede ground so easily. They really struggle to sit the grounds in. Tim's been taken out there by, I want to say, Simba, who got a great shot to the head. He's got back onto the duelists, back onto the Elsa, and it's proving to be a deadly customer indeed.
I genuinely want to know what it is about defense that this team struggles with the most. I think it's the momentum, to be honest with you, Sam. From what I witnessed, I think they've really struggled to break down momentum that teams build up against them. We've just seen them on the retreat for the majority of this game. They give up space way too easily. I mean, Simba already knows there's going to be a flank coming through. Exactly that. We've got the Raging Royal Flush here as well. As Simba's going to go in with that Apex Predator, looking for the picks. And boy, do they! Oh my god, on the peel as well! With the Assassin's Focus. And yeah, that is a ridiculous amount of time that they're now going to have in overtime, mate.
Yeah, all right. Well, Triple T, I hate to say it, but the dream might be dead.
They've got
4.5
than
minutes.
they start with, Sam.
Over the starting time versus 20 seconds. All right, Triple T. This would be the most legendary shove of all time. No mistakes, no drops, all the way to the end. Let's see whether they can pull it off.
Gotta be flawless here, mate. This is their Mount Everest.
Perfection or nothing.
It literally has to be, because even if you are able to push this the entire way on overtime, which it will be, they will get to this convoy just as their time is about to expire. So they've got to push it the entire way on overtime, but you then have to defend versus 4 minutes 15 on the clock that Engage has.
We'll have a look at that replay as, yeah, it just was a Simba bouncing around there. The mobility on the Elsa with the Gambit is just so disgusting.
Yeah.
Great shots, well-earned triple. And again, Simba's been on mag duty, been on strat duty. But right, no, none of this. I'm going back onto the duelist. And him and Xia have been absolutely foul. 15 final hits for Xia, who is the ace right now, and deservedly so. But Simba's not miles behind.
Bro, I genuinely feel like I'm watching England in the World Cup again. They are so brilliant at certain times, and then they just fall at the last final moment.
What's that about
mate?
parking the bus 1 up against Argentina? What's this, you know?
That is what is happening right now, bro, against Triple T. Let's see what they can do, though. They've got that minute on the clock. They're going to see if they can push on out here already. Going to hold this corner on the side of Engage. They know that this overtime is going to be triggered pretty early on, so they can provide them a little bit of space. And they're going to continue to pick up where they left off here.
They are. Xia doing their best to hold these off angles, continue to get some damage down. Been so damn dangerous on the Black Widow. I'll give you the best Widow in the league. There's a few contenders, but they're right up there. Already, though, Engage have lost a couple members. That, I believe, is a very dead EMEA and a very dead Gambit.
Okay, really great line to break through on Triple T. We've got something out of the bag here. We might have a ball game on our hands, buddy, as we are about to find that first point. We've got to pass onto a portal instantly from Pasiwo, as they're going to see if they can come on in here. That's why they're trying to hold this corridor right now, building up these ultimates. Corridor. It'd be very good if they could have an Apex Predator for it, and that's exactly what Simba is looking for at the moment. But Eli's going to find Pasiwo straight out of the gates now, and it is advantage Triple T. Xia looking for that flank. Brilliant flank indeed, but Nevertheless, not going to find a pick just yet. They have to find Eli here as well. PC Sacred taking forever. Yep, that's going to be point.
They do. They'll get through there. It's into overtime, but they've got at least a little bit of time. They cannot afford to let go of the car. If overtime ends, it is done. They will continue to shoot down the side as Simba decides to show exactly who he is. Mufasa, somewhere overhead, nods his head and goes, yeah, that's right. That's the king of the jungle.
9 lives, bro doesn't need all of that, mate. Finds the cleanup with the ace, and yeah, I mean, I have seen some exciting things in Marvel Rivals esports, mate. We have seen, I don't know, best of 7 reverse sweeps we've witnessed in the likes of Marvel Rivals esports. This is 4 minutes 15 on the clock for ENGAGE to push this one section of this map. I don't think it gets any more difficult than that for Triple T.
Yeah, and against Triple T, who are, as we've said, defensively fragile, is the way to put it. They'll have great initial holes, but when it goes wrong, the momentum goes against them. They fail to stall, they fail to stabilize, and it just cascades into more and more failures, more and more ult charges, and it goes real wrong real fast.
It's so frustrating. Like, I genuinely love watching Triple T. They're such a joy to watch. They've got so many fans in this league from other players and coaches from other teams, mate, because they are such a joy. These players are so much fun to watch, but just their defensive woes, letting them down here yet again, is so heartbreaking. They deserve so much, but they just struggle to find it for themselves, mate.
Yeah, and again, after the initial start, Forever's right back to being ace on the Magneto. What do you know? And we'll go right to the assault here from ENGAGE. Simba onto the Storm, looking for the aerial options. Triple T got Eli, got Tim on their standards. Captain Soda sticking on the hood. They've actually gone to the C&D for the triple hood team up and the extra survivability and raw healing numbers there. Be pretty potent if Triple T can make the hold happen, but it needs to be good. See, with this hood trio worked out well so far, being forced well back by Eli and Simba and crew.
I do like the damage boost you get on that Cloaking Tiger. I think it's going to be really impactful here as they do try and find that first breakup, and that does work. They're managing to find them all in that hood team up, but a dive up here from Passiwo as well, as they've got 100% on this passive, and they are ready to go big time with it, mate. Carbon Crush maybe the answer here, as it just manages to escape. Oh, it's a sticky situation nevertheless. ENGAGE continuing to move on up here now, but Triple T are going to hold this back corner, looking for the dive yet again. Trying to be a problem, but Forever's got plenty of bubbles to go, and the shield's coming from Passiwo. Caught in the trap here, but ENGAGE building up the momentum, mate. It's all about getting this, and Tim has that firework finale. This could be the difference maker for Triple T, as Eternal Bond could be used after it, unless they could be found there. No, still on their feet here. And there's the Raging Royal Flush. Now the opportunity for ENGAGE to find the picks and push on through. Simba nearly ready with that Apex Predator, but Legion's going to find Forever. They've got the advantage. Passiwo, though, going to even it out, finding Captain Soto here instead, and that's the Apex Predator. Manages to get one of them into it. Can they find the pick onto it, though?
Nice!
Yes, they do. It's 2. Simba cleaning on up here. Shia wants some for themselves, and that's Triple T wiped out. Soto looking for the portal.
It has to be a very good portal play, and look at Shia on this off angle. There will be a Black Widow setup with the Assassin's focus to work with. Hearless has got the Amplify. It will need to be a strong one, I suspect, as Triple T pile through the portal. One last play, one last timeline, but look at the angle! Wait, they've shot them down! That's a huge moment. Forever up to the sky with a meteor and looking to come through that corridor and keep people pinned down. KO! Knockout picked up, and Triple T on the defense, desperate. Try to get in, try to get to the point, and crumble under the combined firepower of ENGAGE. Meters to go, but nothing that Triple T could do. Shear's even going to portal in just to celebrate. They win 5-4.
Mate, I can't believe what we're witnessing in this set. We are going to go to a game 3. It is Triple T that are able to push them there. And you know what? It is just that defense for them that they struggle so hard on offense. They are such a bright spark of a team to witness, mate. And to push ENGAGE all the way to not only a game 3, but also to round 5 there in this was incredible from them.
Yeah, it really, really was. And again, Triple T, it is great to see the growth. We are seeing them be a lot more consistent. We're seeing them manage to get some team compositions and some cores to teams that feel like they are really, really potent with them. We've chatted about that hood with the Jubilee behind them. We've chatted about the fact that we are seeing good Dom points on the hell, good enough to take a genuine map away from Engage for only the second time this league. Problem is that the weaknesses of Triple T are still there. They might be improving, they might be getting better, but they still struggle on defense, on convoy and convergence. We will repeat it until the cows go home because frankly, it's just blatantly true. Every time the first hole goes wrong, they just collapse and cede so much ground.
They do. That's it. They give them so much space on the other side. They struggle to break the momentum that the team has built up against them. That's the thing that Triple T have to have a look at and really improve on, mate, because it's simply not consistent enough. I'm really enjoying their flexibility on offense. I think they've finally been able to lock that one down, and the fact that they were able to take a game away from Engage proves that. But this defense is just, offense is here, defense is here, mate, and you're not going to do well enough as a team until you start to close that gap.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure where it's going wrong because we've already chatted about the fact that the strats are putting up some of the most obscene healing numbers in the league. But there is sometimes a thing that is, you are needing so much healing that there is a problem. And I don't know whether that's the fact that the duelists aren't bringing down key members, so the Vanguards are just tanking too much damage, whether it's the Vanguards just not playing their LOSs correctly, stepping into too much damage, not actually doing a good job of making the strategists' lives easier. What's going on there? I suspect it's probably more on the Vanguard line than on the strats as far as I can see, because I think basically on defense, the Vanguards are not really controlling ground particularly effectively and are taking a lot of damage in doing so, which is not what's happening to the majority of the rest of the teams. And again, that would then explain why we're seeing such ridiculous healing numbers.
Yeah, I kind of agree. For me, I think when we get onto Convergence and Convoy, they seem to want to stick with this double gun front to back comps that they like to play out, Sam. And I would like to see more dive from them because typically, PC Sacred, Captain Soda, when they both work together to give different routes for teams to have to be worried about, what we've seen consistently when teams go up against Engage is that they don't look for those off angles. They don't look for those flanks that you would expect to put some pressure onto those strategists. So Engage is so comfortable in this league because people are just running at them. They're trying to run it down their throat, straight front to back, and Engage don't have to be concerned about any kind of flank on their strategists in domination.
At least on defense, yeah, exactly. At least on defense, like I get that dive is harder to execute as a defense-sided team because you have less bodies holding the line. But even so, I think there was a conversation that I want to say it was Coffee was having with us earlier, basically, actually, sometimes you've got to play to the strengths of your players. And the likes of Soto, the likes of PC Sacred are better when they are given the dive tools. That said, the game is ready. We'll see what the decision here as we will move to a new map and a new day, and we'll see whether Triple T can complete the upset.
Oh, imagine the scenes if they can, though.
I
mate.
know.
I mean, if they do, that will break this league wide open. It really, really will. And it will highlight what some of our players and some of our coaches have been saying, where it is a lot closer in this league than people realize. Let's have a look. It's Hall of Jalia Convergence. Let's see what these pick and bans are going to be. I think probably sticking with the same until we get to that fourth one.
Yeah, that would make some sense. Again, Helis kind of is normally a duelist player, subbing in for the week as well, because then again you're kind of forcing the likes of Simba and Sheer to do a bit of flexing. They're more than talented enough to do it, but it does mean that the balance of Engage has been a little bit upset for this week, and while potentially there is that Achilles heel, that chink in the armor, perhaps Triple T can capitulate, or not capitulate, capitalize. Capitulate would be the wrong thing. They do that on defense. There we go, we finally found the right words. Ban on the Loki, interestingly, and a protect on the Magneto.
Okay. I think probably the same here from Triple T if they looked at that Gambit or Loki ban. We did have one-sided Gambit there. That was quite a difference in impact as well. I'd imagine Triple T want to continue to see that ban onto Engage because it really felt impactful, especially when you pair with the likes of Kraken Impact and, that Apex Predator.
Yeah, it very much did. Gambit being
Yeah.
considered for both teams and will get locked in as a ban.
Makes sense. Definitely don't want that one-sided. Let's see what the protect is going to be here from Engage. Is it going to be looking for that Elsa? Of course, they did protect the Invis. Adam potentially here. We have seen a little bit of that, whether it's the likes of Simba rotating onto it to provide that triple strat damage through as well, and they will. Good karmic revivals will make a big impact in this one. Let's see if Triple T want to take that for themselves or if they're going to look to adjust here.
That will be the question. Again, Karmic Revival, very strong in general right now, especially because some of our fights are just exceedingly long. We are going through 2 sets of ults and not finding clear winners, at least this week. The Ultron ban instead looking to deny the potential Adam-Ultron combo we started to see pop up here and there.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And being able to put those shields and those drones on pretty much anyone around you is so decent. The hood will be protected here. Was not expecting to see a hood protect, but I do like it on Convergence. I think with the way that these corridors work, I think it's pretty good. Using that Scarlet Witch team up to get into that backline, pop that Demon of the End. And it's a really oppressive Vanguard, so that's going to work a treat here. Black Cat is going to be the ban for Triple T as well, as they're not going to be allowed to play that. And we've got our hero selects coming on through now, Sam.
We do indeed, and again, I think we'll be having a bit of a repeat of the last time. Of course, we did see Captain Soto look very comfortable on that hood in general across the last few weeks, and it will be tempting going back to the Jubilee to get that Empower, I suspect. On the other side, though, we are going to get Simba and Shia on the deadly hit scan duo of Elsa plus what was looking like a Black Widow, but we are on Holo Jajalia, and Hela gets a lot of value with how very, very long range a lot of these corridors are.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I think probably... you know what I'm a bit like torn on? Whether I like the Goddess of Death or the Assassin's Focus more. I think Goddess of Death, I think
Assassin's
you get...
Focus, surely.
I think so. Maybe a little bit. Obviously, you have to hit your shots, and sometimes it can be quite hard to rip through onto a healer compared to Goddess of Death. But I think it's so easy to rip down a Hela ult now, and a lot of people do it so well that, yeah, I probably will give you the Assassin's Focus as the better one. I don't know.
I think it's just more flexible. I think it's more flexible. And and because you're a sniper, it's very easy to slip the shots past people. And I think at this level as well, I trust people to have the aim to make it count. Maybe if in, like, I don't know, gold, plat, solo queue, a little bit of a different conversation. But that isn't quite the same here at this level. And I think the other thing, just as he said, Goddess of Death at comp play, the amount of times you're actually going to be able to get a full ult off is limited. It's not like it's a bad ult, but still, no early portal play this time around. Shia on this high ground here. They're going to get some shots down. Did have that blazing shield courtesy of Selps briefly. Looks like Triple T looking to come through the building on the other side.
Yeah, I really like this angle for Shia as well. Got sights on everyone on the side of Triple T. This is what I'm talking about, though, Sam, is nobody is looking to push a different angle here from Triple T. Nobody is looking to make Engage think about looking elsewhere. They're all there, and it's just easy lines of sights for the likes of the duelists.
Yeah, it is. And again, you're going to see Simba look for that off angle on the Elsa being so mobile. Gonna do manage to get to this high ground here and look to contest from this point. So they've got themselves a little bit of a beachhead. Nice jump on in as we're looking for the firm point blank Eli. That's a little better. He's off the Elsa and onto the Black Widow and looks to show that maybe they can cause some threats to the backline here or there.
Yep, it's a good response time as well coming out from the Invis. Forever, though, he's going to get a K-opener of the game as PC Sacred is going to fall, and you blink, and there goes Triple T. Okay, I mean, Engage are known to have a pretty decent defense, but I think on the likes of Convergence, the likes of this map, where, as we've already called it, the sight lines are so long, and it's so easy to spot where people are. That was just really comfortable for Engage to defend.
It really was, and again, Alex dropping there meant that it was just the Jubilee who's trying to keep the healing up, and it then fell very swiftly apart. Triple T looking to come from a different angle. The setup was, of course, initially down this far left-hand side. Now looking to go through the building. You can break through that wall and find their way in. There was a trap there, though, set up earlier by Simba. Gets some value. There's an Apex Predator angle here as well. Gets the careening off the edge if you get it right. The invisible boundary to force the fight on in. Forever gets the Meteor M, looking to bring the invisible woman down. And nice early misses with that ult. That was a bit of a misread. Expected them to go jumping for the high ground, doesn't find it. All that saying, though, PC Sacred is dead on the Daredevil, and Triple T down to members. Got a couple ults to work with, but without the manpower, this might be a bit risky.
Yeah, and Eli's going to accept their fate there, I think.
They're going to stagger him. They're
Getting
staggering
completely
him.
staggered. Breaking the ankles wasn't enough, unfortunately, mate, as INGAGE again able to find another cleanup. It just does not feel like the map for Triple T, unfortunately. And again, I hate to go on like a broken record, mate, but they have to find different routes to put pressure. PC Sacred now rotating onto the Daredevil, hopefully will be the difference maker.
I'm looking at ENGAGE, they got 4 ults to work with. Triple T not miles off themselves, though. So I think we're about to have a very high-power fight. Out comes that demon of the end from Captain Soto. Turning this one around real rapidly. The firework finale. This still managed to get some turnarounds, though, coming back on in. The amplifiers in as the aim down the sights of this red room rifle. The assassin is focused indeed, looking to pick up a few shots. It's messy, though, and they don't quite find as much fun as they look at. PC Sacred has turned onto the Daredevil to make things a bit spicy. Everyone's dying wherever you look, though. Triple T down 3 members in trade for 2 on ENGAGE. Simba, though, smells that blood in the water and begins to hunt for more. The shotgun is loaded and ready to rip a few skulls out. Triple T on the offense, burn all the ults they had available and find nothing. They get a couple pips, that's it.
I really enjoy the way ENGAGE use so much space on these maps to play this, mate. They just backed up around the corner there. In fact, isolated a couple of members of Triple T as they were trying to find picks, and all of a sudden, we're fighting where the payload should be coming out, never mind on the objective. It works really well for ENGAGE to just control the fight. We've got an invisible boundary coming out from our leagues here, going to throw out the Meteor M, seeing if they can find the main target. No slight with there from Forever, unfortunately, but Pasiwa will
Triple
find
T's lost 3 members.
Sacred. So unfortunately, they've just absolutely exploded, mate. Legion trying to stay on their feet, not able
It's
to.
done.
The hood is sent packing. It's an ace for Simba once again. The mighty
Portal?
roar. As
No.
they can't even get that full cap through, mate.
Oh man, I wondered there was a desperate switch from Eli onto the Strange, but just not quite enough time, and that is a pretty devastating hold. 0. They got 2 pips, and that is it, and it's Triple T on defense. That said, when we saw Triple T, and I think it was me and you casting this, when we saw them on defense on Hall of Jajalia, they did a full hold here on this defensive point. Of all the maps where we could maybe say, hey, Triple T have had a good showing on defense, this is the one that comes to mind.
Oh my god, ENGAGE are going to have some fun with this, mate. I think they're genuinely going to try and have some fun with this.
Oh my god.
I hope they stay on this.
No.
Forever's on the Scarlet. We've got a Spider coming out of the gates. I think they're just going to try and go really damage heavy, really aggressive. It looks like we're making a little bit more sense now. Well,
Yeah,
Tommy,
Self's thinking about throwing some mines up. Oh, they are. They're going to play with this.
They're off roll.
Oh,
right?
they read him. Nice idea. It doesn't quite work out.
They swap roles, mate. Oh no, they're going back now.
They have. For how long? Again, they try for the penny trick. It doesn't catch anyone out.
Okay. I was really hopeful there, mate. I thought we were going to have some really good fun, but of course, these teams fully respect each other, and ENGAGE are going to want to make sure that they lock this in very comfortably. I mean, Triple T have already been impressive no matter which way this goes. Taking all of this environment as they can, as ENGAGE are now going to push up really aggressively again, just as a full team, going to look for this high ground again that every team seems to take at the moment. Oh!
Yeah, they do like showing through. That's a decent attempt there as Simba goes dashing around. The Helix advance with the ruthless pursuit is a dangerous combo. And BC Sacred is a daredevil no more
God.
as they find themselves a little bit too far there from Simba. That's unfortunate, but it gets traded there with the Luna falling on the other side. Triple T down a strategist, down that extra member. And Sheer is there to pull up the additional KOs as required. Triple T in danger. They have the portal back now, because already they're in danger of being wiped. They need to get here. Look at it stacking. They've got seconds to touch, seconds to be here. They are through. Just about holding, just about preventing, but there is no more room for error. Self being run up by PC Sacred, bunny hopping in, but Forever is there, swinging the great sword in the form of a cane. Very elegant there from that particular skin on Magneto, but Shia continue to get some shots down. Has got that rifle up and rolling, still not quite at the ult, but keep your eyes on Simba. He's gone towards the Wolverine to try and drag off those defenders. They only need to be on point for a second or two, and look at it, they're on the high ground. They don't know! Diving in! hanging onto the hood. It's good work. Can't quite pull him enough away, but I appreciate the effort. Got that last stand, diving around, trying to ensure that everyone else having significantly less fun. Triple T lose one of their vanguards. Out comes the assassin's focus, and there's a bounty on every member of Triple T's head. 2 members down. Fate of both worlds. They must get back here now. But I just don't think they got anything left in the tank.
I don't think they do, mate, as unfortunately Luna is going to finish off that song and dance, and Triple T desperately trying to get back, but Forever will put the full stop on this set as they find that KO. Engage finally back to what we expected from them, but just witness that capture progress for Triple T there, mate. 76-67%.
That is tough. Triple T, again, we know what they can do. They got the Dom win over Engage. They had a good showing on that initial shove there on Yggdrasil path, and then it all fell apart. Engage, good resilience here in a map where I think actually, in general, they weren't playing particularly well. Forever missing a few key ultimates, some misplays in general. Actually, the Vanguard line struggling to be as consistent as we've seen pretty much every series of the game, or of the league. A little bit of a low point from them, but there is an art to winning even when you're not playing well. We know it from football. We know it from other esports. It still stands true in Marvel Rivals. Getting the win matters more than necessarily the manner in which you did it.
Yeah, I do agree. Listen, no matter what happened in that one, though, I'm impressed with Triple T. I think they've got something that they can really build on there, Sam. Definitely still got to look at that defense. And it's glaring in that game. They give up way too much space. They really struggle against momentum built up against them. And we don't know what the answer is yet, but they've got to VOD review that, have a look, get some coaches involved, because it's such a shame to see them fight so competitively, so brilliantly, to just fall at that defensive hurdle.
Yeah, it is. And again, that said, they did get the point. They did get one map here. That is big, especially when you are trying to chase down Dawncore, Menace. Getting any points against Sainage in general is a win. Not Sainage, Engage, rather. Sorry, let me get that completely correct. I've said that a couple times today.
They're both
but
so
getting
good,
any
though.
points at all is a huge, huge deal. And again, if you are looking to make that run for playoffs, yes, you are not the front runner, but you are a dark horse. This is a good way to add to your odds of making that last slot.
It really is. To be honest, I really enjoyed that set. I think that's been one of my favorite sets that we've casted here yet, and it's week 4. It's genuinely been a lot of fun to do that. I think
So
we're
much
gonna
more to come.
Yeah, so much more to come. And talking of that, we're going to head to a quick break chat while we get our analysis ready to go. Can't wait to hear what the beautiful voices of Keg and Soren have for us. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and we will be right back.
Well. If it isn't Triple D taking the second map ever off of Team Engage. Talk to me about what happened, Spartan. You were there, boots on the ground. Give me the report.
I'm not even sure I know. I casted it, and I'm not even sure I know what happened, mate. What I do
It was
know
a whirlwind.
is that it's so anticlimactic because it was so brilliant, but yet so far away from being perfect.
Okay. Can you pull on that thread a little bit? Was it Team Engage that was less perfect, or was it Triple T really punching up to get to that level?
I think it was Triple T fumbling the ball on the defense, unfortunately, mate.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
that's the worst of both worlds. Okay, I mean that makes a lot of sense. But Soren, we were waiting a long time for this. The locomotive is spiraling ahead. We're finally seeing Triple T still have that unnatural knack, no matter the team, to get to a third map. My question for you is, if we put Triple T in Ignite right now against, I don't know, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, whoever, right? Would they still continue that streak? Could they still get to map 3?
Eli is my terror, and I stand by that. I love Triple T.
Okay.
I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I'm genuinely so happy. Realistically, no, but I am so happy to see them do well. I think Tato is absolutely right. I do think it was a bit of a fumble job on the defense. The fact that they were able to go to Convoy and get 3 points against Engage, I actually kind of want to go back and take a look at all the games that we've seen. I don't know. I can't think of another team that's taken 3 points on Convoy against Engage 0.0, but they just could not close out on the defense. I don't think they're an Ignite caliber team yet, but my lord, are they close?
Well, hold on now. Are we talking about Engage being in Ignite caliber or Triple T?
Triple T, I was saying.
Well, I would agree with that too. But what I'm saying is, like, they have this superpower. They're literally in the MCU, being able to take 3 maps. Could you put them against a team that's far above their weight? No offense, Triple T. And could they still bring it to map 3? You said no, Spartan. What do you think?
Listen, I reckon they do all right on the offense, but I think defense will let them down. The thing is, right, I genuinely love Triple T as much as you, sorry. Like, I think on the first, Rivals Rewind that we did, or whatever it's called, go watch that as well, chat. It's an awesome podcast that we've been doing alongside this. My team to watch were Triple T. They always have been my team to watch, maybe until Leeds came in, a little bit biased. But I genuinely think they're so much fun to watch. It's just, I don't know if my heart can take any more, guys. I genuinely don't know if I can take this anymore.
Well, we're a few moments off from our interview and, of course, Spartan's inevitable heart attack. But before you do collapse on the ground, Spartan, I do have to ask, you've brought this up a few times now. What about the defense from Triple T really stuck out to you as the weak spot of this team?
From what me and Sam recognized is they give up space way too easily, way too quickly. They lose maybe 1 or 2 heroes and they're just backing up. They're just giving up so much space. You cannot do that against teams the like of Engage. You give them a centimeter, they will jump a mile, mate. They are, and sorry to have to go on that metric. I am British, but yeah, it is ridiculous.
Oh, you
how
are?
much they give. Can you believe it? I'm actually British keg. I mean. Yeah.
That's true.
I'm pretty sure I'm British Keg.
No, we agreed it was me.
I'm the most British person alive.
Leg Day was in chat, and even Leg Day said that you didn't want to be British Keg, so.
That's true. Yeah. I can't really say much else without getting TOS. But, I mean, yeah, I can agree with that there. And we're still moments away from our interview, but I have to wonder, what is the future looking like for Triple T if they can continue to bring the top team literally of the second tier, the path to pro, to a third map and unfortunately not win? Is there a chance they could still do this with every other team and maybe kind of moneyball their way to a second place slot? I don't even know if that's possible.
I will say, as a reminder, this is officially the start of the second half. Yesterday was the last day of the first half of the entire tournament. There's 8 teams, which means 7 matches is the halfway point. This is match number 8 for everyone. So that means every team that they play from here on out, it's their final time playing them in the group stages, which means at the very first hurdle, Triple T did lose to probably the biggest hurdle in front of them but did also take a point off of them. Now, really, I think Sainage is the only other team where I look at them and go, yeah, they're probably gonna lose that matchup. Like it's a pretty. I think if you put a poll on Twitch chat, it would be pretty one sided. But like Menace, Dawncore, even them, I think those teams would be able to be bled against Triple T. So the fact
Okay.
that they've gotten over this hurdle, I think is actually a massive win for them.
Okay, that sounds pretty. You know what? I'm still a Triple T believer. I think you've calmed me down. I'm not gonna have the heart attack just yet. I've been quelled, but we've seen that gods can bleed. And ring ring, our interview is ready. We have a human knife on the interview now. It's Exalted from Infernal. What's up, Exalted? How are you, dude? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. So, Infernal is an interesting team when it comes to the Rivals Engage League. You have been a shining spot for the team. I think your duality alongside your teammates have been working really well, but it's been hit or miss. I can't lie. And so, in your opinion, where do you think Infernal exists in this league, and where do you think the journey for you and your team are going to go from here? Okay. Now, hold on. You mentioned that you want your team to play at the level that you play in scrims, correct? Oh, it's muted? Oh, no. So anyways, Chad, what Exalted was saying was that he feels the team needs more experience. And so he mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, if your mic is working, you want your team to play at the level that you play at scrims in official matches, right? So where's the disconnect? Okay. Mm. Okay. So it seems like we may still be having some mic issues. It's okay. I am a human translator. I know every language on planet Earth, especially VMixanese. That being said, again, pretty much the answer was just, getting experience in pro matches, in traditional play, and having the courage, like Exalted said, to take space and not really back away with major fights. And Soren, you can agree with me here that we saw that a lot with Triple T in the last matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was one of the things that you just heard Tana was talking about, how Triple T did struggle in that regard. And I feel like that is kind of a problem that a lot of teams, especially a lot of the ones that we have towards the lower end of our table right now have. The unfortunate reality right now is that we have two teams that are really, really strong, really, really dominant. We have
Yeah.
Engage, who now has technically dropped 2 maps. So massive shout there, big change up this week. But even Sainage, while they have dropped a lot of maps, they are still consistently winning. And like Initialize says, there's an art to winning games that are difficult. And Sainage have that. A lot of I think teams that are towards the bottom, we talk up those big teams a lot. And I know that's not just us. A lot of players have that same mentality. So being able to get into the mindset of, okay, we know this team is amazing, we know this team's good, we're on the back foot, but we need to not just react and pull back if we start losing members. We need to push them back, because if you don't push them back, sooner or later they're just gonna keep running.
And
they're not gonna
look.
they're not gonna stop, kind of.
Yeah, look, it's easy for us to say that, right? Like, we're not in the server. We have the gift of hindsight. We can see the big overarching picture. I struggle to push teams back when I solo queue in ranked, man, and I'm nowhere near the level of these players. Like, I get it, right? Like, we have that unfair advantage. So it's not like any of the players in the league are playing bad. That's not what we're trying to get at. It's to show the discrepancy of how top teams are truly at that caliber, and what the difference could be for those top 2 teams, maybe even Ignite caliber teams, in the spectrum of what it's like as you go down, even if the gap's not that far.
Absolutely. I think we are just waiting. Okay, never mind. We might be having too many technical difficulties. We'll get back to
That's the story
whether or
of my
not we
life.
move on. Hey, you know what? It's the nature of online events. Sometimes technical issues.
Hey,
do
you'd be
happen.
surprised in-person events too can have tech issues. I
You know
remember
what?
I'm stalling. I the worst
That's fair.
in-person tech issue I've ever had. I won't name names or anything. It was not the venue's fault. It was so bad. Okay, I was in Vegas, right? I was at a facility. It was a LAN. It was day one. Oh, do we have Exalted? Oh, for real? For real? No, sorry, we're still having tech issues. I got debated for a second. So, anyways, it was. Oh, he's back. Nope, never mind.
The problem is we
Okay,
can
I'm
hear
gonna
him through
finish
our
my story.
voice calls.
Regardless of what the tech issues, I'm finishing my story. So, anyways, we were at the venue. It was day one. We were all set up and ready to
Is
go.
it now?
It's working. Okay, and then suddenly all of the servers shut down. not even just the game servers. I'm talking about like AWS type beat, like
It happens.
the whole internet. Yeah, all of Web 3, all of Web 2, Web 1. We went back to the Stone Age. And all we could do was eat pizza. Speaking of eating pizza, though,
Tell me.
Exalted,
Yeah.
welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
What is your favorite topping on pizza?
Probably Philly steak. I'm kind of a Philly steak kind of guy.
What?
Yes.
I'm from South Jersey. I respect.
Come
that
on,
a
you
lot.
gotta
That's
have your
awesome.
own taste.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on.
Especially with ranch on it.
Interview aside, can you describe what a Philly
know,
steak
no.
pizza is? Is it like the cheese and steak?
It's pieces of steak, maybe some onion on it. Just tastes phenomenal.
Where has
Pepper,
this
onion.
been?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Bro,
What have I been eating?
you're missing out.
Not that.
I've been sitting over here with chun
West Coast.
pepperoni. You have Chad Phillies. Sure, man. Okay. Anyways, back on top of whatever, dude. Like, okay. So, talk to us about your journey with Infernal.
Well, the journey isn't really much to say. We kind of made it in like last-ditch effort. We kind of mostly are MRC team players. I enjoyed
Okay.
the games we played. Probably, I don't really have that much of a journey with the team. Especially I was in it late, but my teammates are very motivated. They're very disciplined and scheduled on scrims, and they have potential, which is something I admire
Okay.
about them.
So you came into this team late. That's perfectly fine. I know the team itself came in late for this league.
Yeah.
When it came to you being either picked up for this team or trialing for an Infernal, what made you say yes to this team?
Well, kind of the money. I mean, I was into it for the money, but I enjoy
Hey.
my friends. I mean, they are my friends, and
Hey, you could have stopped that money. I'd respect that.
the experience is good. Come on, you gotta grow as a player and maybe get some bread on it.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, yeah, you have to play well and you have to grow in order to have a shot
Yeah,
at
experience
that
is
money,
important.
especially when you have teams of the caliber that we do here in the Rivals Engage League. And speaking of other teams, obviously Exalted, there, yeah, I know you mentioned there has been a lot of time, especially because you guys came in as a substitute team. Now, notably, there is another substitute team as well. And I asked this question when we had one of their players on for an interview. I think it was Slime. I asked, and they gave a very PR answer. Both teams right now, I believe, are looking for their first one. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forget if Leeds won their game yesterday. But I think both teams are still looking for their first win. Very close right now in the standings. Do you think that your team or Leeds are going to finish on top? Who do you think is going to be the better?
I can give you the
substitute
PR
team
answer,
coming in?
which is the journey is what's important, not the win. But honestly, I think we win easily. No disrespect to
Okay,
the enemy team, but if you play
okay.
correctly, if
Hey.
you play our game, that's an easy game.
Look, man, contractually speaking, I can't ask you to not give a PR answer, but I respect
I'm taking my PR answer over it.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
the
You know
journey
what?
that
You know what?
matters.
I appreciate the on the book and off the book answer. Exalted, thank you so much for joining us on the mic. And who knows? You know what? I think we have to interview you if you can beat Leeds next time around.
Come on, I'm all yours.
Oh, beautiful. That's what I like to hear. Exalted, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you. Man.
I'm all his. Woo-wee. Chad, is this
Dangerous.
Riz?
That's a dangerous offer.
I'll take it. What can I say? I know the game. But that being said, though, we do have one more series for the day. It will be Leeds versus, I believe it's going to be Malediction, right?
Yeah, Leeds and Malediction, the other substitute team that I just mentioned, versus a team that is looking for their first win as well. Notably, Leeds, I do not believe, have been able to put together a win since their return or since their entry in. However, they do have wins under their belt because they took on the schedule and the results from the team that they were substituted in for. So that was
Yeah.
Delete the VOD, if I remember correctly, which had, I believe, 2 wins at the time. So they've been struggling, but they've at least been in that middle to not quite bottom of the table, but a little bit higher, standing off of those wins. This is one of those matches that we're expecting Leeds. If Leeds were looking for their first win and they were wanting to have a solid victory here, this would be the place to do it. But at the same time, Malediction, this is going to be a very winnable series for them as well. So both of these teams have a lot of expectations to win. Only one of them going to be able to. I could see this going 3.
It feels like a million years ago that we had Delete the VOD in this league and not Leeds. And I will say, I was expecting when the league started in the group stage that Delete the VOD would be one of those top tier teams, maybe like 3 or 4. Do you think, Soren, as we look at our roster, I know you're a big Kubnik fan, huge Kubnik fan. Do you
Huge
think
Kubnik fan.
Leeds or Delete the VOD would have been the better team?
Right now, I actually think Leeds. I mean, Delete the VOD
Okay.
definitely was having its flaws. Leeds did at least come in and immediately took a map off of Sainage. They've definitely struggled quite a bit, but they've been playing pretty darn well. I mean, that contingent specifically, Kubnik with effort as well on the pseudo dive has been doing a good job. Igor has been holding it down, and the back line and Walker have also just been doing a pretty darn good job. I definitely think I would lead Leeds here, especially also because they've been around for a lot longer than Delete the VOD. I think the core of this team has been around for a couple months. So
Okay.
I would lean LNE, excuse me. But it's still pretty close. Delete the VOD were a good team.
Okay, I'd be really curious to get the casters' answers too once we get over to them. But we do have Malediction's team as well, and they're the team that they're almost like Triple T without that inhuman ability to get to a third map. I think they've got all the right pieces personally, but there's always got to be one team that's at the bottom, and unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbled for Malediction.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at this roster, and this roster has a bunch of names that perform incredibly well. This is a team that is not playing as the sum of its parts. Every one of these
Okay.
players are incredibly good. I'm looking at that, specifically that DPS line. Mickey and Sunless. The fact that DPS line has not been able to put together a win is absolutely crazy to me. They've been insane. Challenge and Ian have been holding it down. Jazzy and Sobio, also one of the better backlines in the league, in my opinion. But unfortunately, they just are not able to close out big games. They struggle a little bit in their ultimate cycling and their ultimate usage. It's just the intangibles, because my lord, the
Yeah.
hands on these players are good enough to compete with the best of the people in this league.
Look, we could say the same thing about every losing team in this league, and that's
Yeah.
the big factor that we've been having with all these interviews too. What is the big thing that separates these top-level teams, the Ignite caliber teams, to the teams that are maybe MRC level or maybe towards the bottom of this leaderboard? It's consistency. It's playing as a team.
Oh yeah, and honestly, this is and the only reason I don't use this word a lot with Malediction, and it's because of that specifically. I always say, Triple T had a lot of potential. Triple T has a lot of potential, and I said that all the way through the time in which they were 0-5, and I had that same motto for Malediction. But it's the problem that they just are seemingly still working on those fundamentals. We were seeing Triple T get to those third maps. Malediction just unfortunately did not have that, and because of that, they were falling behind on points. And at some point, I had to say, they are good, but they need to show just a little bit more, get themselves over the line, even if it's just on individual map wins, to help them get a few more points for me to really go and say, okay, this team can really start competing with those middle of the table rosters. This is a team that could start stealing maps away, but they just haven't shown that yet. So I'm waiting for it. I want them to. I just haven't seen it quite yet.
Well, I'm ready to see it. It's Thursday. It's the last day of the week that means anything to me because it is the last day of the last match of the Rivals Engage League here for this week, with plenty more next week. But let's see how it all closes out here. Can Malediction get their first series win? Let's take it over to our casters and find out.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Hi, Tano. I'm so excited to cast with you again, and this time it's for Leeds. It's not the first time we've casted Leeds together, and of course it's a Leeds match, so Tano has to be on the desk. It's the hometown team for you. How are you feeling going in? This is a map that they should win. This could be, I think, their first. I have to double check again, but this could be their first win of the league so far.
The thing is, mate, with what we just witnessed in that Engage game, I'm not sure whether it's a locking in. I hope it is. I genuinely love watching Leeds play. I have done for a while. And yeah, you're right. It is my hometown. I try not to be biased, chat, okay? I am a professional caster. I try not to be biased. And I will be... what's the word? I've completely forgot the word. Critical. I will be critical of them in areas where I feel like myself, they could improve. But nevertheless, I'm incredibly excited for this. I think this is going to be really fun. Malediction, as you've already said, Soren, they are genuinely fun to watch as well. But again, just struggling in those moments. Let's get this game ready to go, as predictions just let us know. I think Malediction are just at the bottom seed, 8th seed at the moment, I believe, and LNE in that 6th spot.
Yes.
So let's see if they can do it. It's going to be Celestial Husk for domination out of the gates.
Okay, naturally. Actually, I say naturally. No, we have not actually seen that much Celestial Husk. We're more known for the Hell's Heaven. Poor Celestial Husk gets kind of tossed away very often. So this could be really interesting. This is a map. I know it mainly for the fact that this is one of those maps where you can get a lot of value out of the Wolverine. This is one of those maps where Wolverine is not just an option, but often a go-to for teams, especially because of some of those tight corridors, those small rooms. I think of the rooms where you're just like in amongst the symbiote on the point. And it makes it a very prime target for a Wolverine to jump in, and his attacks pretty much do almost like AoE damage just because everyone is so close together and on top of each other trying to bunker into safe spots, specifically those backlines. So notably, effort on Leeds. We do know that one of their top heroes is Wolverine. I would not be surprised if we see that get pulled out immediately.
Yeah, very good point, mate. My player to watch here is going to be Igor on the side of Leeds Nocturnal. As we called out in yesterday's games that we really wanted to see them step up, and boy, did they. They were so impactful, and specifically on that Elsa, which we're now seeing banned out by Malediction. Really good recognition to see what's currently been working for Leeds Nocturnal. So I like this. The Thing will continue to be banned out here as well. I mean, it's already such a great Vanguard. You put that on domination, and it's just insane, mate.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry. There was the option to one-side the Gambit, and Leeds Nocturnal go for the Bucky Protect instead. And then it's not going to be banned away by Malediction. What an existence we live in. Leeds Nocturnal say, we know exactly what you want to do. Okay, they are going to go for the Gambit ban. I was about to say, that is absolute insanity to let that go without being banned away. I do get the Bucky Protect because they were very clearly... We saw Malediction do this specifically against Engage, where they banned away the Elsa and then they banned away the Bucky to kind of force... Engage into a very specific composition. The Leeds know that, and they say, no, we're going to have our Bucky available to us, please.
And they ban out the Cloak and Dagger here, knowing that the hood was protected. Cloak and Dagger has been what we've seen Blaze play the most currently in this league. She's constantly pulling out those Eternal Bonds, and they do like to pair it as well with their own hood. So, going to go different here, as I love the way that Blaze is flexing with all these animated lords on her strategists here, mate. And yeah, just to prove my point, there's another.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be interesting in that regard. The Cloak and Dagger, I don't know. We have seen a lot of Cloak and Daggers, very specifically because Kovnik has been laying the hood quite a bit. And, you know, the Cloak and Dagger, like you said, it has that really good team up, especially with the Jubilee as well. They both get empowered by that. I just don't know, and I've spoken about this before, and I think we may have even spoken about it yesterday on cast together. I don't know how strong this backline is really going to be. I always have worries when you're running a Cloak and Dagger into a comp that very clearly is going to have a Magneto in it. Magneto is obviously very powerful right now, but a lot of it is also in his ultimate. It starts with more damage than it used to, and it builds up to do even more, which means there is very little a Cloak and Dagger can do to out-survive a Meteor M if it's invested directly into them. So I'm gonna be a little worried until we start seeing some good results here. But Malediction are gonna stick to what they know, and hopefully that helps them get themselves over the line here.
Both teams going to take this high ground. We already see looking for a possible flank here was effort, but not able to. Spotted by Sunless straight out of the gates. But to unlock this objective here, and it's going to be a fight for looking for that KO open. And in the sky they go as Epic gets a good pull there. Can't find the KO just yet, though. Position Malediction onto the point now. Challenge and Jazzy are going to make a difference. Sunless cleans up Walker as well. I tell you what, Sorin, straight out of the gates, Malediction finding the impact.
Okay, I like that a lot. Being able to shut down Effort's attempts as well. Like I said, immediately going onto the Wolverine. This is the map I was discussing where I was like, this is probably one of the best Wolverine maps in the entire field. But with Effort right now not able to find anything, and Malediction are able to punish it incredibly difficult. Just catch them while they're too far out ahead. It does force a full reset from Leeds, and notably, right now, despite having to go through the reset, I think they have more members that are closer to their ultimate, so they're just ready to have this neutral game to try to build up so they can get their first rack of ults to work with first.
I like the repositioning of the Magneto there, but that bubble will make sure that they're nice and healthy nevertheless. Igor's going to find Sunless, though, so they've got the advantage as they're getting very close to this Kraken impact. Goodbye, Hood, and yet that's all the opening that leads Nocturnal need to send Malediction back to the spawn room for a quick nap. Very effective, and Kraken impact is going to be ready for this next push in for Malediction.
Yeah, 55% secured, but Leeds are going to be able to win out that fight pretty convincingly without having to pop any ultimates. So that means that the Kraken's impact is still going to be on hand. They just now got the Eternal Bond. They're pretty close with Slime and Walker's ults as well. So they're going to have a full setup here. Meanwhile, Malediction's still waiting for their first. It is going to be that Jubilee ultimate, but I don't know if that's going to be the big ult that's going to be used as the go button for this side.
Tell you what, they're doing really good at checking Effort at the moment. Not being able to find those picks that they were looking for. Malediction has had an answer, but they're not quite on this point. Let the devil out, says Miki here, as they try and dive on that back line. We've got the Firework Finale coming through as well. Gonna pull out the Fate of both worlds. Meteor M looking to land. Igor sent back in here. Trying to find the Revenge's Walker, but it doesn't connect. Unfortunately, broken down, and the sword won't be enough as Challenge finds the KO. Sunless looking for more here. Leads Nocturnal just fall. Malediction back on the point.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. This DPS line is absolutely cracked, and Sunless a big part of that. Obviously, a lot of times Mickey is playing the Bucky, who's more setting up for Sunless, who's often on this Elsa or the Black Widow. This time Mickey is on that Daredevil, but doing a good job at just keeping the Wolverine distracted, and because of that, Sunless is able to pretty much free walk around the map. Doesn't really have to worry about getting stolen away, as we do see the re-engage come through. Multiple ults invested, notably that Glortrox and the Demon of the End. Demon of the End not really finding anything, as there's so much coverage on this map that they're all just able to get away to hiding spots.
It's like they use it as a zoning tool at the moment. Kubnik finally able to find one more. Sunless, though, is going to find the Revenge, and at least that gives them the advantage here. They're going to push onto the point, at least Nocturnal, and just run down Ian here. Jazzy is sent back in as well, and this is Lee's Nocturnal, who will continue to build up this charge on that objective. They're forcing Malediction back into their own spawn area here and looking to hold it for the final point of this map. A good pull in there on the side of Bookie, but not going to find the pick. We might have to look at some sort of portal plays here. We do see that off angle coming in. I think it is the likes of Miki trying to do so, but that's going to be a dive in from Effort and just completely shut down Sorin.
And with that, it is going to be the go button. Igor trying to find something with that Kraken's impact, but it's not going to quite land. 99% secured here by Leeds as overtime starts ticking away. Malediction do have multiple members still up. They're going to pop that Jubilee ultimate to give themselves the advantage. They're going to be able to find one off the back of it. That is going to be Kubnik falling. That is the hood done and dusted. I imagine, yeah, Doctor Strange portal is going to come through, especially with Malediction at 90%. Right now, it's a big answer by Leeds. Only one member's falling. It's just Kubnik who is going to be taking this portal by their lonesome.
Oh, I tell you what, more value though for Malediction as they do land that Meteor M, and Mickey's gonna find more. It looks like they're gonna be able to pop this the other way, mate. As effort falls once again, it's just Kubnik left. That's an ace. And I don't think they're going to be able to get here in time, having that portal used. They can't flip onto anyone to get there quick enough just yet. Or does manage to get through the portal just at the final moment, does Blaze. But unfortunately, she's not going to be strong enough to deal with the whole teammate.
He's just got curb stomped the moment they walked through the portal. All 6 members of Malediction were just waiting for them patiently. Okay. Poor Blaze never stood a chance. There is going to be some map number 1 secured by Malediction. Very close affair though. Leeds Nocturnal being the first to hit that 99% marker though. Mickey with that double kill was the big marker and the big point where the tides turned. As again, before that, it was just Kubnik who got sent back to the spawn room. Leeds were doing a pretty darn good job of just keeping everyone else alive, but Mickey's double makes it unwinnable, an untenable situation. And because Kubnik went out so quickly, it actually took a little bit too long for everyone else to respawn to flood through that portal. So just unfortunate timing in terms of the kills there.
I feel like that was probably Blaze's canon event, mate, to be honest. It was her against the world, and it didn't quite go what they were expecting. But I tell you what, Malediction are looking very impressive straight out of the gates here. We honestly felt like Leeds Nocturnal should be able to take this one, but they're at least making it competitive. And that is what we want to see, mate. Not too far off the Demon of the End here for Ian. We've already got the Apex Predator ready to go. But realistically, it's all about who manages to build up these strategist ults first.
Well, absolutely, which is going to be a little bit of a problem here for Leeds. As that Glortrox is invested, that's going to find 3. Are they going to be able to find any picks off of it? They're doing a lot of damage. Make it 2, 3 off the back. And that is going to be a massive win here for Malediction. They're going to turn that big ultimate into a single fight. There is one member of Leeds just trying to hide away. Blaze, unfortunately, still trying to hold, but could not hide from him for too long, and that is going to be Malediction taking the first point the first time convincingly.
That's impactful, though, as Igor's able to find Sunless. Ian here looking for that off angle, waiting for them to come through, and he's going to go on the flank with the half-demon form and literally ripping through the offense that Leeds Nocturnal had. That was beautiful from Ian as they were looking to push on through, and now Leeds Nocturnal have to use their Kraken impact in the spawn room, Sorin, and all they do on the side of Malediction is retreat, doesn't give them any resets, and this is not looking pretty for my hometown.
I don't even know if that was intentional or not. That is a big ultimate to use, as Malediction are still sitting on the advantage. Notably, both Demon of the Ends are available, and that is going to be the Jubilee ultimate. A great spacing ult that is used to force everyone on Leeds back, and Malediction are running them back to the spawn room once again. Don't worry, it's not a long walk as they forcefully send them back with a full ace.
Now, the difficulty is, this is, of course, a domination, and it's just such a different game mode to what else we see in Marvel Rivals. And teams, typically, they're either really good at it or they struggle on it, mate. And right now, it does feel like Leeds Nocturnal are struggling with it. Malediction just seems to have every angle covered as Ian is going to pull out the Demon of the End here. We'll find one at least as Blaze, unfortunately, this isn't going quite well for her. We'll send back to that spawn room, and the half-demon form is going to be enough here as well to blitz the rest of the team with Mickey providing the assistance. Igor's going to find a couple, but unfortunately, completely isolated there.
That finds 3, so at least makes it costly, but yeah, Malediction having to do a lot to keep Leeds back, and finally is going to have to retreat themselves. No strategist to go for the heal, and notably Challenge 5 so low which that is going to give the opportunity for Leeds to push through immediate Fate of Both Worlds to give them protection coming through, but it is going to come to an end, and that Meteor M is going hunting, but they're not going to find anything.
Apex Predator nearly ready to go for Sunless as well. Igor does have this cracking impact, but unfortunately getting a little bit distracted here. This is the perfect moment for it, if they can just get that Fate of Both Worlds used. But no, they're going to get picked up in the Apex Predator, sorry, and that will make the difference. Kovnik finds Ian, but Sunless has been incredibly impressive here in this game so far, and they are looking to hold a shutout on this second submap for Malediction. But do they have the staying power? Ian has to rotate onto the Venom now to get there quickly enough. Jazzy's trying to be here to provide that healing as the damage continues to rain on down from Lee's Nocturnal. Are they going to be able to get back though, as the damage will fall as Igor finds Ian, and finally Sunless is taken. Opportunity Lee's Nocturnal to get back on this point and look for the cap with that portal used.
They do not say die, but they are certainly on the back foot. Perfection is needed here if they want a shot at taking this to a sub-map number 3. Leeds are going to do what they can to try to hold Malediction back, and right now it's gonna be a pretty tough ask. Neither team has an ultimate to play with, and really now, actually, Malediction has one finally coming online. Sovio is going to have the Jubilee ultimate, and that is going to be the go button. They know Leeds are going to be behind in that regard after investing so much, and they are putting their foot on the pedal and not lifting it until they see God or a checkered flag, pushing Leeds back to that bunker, as we now see the point is flooded by Malediction.
Ooh, nearly managing to get that full combo off his Sunless, and they back up Kubnik instantly. Eternal Bond will now come through from Blaze. No Meteor M here, so an opportunity at least, or rather, they get caught in the shotgun of Sunless, who has to retreat now. Good position for Lee's Nocturnal to be, and that's why Ian has to pop this demon at the end, and they just turn around and blitz that health bar, mate. Still not able to find the KO, though. Igor finally taking down Mickey, but Blaze has been taken once again. Slime is here, Meteor M, and that is a Kobe like we've ever seen. Malediction now in a comfortable position to find the rest of Lee's Nocturnal and look for this final cap. They are up against it as Blaze is now going to rotate onto the Jeff here, looking for that long sightline with that beam, but it's not going to be enough by the looks of it, Soren.
Unfortunately, Blaze once more. It's been the story of the entire map. The lone member of Leeds trying to make something happen on domination, and unfortunately, the Jeff versus the 6 members left standing is not going to work out for the Jeff. That's going to be Malediction taking domination into, I hesitate to call it dominate, but it was pretty convincing there as they almost completely shut them out in point number 2, but Leeds did take 99% on map number 1, so it was relatively close, but Malediction seemingly hitting a little bit of a second gear here, Tano. Specifically, I know we talk about Sunless a lot, Mickey a lot. Challenge on this Magneto looked almost flawless.
Yeah, no, I'm completely with you, mate. Really, really impressive. And the thing is, like, connecting every shot, right? When you land that Meteor M and you take away the healing power that Jazzy had, it just wins you the fight. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it really is a big difference maker. And challenge hitting a stride is always a good thing. We always talk about Ian as well. Ian doing a really good job on that Venom. It really seems like every member of Malediction is starting to pull a little bit of the weight, which, again, one of the big things I said was that it really feels like this team right now is not the sum of its parts, and not like a really good set of players that just aren't doing well in the team play, but now it looks like they're starting to actually click, and that is going to be really concerning for Leeds. I think a lot of people were expecting this to be a 2-0 for them, and now they're on the back foot.
We've seen this a lot today, though, Soren. It feels like some teams coming out of the gates just looking really sort of rusty, not quite having the team synergy that we're used to seeing them play with. So I don't know what it is about today. Hopefully we do see a bounce back from Lee's Nocturnal here, and finally we have a really good second game and then maybe go to a third game, because, you know, that seems like that's the recipe of today. But it definitely has felt like the teams that we expect to dominate and do so well have been falling specifically at the domination stage of things, mate.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit of a reminder. Again, I know I keep saying it, but it's officially the new half. This is the first day of the second half of the league. If you were coming in with expectations, I don't know, that Engage were gonna stay pretty much flawless, or that Malediction were going to struggle against other teams, you might as well throw those expectations out the window, because it is like it's a brand new league. A lot of teams are starting to hit stride. And like you said, a lot of teams that we expect to do pretty good are coming out a little bit rusty, which is rather interesting. And it looks like a lot of teams that we've been talking about, they have potential, are actually starting to find a little bit of shine. So I'm excited, Tano. I'm hoping this goes 3. I would love to see more of Leeds. That is not how I expected that game to go, frankly. I really expected that to go to Leeds.
Yeah, me too, mate. Listen, as I've already said, though, it is domination. Like, it is completely different in Marvel Rivals compared to the other game modes that we get. I mean, of course, you've got that objective on convergence, but it's about the moving objective that you have to be a lot more flexible for. Let's get that game up now. Thank you so much, production, and let's have a look at where we're at, what map we're on. It's going to be Midtown, and it is Convoy.
Midtown. We don't see a lot of Midtown nowadays, but we love to see it when we get it. Notably, I mean, we used to see a lot of bunker, especially during qualification week. There was a lot of bunker, but as of right now, we have not seen too much.
It seems like we are frozen in the time stream at the moment, mate, as we get that triggered. There we go. I found the Chronovium. It was just around the corner under the sofa. And here we go. Let's see what these pick and bans are going to be. Midtown, typically, we like to see some people start off with a good bunker comp and see how that rotates for them, while the opposition loves to go on that storm and come out with a lot of speed.
Oh, yeah. Speed and that 8% damage boost, especially paired with a Punisher, can absolutely start frying through, especially triple Vanguard lines. I'm intrigued to see if we do get a bunker, though. I feel like a lot of teams have been moving away from it a little bit. Penny getting hit in that 9.5 patch definitely did do a little bit of damage. We have not seen Penny Parker that much. Put up a missing person's flyer, because haven't seen really any of her. She's been pretty much exclusively replaced by the Magneto now.
F in chat for Penny Parker, unfortunately. It's very devastating, mate. I was really enjoying playing Penny. I'm a strategist, man. I get a couple of tanks that I can play, and that's it, mate. Luckily, I really enjoy the thing, and that is a mighty Vanguard in the game right now. Ban-wise, though, no surprises at all. Looks like the Hood may be on the ban hammer. They're debating whether the Hood or the Thing, and that's an interesting debate to be having right now.
Very interesting. I think they made the right decision for the time being. Ian was using the Thing very, very well. Sovio on the Jubilee was getting a lot of value. So I like that Thing ban, or excuse me, the Hood ban. The Thing, though, could still be a problem. I would not be surprised if it's not protected by Malediction, if that ends up being the final ban for Leeds. But it is going to be that Gambit one side. We're seeing more and more teams let this go. This has been something that we haven't really seen in recent weeks, and we've seen it in almost every series today. Red side being willing to give up that Gambit. Malediction is going to have a Thing ban of their own. They'll say, yeah, well, obviously they could not see the hover for the Thing, but they're going to take that away from Leeds and then protect it for themselves. I like that play a lot.
I do. I think the difficulty with the Thing, it's so good, but I feel like there is a lot of answers for the Rip right now. I think now that you have the Mantis banned, at least, it does mean that you can still put it out, because you're capable to at least get some good dive through, you're capable to make an impact. But it does mean that we're probably going to see the likes of Bucky, probably the likes of the Black Widow, since Elsa is also banned out, and it does make the job a little bit more difficult for Ian, although... Of course, on the defense for Leeds Nocturnal here, we expect a triple strat, triple Vanguard comp, and it looks like Igor on the Adam will do just that. Gambit and Rocket, it's a pretty strong triple strat line, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And notably, we're seeing something a little bit different. I think it was Ignite that we saw pull it out, and I even commented on it on our rewind. Again, episode number 2 is going to be coming out here in the next couple of days, so keep an eye out for that. But I mentioned how we saw something interesting where teams that normally what happens in these triple triples, you put your flex DPS either onto a strategist or onto the Vanguard, and you have them play the Magneto because that is pretty much the easiest tank to pick up. But Magneto's so strong right now that it feels like you should be keeping your main tank on it because they will get the most out of it. And I remember seeing, I think it was Shia, end up picking up the Hood, and I was like, you know what, that's probably the most DPS forward Vanguard you're gonna get, at least hit scan wise. But this time around I was expecting to see that, but no, Kubnik is gonna be the one to stay on the Hood, and Effort is in fact going to make their way over to the Magneto and get pulled in a little bit and put them in an awkward spot, so they immediately have to back away and use a shield or two just to survive through.
And as we called, Sunless will be here on that Storm with that damage boost as well, as it works so well on this map. But if ever they can find the first to KO openers, Challenge gets a lot of damage put onto them. Kubnik just building up this demon form at the moment. Will go for the peel straight out of the gates onto Ian, who will have to dive on back now. And they do manage to get it around this first corner that's typically quite difficult to do so at the moment. Lee's Nocturnal playing with quite a bit of space here, Soren. Oh!
Yeah, they're being given a lot of room. So we do see Malediction try to finally push forward, and Effort is going to be found, but the BRB is going to bring them back into the action here. Sunless gets pulled in, and that is going to be the BRB forced for Malediction now as well. So both teams lacking their means of revival. Every pick from here on out is going to be massive, and Walker on the EMEA to fall first is absolutely devastating for Leeds.
Yeah, that means Slime has to pull out that invisible boundary just to keep League's Nocturnal on the momentum here. It's going to be the opposite from Jazzy as well. Venn Diagram is on out. Ian with that clobbering time, looking to make the difference. And if you can find that strat line with it, mate, it doesn't get any more beautiful than that. Malediction really good out of the gates here. Walker's going to rotate onto the Venom to see if they can get back to contest. Slime as well here on that portal, but no, they're pushed on out as well. It feels like momentum entirely on the side of Malediction.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of devastating there for Kubnik to use that BRB. That's a big cooldown use and just delays their respawn a little bit longer, but the portal is going to mean that Leeds flood out to point just a little bit quicker, but the picks come Malediction's way. The Karmic Revival is going to be invested, and that is going to be a huge turnaround. A couple of good picks going Leeds' way, plus the Karmic, but the Karmic is pulled out from Malediction as well, and that is immediately going to force out the Omega Hurricane.
Yeah, I love that from Sunless. Recognize a big shining gold aura up on that side. You're going to throw in a Mega Hurricane onto it, and all that does is obliterate Lee's Nocturnals. Revives, and now they're in a comfortable position once again. I mean, maybe a decent amount of time they managed to burn on the side of Lee's Nocturnal, but they're going to be able to get this cap on the side of Malediction unless they can do something on the side of Leeds, mate. It feels like not enough. Sunless is now going to go rotate onto another hero. We'll see what it's going to be, as holding this front line is going to remain Ian.
Yeah, Sunless going to make their way over to the very bog standard but super efficient Elsa Bloodstone. And I say that as Sunless actually is immediately dealt with. BRB is going to bring them back, so only going to be taking a quick trip back, but challenge is going to be found as well. Now missing their main tank, we are going to see Malediction start pulling away, especially without that BRB available. It's a matter of whether Leeds are going to give them the space to do so, and it looks like they are going to. They're not going to play too aggressive, but they are going to try to find some damage, trade out as much ult percentage as possible, so there's ults to play for in this next fight.
Yeah, I think Leeds are going to have the advantage ever so slightly with an extra one nevertheless, but we do have that Royal Flush coming on through from Slime. They're going to use this to find the picks before Malediction has more. Clobbering time will connect though, lands onto 3 of them, mate. Silent Seduction is going to have to be used here as well. Ether doesn't find anyone with a Meteor M, but Slime will find Ian. Comes back with a BRB, but Mickey's gone as well, so now Leeds really do have the advantage. Amplifier has to be used to cut that down from Zopio, and it does get at least a bit on the side of Malediction, but Blaze with their own, and then she's going to be able to keep Leeds on this point now, as Igor will not be contested, man. Look at the damage they're getting down Main Street.
Oh, yeah. And okay, Sunless, immediate bounce back. I actually was going to give a little bit of grief to Malediction because I didn't think the CYA spot was good, as it didn't give anything to anyone who pushes forward, while Leeds did. But the moment the CYAs become a non-factor and are dealt with, it is an immediate push out, and Sunless helps find 2. Now Malediction are trying to keep Leeds back, hold them to these double doors. The Glartrox is invested, and that is going to be Elsa finding the Gambit. BRB is used, and Effort's able to find a trade, which is going to force out their own BRB. So once again, 1 for 1, but the BRBs are going to make it neutral. No more respawning, as here comes the dunk, won't quite land.
Yeah, Walker happy to absorb that with the diamond form, but now Challenge is going to go hunting with the mighty greatsword. Igor is sent packing as Miki's going to find that KO. Walker finally broken down, and Sunless is looking for the dive on the backline here as Effort tries to land this damage, taking the hot shots, but all they got to do is retreat, mate. Malediction again find this cap, and Leeds Nocturnal, they're not able to fight together too long, and they've got to retreat.
And Malediction looking really good here, even in the moments where they're having these small mistakes. They're able to immediately capitalize once they're able to get some footing. They're not stalling out, which is an absolute boon for them. Portal is going to be used, but there's members of Malediction on either side, and actually the point is going to be flipped here. This is actually dangerous for Leeds. If they do not just win this fight outright, they are going to be stuck in a very awkward position. Right now, it looks like it's a very close affair, but that clobbering time is going to be devastating. 3 knocked into the air, and it's like shooting clay pigeons for Sunless.
It definitely feels like a huge difference in this game. Malediction seem to be very comfortable in this set so far, and the team fights are not going the way of Leeds Nocturnal. They need those ultimates to make the difference, and typically it is those strategists ults for them. Right now, though, they do have Kraken Impact, which could be quite impactful. We're going to have Invisible Boundary as well, paired with Igor on that Phoenix. So, Ensong Inferno, that's a lot to be able to throw at this, and I think you kind of want to go pretty quickly because you want to build up that momentum here. Challenge is going to find Slime straight out of the gates. Advantage Malediction now, so Leeds Nocturnal, not with that strategist in, being the Gambit as well, are going to be on the back foot. There's the Ensong Inferno, doesn't connect with it, and that is a huge whip here, Sorin, as Leeds are going to have to back up.
Absolutely, as that also means that their ult advantage is now out the window. It's 2 versus 2. Invisible Barrier is going to be invested. Counter as well, so Venn Diagram Gaming, as Effort pops the Kraken's Impact, it finds nothing, but Sunless finds 2 off the back of the Glartrox, not even able to find a pick. Never mind, Kraken's Impact coming out from Mickey, and it is devastating. It is forcing everyone on Leeds back with no ultimates. There's no means for him to push back out. And there is no overtime as no one's able to touch. 3 points secured for Malediction.
Bro, you literally cannot predict this league. This is such a brilliant league. Everyone thought coming into this was going to be a 2-0 to Leeds Nocturnal. We were going to be done for the night and we'd be able to get into bed before midnight. But no, Malediction are like, you know what? I'm not happy with that. We may be the last seed here in this league, but we're about to get cooking in the second half here. And Leeds, they're really having to work for it. I think they've struggled in every single area of this set.
They really have looked a little bit flat. I mean, they looked pretty good on that first point of domination. They brought it to 99 again, but I really feel like right now there's just not a lot of teeth. There's not a lot of kill threat coming out on the Malediction. Now, part of that is the fact that the backline has been doing incredibly good. Jazzy and Savio have been doing God's work in the backline, keeping everyone up. Just taking a look at the stats, I mean, yeah, 20,000, 19,000 over the course of 1 half. Or even see, I think, a little bit of swap. Obviously, they were on the defensive end, so there was a couple players playing that triple. So the healing was shared a little bit more across the board for Leeds, but the fact that Sovio and Jazzy were pretty much able to keep up with the healing pressure of a full triple is absolutely insane. And now it's going to be their turn, as now they're going into the triple. Sunless is going to be that third strategist picking up the Adam Warlock.
Now, we do usually see down on this lower half of the league, they struggle on the defensive side of things. Let's see if Malediction can be the exception to that rule as Ian goes out with 1 HP on their bar. They're able to get back with some healing challenge here up on the high ground, playing this Obi-Wan Kenobi, and it's working for them as Igor's going to be sent back in as well. I'm kind of liking the position of Malediction here, but they are really managing to hold Lee's Nocturnal, at least in these first early moments.
And yeah, they're looking really good. Challenge being on the top side, giving them a pretty good line of sight to that Storm, who is trying to fly around, not extremely mobile themselves. They do end up finding the thing, but that BRB's immediately... Oh, what a devastating push! 2 knocked up by the thing, and again, clay pigeons in the sky, and they are dealt with summarily. Malediction looking really good here. Challenge hasn't even been on the front lines yet. It has been an absolute brawl for the thing, and you could not tell.
There's absolutely no way that you can justify not pushing Challenge up on that top side, mate. You cannot allow a Magneto to be uncontested. They finally do find a good KO onto the side of Ian. As now they're trying to get the momentum built on up. Amplify is going to come on in. There's a Karmic Revival coming out from Sunless, though, so they are going to have to go through that fight again. There is the Omega Hurricane. Doesn't find a KO with it just yet, though. Effort will. That's a duo as they come through. An Invisible Boundary is going to have to be used from Malediction here. Lee's Nocturnal have all the advantage because their spawn room is right there. Ian looking to shut this down, though. Manages to find 4 on that clobber in time, but doesn't get any KOs. There's no damage to back them up here, and still, Lee's Nocturnal are going to keep on walking. Challenge looking for the Meteor M, looking to make the difference, but can't there as they whiff that one as well. Kubnik looking for the Demon of the End, and a Kraken Impact will be paired with it for effort to break through the line of Malediction, and they can finally start to get things going until the thing shows face, and now we're back to brawling on the payload, looking to find Rocket, who has been an absolute nuisance. Slime here actually locks in, and Sorin finally, that fight ends.
Well, you say that, but take a look what's on screen. Fight forever seems to be the mindset as they are looking for the opportunity to the portal, and they are going to find just that. It is a little bit of an awkward position, stuck between the cart and that ambulance, but they are going to be able to at least get 2 out. The Doctor Strange, Sorcerer Supreme, and the Thing are going to try to hold the line, but unfortunately, there's just too much damage. Sunless is found, but is able to pop the cocoon. Still no access to the Karmic Revival yet, so it is going to be a classic respawn here for the front line of Malediction, who are going to try to survive through this onslaught, but I don't think that any of them have the health pool to be able to withstand, especially not with the Storm, who is absolutely shooting lightning and empowering the entirety of their team.
Yeah, I really like the Storm pick on this map. I think it's been really exciting to see these players pick it up. We now have an Omega Hurricane, which is going to be really impactful when Sovia wants to pull out that amplifier. It's going to be a perfect answer for that backline with the strategists. But Ian is nearly ready with his clobbering time, mate. And if there's one thing we've learned in this game, it's that Ian can land these clobbering times.
Oh yeah, Ian has been absolutely going crazy. Not even with the clobbering time, just the shifts. Being able to knock up 1, 2 members of the side of Leeds every single time. As we do see the Empower come through. A lot of ultimates are thrown at the wall. Everything in the kitchen sink. As Challenge is able to find 1. It is shutted out by Walker, who's able to find the Thing in response. The Kraken's impact, invest it. Effort finds the first, is able to get the reset. Are they going to be able to find a second? The Glartrox is going to find 3, pulls them in, and it is going to be a massacre. Blaze tries to pop the Eternal Bond just to keep everyone alive, and is going to do a good enough job to save 2 of them. But now, that's a lot of ultimates used. Omega Hurricane as well. But again, it's a 1-for-1.
It is. I really enjoyed that phase from Blaze as well, as they're able to keep themselves on this point at the least. Here comes Kubnik with that demon form, has used the Gatling guns. Gonna have to build that up once again, but they do have Demon of the End. Gonna watch the position in here, though. Gonna use it just to try and see if they can break through onto that strategist line, but they're just gonna retreat around the corner. They can at least find the Vanguards as Challenge and Ian are gone. BRB will bring back Ian, and they're going to have to hold a huge line here, losing their opposite Vanguard. Walker's going to be cut down as well, and it does feel like Malediction are able to bounce back ever so slightly. This is a back and forth like we've ever seen on the likes of this convoy, mate. Here comes the Kraken impact from Mickey, looking for the reset though. Can't find it just yet. Brilliant pull in, and there we go. Doesn't get the reset, too late on it. But nevertheless, Malediction are able to hold the defense.
Being able to get rid of the backline, though, is so important, and Mickey just wins this fight with the single pick onto Slime, as the leads have to back away, have to respect. Now, notably, again, so many ultimates were used by both sides. Silvio, the only one that has an ult in their back pocket, and it's the CYA, as they go hunting for the side of Leeds. We're trying to find this off angle, trying to fight for the high ground, but it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Everyone's trying to push through the choke, and it is devastating when you're running into Sunless.
It really is. Sunless has been connecting, and Apex Predator is going to be ready to go here as well. Jazz has got the invisible boundary after this amplifier is used. Leeds are going to see if they can take a different route to get through onto this, and it was spotted by Sunless. Perfection as they find one. There's the second. Mickey pairing through, and I tell you what, if we were ever going to witness the end of this game, mate, this is how we should witness it. They clean up Leeds Nocturnal. Ego's going to try and rotate onto the portal. Sunless is looking for it as they try and disrupt any of the portal plays here. They have got somebody on it to trigger the overtime, at least on the side of Leeds, but it is going quickly. Blaze is now trying to see if they can handle Ian, but that ain't going to be so easy. This man has been locking in these fists. These haymakers have been landing, but they have managed to find a good pick, at least onto the side of that Strange. Malediction here going to pull out that invisible boundary as Sunless is looking to get on that flank as well. The overtime continues to extend here as they will fight left, right, and hook. There's the Kraken impact coming out from Effort, but can they find the reset again? Blaze finds Sunless. BRB will get Sunless straight back on in, and that means that they've got that offensive pressure back once again. Meteor M ready on the side of Challenge, going to pull this one out, looking for the strategist as they're set up ready for it. Kraken impact from Mickey once again. Blaze is going to fall here. Walker gets taken down, and Malediction have found the picks. Just going to take this demon of the end as they're going to take this win. Leeds fall to the might of Malediction.
Sunless might be on Malediction, but Leeds right now are walking through darkness as they block out the sun. Malediction absolutely dominate here. There was only a couple fight wins where you look at it and say that was a clear defined win for Leeds. Malediction are able to get their first win of the entire league, and they do it in 2-0 fashion, an upset as well. Absolutely massive win for them. I know Ian was the one who got the MVP, and I know Ian does deserve a lot of praise, but Sunless and Mickey,
Yeah.
I've been waiting. I said before, it is crazy to me that this pair of DPS do not have a win, and they were desperate to get one today. Sunless in particular was going absolutely ballistic on the Elsa.
I was a joy to watch, mate. I really enjoyed Malediction in that game, and to think that that is our lowest seed currently here in this league, and they've now been able to find themselves their win. That's just the joy that this tier 2 league is. Very impressive plays from both of those teams. It felt like Leeds, despite the pressure they were under there, Sorin, they refused to give up, and that's what we like to see. I mean, how many times did we see Blaze 1v6 in those situations? Because no matter what, they will constantly try and get in and make an impact. It just wasn't enough today.
Unfortunately not. And I know we're probably going to talk about it a little bit more after a break, but man, Tano, this win in particular makes the bottom of the table spicy. It is looking a little scary for everyone in 6 through 8. That 3 points without dropping a single one from Malediction, who was that bottom seed, that puts everyone on notice.
Damn, boy, does it. All right, let's get a break before we have a look at the analysis here, chat. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, keep it open, though, so you can get those drops. We'll be back with you very shortly.
Well, we have had some interesting games today, boys. Take it away. I don't know what to say.
I mean, yeah, very interesting. You can tell my beard is all crazy because I'm like running my hands through it anxiously between the Malediction and Triple T games. Yeah, absolutely insane. I'm gonna call the Triple T game a massive upset, even if they did not win. I think it was a coup just getting the one map. So the fact that we ended the day on two big upsets, I think is absolutely insane. It's a banger way to start off the second half of the league, and I hope it's just the start because it makes this tables very interesting.
Well, Team Engage waddles. I don't know what the word is. I guess they stumble still, having 0 losses, but they did take a map loss today. Series losses is still at a 0, Spartan. So, they got another paper cut. Still not enough for amputation, not even a tourniquet for the team, but we are seeing Team Engage start to at least begin to falter.
Yeah, listen, I think they're still going to be very confident. They are still clearly the best team here in this league. But what that has done is it's made every single other team look at that and think, you know what? If Triple T can do it, so can we. We have a route to be able to get a win against Engage. So it's an even bigger target on their backs now.
Oh man, speaking of bigger targets too, right? Malediction, if they win one more series and realistically everybody else loses somehow, Malediction could skyrocket from being bottom of the leaderboard to maybe smack dab in the middle.
And Malediction doing a pretty darn good job. The fact that they've closed the gap to just 1 point for Infernal, that is absolutely massive for them. And even still, it also means that they closed the gap to leads by 4, which is really the big marker because that 6th spot is the cutoff for playoffs. So every team in 6 through 8, I won't say the funny number, is looking for that last spot right now. Malediction, with this win, have drastically closed the gap. And in theory, if they are able to get another win or two or just start having game 3s, we could see them close that gap and really challenge the leads and Infernal for that spot.
We're bouncing around a little bit, but I think this is a good segue too. We talked about how the last 2 series of the day were, an upset and a half. I'll give it that for Triple T. Talk to me about what Malediction was finally able to achieve over leads. Was this a glass half full scenario where Malediction just got their act together, or was this a position where leads just did not look up to snuff today?
I think Leeds a little bit worse today than what we've seen. Soren. I'm
so sorry,
like,
Spartan.
I know, mate. Listen, I'm distraught. I'm very distraught. After
Gotta call the
casting
queens.
the likes of Triple T, and then it's a king now, by the way.
Call the king.
I've got the king on speed dial, mate. Tell you, I'm going to send a strongly.
Don't show him the VOD.
I am, and I'm going to say, yep, that's Keg 1.
Oh my heavens! I think that's what King Charles sounds like.
It does. I know, mate. I know. He's my best friend.
Oh, I knew it. We should pick him onto the mic sometime. Maybe he can play for Leeds, and maybe they'll do a little bit better. I'm sorry, that was a low blow, Leeds. But no, overall, Soren, talk to me. How did Malediction finally achieve this hurdle?
Malediction, I think everything just started really clicking. And I know that sounds like a big cop-out answer, but it really does feel like something behind the scenes clicked. Again, I keep using the expression that they weren't playing like the sum of all their parts. Today, it felt like they were. I mean, their DPS line was playing incredibly well with that Vanguard chopping in and out. I mean, we had Sunless chasing down members as they were trying to find a way back in, cutting off the means for Leeds to get those side angles in. Both of the last fights were cut off by Sunless to begin with, and immediately they rotate from their Vanguard line to support Sunless meant that they were able to actually hold it off and waste a lot of time. I think the communication behind the screen has just seemingly done a lot better. And I'm so sorry, Gang. I am gonna continue for a second
No,
because
please,
we were
please.
told this information. Fun fact: I know the stat screens have been on the board the entire time as we're talking. This is probably one of the best and probably one of the funniest stats. Unfortunately, despite not being in the league for the last 2 weeks and our most damage taken, we have Raikkonen from Delete the VOD, who is still at number 10, who has managed to sneak their way onto one.
Hasn't
of
played in
our
almost
top
3 weeks, by
10s
the
of
way.
Yeah, and it's also not a Vanguard main.
What was going on
play
with him?
Vanguard.
What was he?
I think they
I
were
can't
primarily a
think of-
dive player.
Was he
I
just
believe
getting
they were primarily-
robo-copped every game? Like, I don't know. Really just
If I
torn
remember
apart.
correctly, primarily they were a Daredevil player, so they were running into the backline very often. And unfortunately, Delete the VOD was struggling to support them very often. So I think they were kind of a victim of running in. I think Initialize made the comment of, like, you know, a lot of times dive players are playing a game where it's a one-way mission. You're going in and you're not expected to get out. I think Raikkonen was kind of living that mantra very frequently.
I'm
unfortunately.
sure, man. I mean, Krakoa and all the domination maps are going to be very skewed for these stats. I'm more curious about number 3 and on. Hall of the Jalia, honestly, very surprising that this is the most played map. When we were looking at Ignite for preseason in Stage 1, seldomly did we actually see any Convergence map played. And when we did see it get played, it would almost always exclusively be the third final map choice of a series. Barring the exception, I think of Reject, who would sometimes go Hall of the Jalia / Museum.
I'm just happy to see Museum continuing to drop off slightly here, mate.
Thank God.
Hopefully we see that even more as we introduce more maps into the game. To be honest, though, I just don't want to see Phoebes getting comfortable on that leaderboard.
I'm curious.
I think more teams are going to choose Thebes in the future. I actually think more teams. I think it's going to be like a museum where it's a bit of a slow start, but once, especially once Ignite rolls around and teams start like having actual strategies and not just like trying to develop something on Thebes, I think once it gets locked down, we're going to see a lot more trips to Egypt.
Our production just gave us a really interesting factoid here. Today marked the second time that Symbiotic Surface was played in the entirety of this league.
Wow.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I like the map personally. I like the aesthetic, but it's no Hall of the Jalia, man.
Thing
That
is,
first
right.
point is also so difficult.
Yeah. Listen, I feel like I give Phoebes a lot of rubbish, but in all honesty, I really like the design of the map. I just hate the overtime music. I genuinely feel like I'm on acid or something ridiculous, mate. Like, it is so bad. It's so loud.
Now we're talking.
Mate, it's not fun. It's not fun. And I always
Okay.
end up going on to overtime on that match. I'm yet to find myself a win on it. So, you know, biased hatred, I guess.
Well, speaking of a bad trip, if you're a Mantis enjoyer, you're not seeing her in this league 108 times banned. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm pretty sure this is every single series and map that's been played so far since the start of group stage.
Yes. Yeah, I've been keeping track of it. There's not been a team currently in play that has been willing to let the Mantis go. Much like I said, the fact that we did not get a Mantis adjustment in 9.5 means that Mantis is going to continue to be that first ban for every team until we finally get a nerf nuke coming for her. Right now, no team is willing to play into her.
Okay, we're getting a word from production there. They have all the back-end stats. It looks like there have been a few times Mantis has been played, but I mean, they're so few and far between that we might as well not even count them. I'm genuinely surprised, even throughout today, that we did not see really any Jubilee. I firmly believe she is next up, and she's going to be dominating stage 2.
I agree. I think we're probably going to see a lot more Jubilee. As soon as stage 2 happens, I mean, a lot of teams pick up what they've witnessed in the likes of that tier 1 stage. So I think it'll be played very comfortably in, especially in that triple strat side of things. I feel like really good damage dealer as well as providing a pretty quick ultimate.
Yeah.
Especially on convoys. I know
Yes.
she's really good right now, and a lot of teams are using her not primarily as a strategist in the sense of being like an outright damage dealer or healer, but her bubbles are really good at controlling space and putting teams in uncomfortable spots. So very narrow convoy maps like Museum. I know that's the bad word for you, Keg, but also like Midtown. I know a lot of teams are choosing to run her.
Yeah, Midtown's the good M-word map. Museum is the bad M-word map. That's my analysis.
Agreed.
Yep, see? Look at that. That's why they pay us the big bucks.
I'm still a fan.
Ah,
getting
I'm
well.
still a fan of Museum.
You know. But that being said, though, most protected is Magneto. No real surprise there. He is so good about shutting down strategist ults. I think going from number 2 to number 3, such a large dip down. We are seeing more teams bring out the Gambit. The Adam Warlock, frankly, I'm surprised, is that third place slot. I couldn't really tell you who I thought would be the third before this graphic, but yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, Adam has definitely been seeing a little bit of a revival, especially because he's been relied on a lot more, especially even now on domination maps, which was not really the case in the past. He was primarily a convoy protect and a convoy character pretty exclusively, but he has been used more and more on maps like domination, even convergence a little bit more as well, just because that karmic revival is so strong. And if you are able to get the Ultron, being able to get the empowered soul bond, as well as the Ultron team up where you're able to get drones to every single one of your teams, there's just so much healing that can be done, and shielding as well.
I didn't get the look before, but I'm genuinely surprised, and correct me if I'm wrong, Spartan or Soren, but when we saw the most banned heroes, we didn't see Ultron brought up at all. But I feel like we've seen a lot of Ultron and Atom bans recently, to bounce off your point.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw one Ultron ban today.
Oh, it's at the very end. Okay.
Yeah, production, you're amazing. But yeah, you are right, though. It's definitely one that's only just sort of coming up further onto that board. I just think with the way Triple Strat is currently in this game, I know people are begging for Triple Strat to get some sort of nerf in Season 10. And I don't know what this game would look like if that was the case. I think Triple Strat is such a common comp to come out in the way that these maps currently are. I genuinely don't know what this game would look like without it.
I'm going to be honest. My hot take is that triple strat comps aren't good.
Oh, that is a hot take.
I just feel like if you have one
that's a very
person,
sweltering.
one person that can break the back line, it all falls apart, dude. Literally just bring in a Psylocke, have an Iron Man backlining. As long as you can avoid hit scan, which is easier said than done, truly believe, like, you're a foundation made of glass. Like, it could be a really solid, like, tempered glass, but it can still shatter. And we have our...
I mean, yeah, there's absolutely been the case. And a lot of teams, even if you don't go for the dive, that's the reason we see a lot of, if it's 2-2-2, we see a lot of like Storm and Punishers because of that 8% damage boost that Storm gives to teammates in an area. She just makes it so Punishers are able to kind of melt through the front line. And then if there's no protection onto that back line, like you said, Strata just become very, very big glass cannons.
Yeah. But here we have our schedule for next week. That's going to be next Wednesday and next Thursday, respectively. Infernal versus Sanage, I think, will be a very interesting game. Team Engage versus Malediction. That'll be a game.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, I think Malediction have got themselves some really good momentum off the back of that, mate. So, Engage, despite the fact that they won, I bet you any money they're probably upset with how that ended up shaking up. So, yeah, I think that will be a pretty interesting game.
Yep,
I'm happy. I am a happy man. If you are with me and you have been buying TTT stocks, we are going to the moon. I think they're going to have a banger of a week. Menace is definitely going to be a difficult task. I think Triple T has now put themselves very firmly in the middle of the table towards the top. I think they should be able to get a pretty good win over Leeds, and I think they could win over Menace too, even though Menace have been really good. I think Triple T stocks, they've been on the rise for the last 3 games, but I think they're about to skyrocket to the moon, you could even say.
You know what? You convinced me. I'm investing. I think Triple T is where it's at.
Listen, they can get to the moon, they just can't defend it.
Oh, wow. They're going to take those
Yeah,
words to
that's a
heart,
good one.
Spartan.
That's
They're
a
gonna-
good one.
They're going to take that to heart. They're going to come back as the best
Good.
defending team next week.
Good.
I
At
want
least
them
two.
to.
Bro is Mr. Reverse Psychology.
Yes. You know it, bro.
All right. Well, I mean, look, I think overall these games look pretty good. We are winding down for our day. That being said, though, we will be going into our hibernation stasis until next Wednesday. Look, do days of the week really exist if it's not the Rivals Engage League? No, they don't.
No.
So I, for one, am going back into my autoful pod. And I will see you all later. Have a good night, everybody.
Let's celebrate forever. Let's celebrate forever. Let's celebrate forever. We're searching empty streets where tomorrow feels unknown. We're dragging heavy footsteps through the silence closing in. I wonder if hope can find a way to glow in the dark. Wishing for the night to end. We're storming through the heartache as the city lights burn out. Trying not to break what we stumble up within. Something we must face, wanting to heal. We trust that you will pull me through. Wake up now, see the truth. Ready to face the pain, you'll stay through the storm. Come on, let us hold on to hope. Yeah! Here we go again. Stand tall, fist out, reaching for the stars. We fight together now. To show the world we are glowing, just like a shining star. Once more, stand strong, fight on, believe in us. You see, we got the magic heart. Do you feel the love in the air? Let's dance again tonight. We run through the thunder as the city sings our name. We're turning heavy moments into laughter with our friends. We all rise up and smile right when the shadows pull us down. Laughing as the lights begin. We gather under streetlights as the city spins around. We're chasing after moments to see where they end. Dreaming and hoping finds a new light. We dance